What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, January 12th, 2026. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, what a weekend for Steve Sarkisian and the Texas Longhorns. The Horns now boast the top-ranked portal class in America. What happened? We'll recap it, and we'll talk about what's next for Texas football. How about Texas basketball? Huge road win at Alabama Saturday night. Perhaps a turning point in Sean Miller's first year. We'll talk about that. The College Football Playoff National Championship is set. We'll preview that. We've had a great weekend of NFL playoff action. We will talk about the games from Saturday and Sunday and preview Texans Steelers tonight. And Texas women's basketball suffered its first loss of the year to
Ran into a Hall of Famer.
Mulkey. And boy, she was dressed to the nines yesterday.
Wow. She was shining.
Oh, my goodness. We'll talk about all of that and so much more. Plenty of sports and plenty of fun to be had between now and 9 o'clock. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. We appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. Good to see you, my man. How are you?
I'm great, man. What a beautiful day. We're going to have another one of those, 58, 59, 60-degree temperatures, where it feels warm, where it feels the humidity's out there. So look for another one today and tomorrow. And then a couple of cool evenings, but then back to the 60s. Nothing wrong with that. I haven't quite called it winter yet. I think after this week, BK, by the next week, start of next week, I will officially let people know that it is winter for us.
Currently 38 degrees. That doesn't qualify as winter?
No, because by the time you and I get off, it's a beautiful 50-some degrees. And it's been a warm 50, like 58 degrees, 60 degrees. It feels like it's 70 degrees with the humidity. It's so dry. Sorry about that dryness. I was calling for some moisture that we did not get.
Yeah. Did anybody get any moisture?
I think some people in the state got some on Friday, but not anything around here. Nothing locally to talk about. Now, even east, I don't think anybody got any. I got some spittle on my windshield, and that was about it. And even that didn't last very long. So.
That was just some kid who was pissed at you, so he spat on your car.
Probably.
Yeah. You're not the weather guesser for Dallas or Houston. We don't care about those cities.
We don't?
What's going on in the rest of the state doesn't matter. We want our local
the Lone Star State.
We want the local forecast. And again, you failed to deliver.
Local forecast is dry. Just as dry as can be. I mean, it's like a desert outside. It's been tough out.
Yeah, no doubt. But it's cooled down a little bit. Some cooler temperatures over the weekend, and doesn't look like we're going to get into the 70s or 80s this week. So more of a, I don't know if you want to call it winter yet, but more of a winter feel than what we've had for sure.
Maybe fall now.
Oh my gosh, yeah, maybe fall here in Central Texas.
It's still fall. Yeah, it's a beautiful fall season, and it's nice though. But it's because it feels warm,
Sure, we'll take it.
I like it. I like it a lot. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do for us. We appreciate it each and every day. And to you and your families, please be safe out there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well said. As always, first full week of school for the kiddos.
So Bussy went by.
Yeah, I think the college kids are starting to come back this week as well. So best of luck to you youngsters in your second semesters of the school year.
Yes, indeed. It's time.
It is time.
Back to work.
Buck will have a tip for kids tomorrow morning, and we'll bring that back for semester number 2. And congrats to all of you parents out there for getting the kids out of the house. You are the real winners here.
Yes, you are the definite winners.
You know who else was a winner this weekend, Buck?
Who's that?
Texas football team.
Yes, indeed.
When we last spoke to the people Friday morning, the Longhorns transfer portal class ranked outside the top 40. Here on a Monday, the Texas transfer portal class ranks in the top 1, as in, yes, the Longhorns have the number 1 ranked portal class in America. What a heater the Longhorns have been on. It really started on Thursday landing Arizona State transfer running back Relief Brown. But obviously it continued into the weekend. Friday, Texas picking up a commitment from an offensive lineman with Dylan Sikorsky. Saturday, the number 2 linebacker in the portal, Rasheem Biles, pledged to Texas. And then yesterday was the icing on the cake as the Longhorns landed Cam Coleman, the number 1 wide receiver and the number 1 player overall in the portal. And then another running back, Hollywood Smothers, one of the best names in the transfer portal this offseason. A guy who played at NC State last year, committed to Alabama last Monday. He took a visit to Austin, surprising everyone this weekend, and then he commits and signs with Texas yesterday. So the Longhorns yesterday alone added the number 1 wide receiver and the number 2 running back overall in the portal after adding the number 2 linebacker, another top 5 running back, and offensive line. I mean, they have completely turned the tide. And what was a lot of doom and gloom last week, now Texas fans are sitting on top of the world with what happened over the weekend.
All in.
All in. Yeah, no more like Jerry Jones all in.
Yeah, no.
And now it's clear that now Texas is, in fact, all in on the upcoming 2026 season. And I think it goes without saying that is a very good thing for Longhorn Nation.
Oh, it's awesome. It's a great opportunity. They still need a couple more offensive linemen and another linebacker. But then they're showing that they're going for these guys and they're flipping them over and turning them over and bringing them here to Austin.
Yeah, still work to be done, but it's crazy because Texas, again, I don't think anybody viewed this as a realistic possibility. Even the pretty optimistic Longhorn fans who were trying to stay the course throughout the course of last week. I don't know if anyone thought the number 1 portal class was a possibility. And again, it's not over yet, right? There are still plenty of transfers available. You know, Indiana, Texas Tech, a number of these other schools are going to continue to add to their rosters as well. But I don't think Texas is done either. Right? There are still some holes that need to be filled on this Longhorns roster. But, I mean, what a job that the Texas staff has done. And it's clear, Buck, they had a plan. They had a plan. I don't know if everything's gone according to plan, but they were trying to thin their roster. They were trying to shed some money. They felt like they had a chance to bring in some of the biggest fish in this portal class, and clearly they were right.
Yeah, the 2 running backs that really kind of solidifies that room with then Christian Clark and, and Cooper and Simon. That makes that a really a room that a couple guys can continue to grow, young guys can continue to grow unless they decide to leave. Other than that, it's just now the receiver room. Now you have a true number 1 receiver that can actually catch the football. And now you got a number 2 receiver that's pretty doggone good, even though he can be inconsistent at times. You don't have to put everything on that guy. He may even play better not being the number 1 guy,
Yeah, maybe. And Christian Clark, by the way, did leave yesterday.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. That came out after the Hollywood Smothers report came out. So,
well, now you got 2 other young, like you say, you got 2. Now you still have the 2 young guys if they're still here. I mean, I was going to say they all can't leave, but that ain't true either.
Right. Yeah, it's disappointing. I mean, I wanted Christian Clark to stick around. I think most Texas fans wanted Christian Clark to stick around. But unfortunately, he opted not to do so. So there were reports last week that he had agreed to a deal with Texas for the 2026 season, but had not signed that deal. And again, once the Longhorns brought in another running back in the portal yesterday, a guy who's more proven and is more experienced and will be ahead of Christian Clark on the depth chart, or would have been ahead of Christian Clark on the depth chart. Once that news dropped yesterday, the reports came out that Clark was going to explore other options. So a bit of a disappointment, but again, these are the tough decisions that Texas is making where they are trying to go all in on 2026, and they don't want to pay guys to maybe turn into great players. They're trying to pay guys who they know are already great players.
Yeah, and as I said, this is where you can lean on your recruiting, your local knowledge of running backs in the area that want to come, and you're going to need guys. The defense needs to have guys go down there and help them out, and they can't be slouches going down there because they're going to run against some of the better running backs in the country in the SEC. So you got to have those other guys, and those other guys can make the team. I mean, the team is 105, so now those guys can travel. They can go help the defense. They can still continue to get better, because these guys, who knows how long they'll be around here for 1 year and be gone.
Right.
After
And
years, they're out.
Yeah. I mean, Raleek Brown, the former Arizona State running back, has 1 year of eligibility remaining.
Right.
Hollywood Smothers does have 2 years of eligibility remaining, but he could go pro after 2026. And I hope he has a good enough season to where he at least considers taking his talents to the next level.
Yeah, I hope he has a good season and he stays the following year and has a dynamic season.
That'd be nice. That'd be very nice. But look, these are 1 year contracts. That's how it works nowadays. Sure. That's why you're seeing, I mean, Buck, there's more than 3,500 players in the transfer portal. And that number continues to go up because the portal's open for another week. There's going to be 4,000 or 5,000 players who enter the portal throughout college football. And a large part of that is because, these are basically 1 year contracts that these guys are signing, and they're looking for other opportunities and other payments elsewhere.
Oh yeah, Miami had to be, after that game, must have a couple guys looking to get out of there.
Yeah, they
can see the writing on the wall. Find me a couple of those offensive linemen.
Saw a couple of Ole Miss guys, including an offensive lineman, hit the portal over the weekend. Yeah. Obviously, you still have one more game to be played in college football, and the two teams who are in the national championship, Indiana and Miami, their players will get an extended deadline, obviously, after that game takes place next Monday, to put their name in the portal. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of guys. This is sort of a dead period, Monday to Wednesday. Nobody can visit campuses these next 3 days. Coaches can still recruit, so it's not your stereotypical dead period where you're not allowed to contact anybody. You could still contact players, but right now there's no visits going on. But that doesn't mean there won't be any news for these next few days. And then, friendly reminder, just because the portal itself closes at the end of the week, guys can still commit after the portal closes. So the news is going to continue throughout the country into next weekend, into next week.
Some schools have made decisions on National Signing Day too, what they're looking, so they're still working.
Like the high school National Signing Day?
There is a National Signing Day. You told me that last week.
It does still exist.
Yes, you told me that they have one next week for February, so
guys
are still working.
Yeah, the staff is still getting after it. And look, the job's not finished for Texas. They still need some offensive linemen. I would like for them to add another linebacker. I'd like for them to add another defensive back.
Yes.
They could go. I want to get greedy. I mean, they could go with another edge rusher if they would like. I would not be opposed. And I know they've hosted a couple on campus in recent days. So there's work left to be done. But again, it feels like a total 180 with the vibe around this program and with Texas fans everywhere. Felt like the sky was falling for a lot of last week. And now feels like everyone's on cloud 9.
Yeah, I mean, getting Cam Coleman was just, that's amazing.
That's where it starts right there. And not only to get Cam Coleman, but the teams you beat to get Cam Coleman.
Yes.
Right? I mean, you beat 2 in-state rivals, Texas A&M, obviously one of your biggest rivals, and then Texas Tech, who they don't lose a lot of these battles these days. Forever, Buck, beating Texas Tech in a recruiting battle was not that big of a deal. But nowadays, that is a big deal to beat Texas.
Yeah, I just think it seemed like for that particular player, it just seemed like a better business decision to go somewhere where he knows who the quarterback, he can see it. He doesn't have to say, I wonder how that other guy is. He was okay at Cincinnati, but this is another step up for him, but and to know what Arch Manning presents for him, he presents a little bit more cash for him to up his stock, I believe, in the NFL.
Right. Yeah, and there are reports that came out yesterday after Cam Coleman announced his decision that said Texas did not have the highest financial offer on the table. Now, I'm sure the Longhorns are still paying Cam Coleman a ton of money to be here.
Yeah, but like I said, it's such a business decision. You're gonna have to play that final year, and you don't want to get your head taken off by somebody that you don't know can. Now you know a guy who can let it out, who's gotten better over the year, who can make you some more money.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think there were more factors at play here. And again, we talked about it, and the reports were that money was not the biggest thing that mattered to Cam Coleman throughout this process. And I do think Arch Manning had a lot to do with it. I also think Steve Sarkisian had a lot to do with it.
You've seen what the wide receivers have been like here.
Right. I mean, you look at Adonai Mitchell, the way he came in and played in his 1 year in Austin as a transfer. You look at Matthew Golden, the way he came in and played in his 1 year in Austin as a transfer. And then obviously, I mean, Sark has a track record of developing first-round wide receivers that goes well beyond his time here in the ATX. Sure. So I think that played a part in Cam Coleman's decision as well. So, yeah, coach, an offensive-minded coach who's had a bunch of success at his current place, who has a track record of developing your position, plus you're catching passes from the Heisman favorite at quarterback. I absolutely think you're right, Buck, that those two things very much mattered in this recruitment.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great job by those guys pulling that off.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't have thought that was going to happen during the weekend.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think when asked about it, I talked about like 60% confidence with Cam Coleman. But again, I mean, anytime Texas Tech is involved, you get a little worried. Alabama's got some money too, and he's from the state of Alabama. So you're thinking, all right, maybe he just wants to play close to home. A&M has money and resources, and they've
had success with portal wide receivers.
Right. They just had two incredibly successful portal wide receiver stories in 2025. So, yeah, I mean, you were going up against some fierce competition. And, again, with the way things had been trending for Texas, I think a lot of Longhorn fans are like, oh, I mean, we've got nothing but bad news, so we're probably going to get more bad news with this one. And Texas stayed the course. It was kind of a long and windy road. Maybe we got to give the Texas basketball team some credit, because Cam Coleman was in Tuscaloosa at that game on Saturday night, and he watched the Longhorns go into T-Town and pull off the upset as a 13.5-point dog.
The Pope must have went to Mass. Wow.
Yeah, the Pope had a great day. We'll obviously dive into that win a little bit more in detail, but maybe Texas basketball deserves a little bit of love. Maybe Cam Coleman was like, you know what, whoever wins this game, that's where I'm going to go. And Texas won, so he's here in Austin now. Probably not.
Telling everybody at Bama, that's my team. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm not going there.
No, you guys can't beat this Texas basketball team.
Really?
Not happening here. But, I mean, Cam Coleman, look, he was the top portal target from day one. And this guy is a monster. 6'3", just over 200 pounds. Put up more than 1,300 yards and 13 touchdowns in his first 2 years at Auburn, playing with average at best quarterback play. I feel like I'm being nice calling Peyton Thorne and Jackson Arnold average, Buck.
Yeah, that was subpar quarterbacking for them.
Obviously, awful coaching, because Hugh Freeze got canned. I mean, the guy was spending more time on the golf course than he was actually. Have you invited Hugh Freeze to play around with the Texas Cheaters? I feel like he'd be perfect for y'all.
Think he'd move his ball around a little bit?
Of course.
Would he find it every time in the woods? Like, I got it. Here it is. It's the white ball.
Right. And it's somehow on the fairway.
Yeah, he'd be pretty good.
He'd be pretty good with you there. But
you got to keep your eye on a guy like that.
Oh, 100%. 100%. This dude with average quarterback play and below average coaching put up gaudy numbers. And I think my favorite part about Cam Coleman, Buck, and why he's such a difference maker for this offense, he gets open on his own.
Yes.
Like, you have a coach who does a great job of scheming receivers open. We know that. It's a big part of why Sark was hired in the first place. But this is a guy who can win one-on-ones consistently by himself.
Oh, yeah.
Where you don't have to worry about disguises or stack formations or putting him in motion or things like that to get him the rock. He's going to find ways to get the rock by himself, and that makes life a lot easier for an offense.
He wins a lot of those 50-50 balls, too.
He does.
He gets them.
Yeah, he does. He absolutely does.
Now, he'll drop one every once in a while. Sometimes has some inconsistency when he's wide-ass open. I've seen him drop passes before.
Yep.
But I also see him go and make tough catches down low. Just go down there and get the ball. He knows when to use his body. He knows when to get down and hit the ground and not try to make some goofy catch on the run low. He's good at what he does. He really is.
No, you're right. I mean, he's not a perfect
No.
receiver. He's not a completely finished product now. He has had some drop problems, and I know Texas fans hear that. They're like, oh, here we go again. But, I mean, like you said, this guy turns 50-50 balls into 80-20 balls.
Yes, he does.
And he can make catches outside of his frame. He attacks the football when it's in the air. And he's got the size at 6'3", 200. He's incredibly strong, but he's also fast. Like, he's a vertical threat down the field too.
Fly.
I And because of that, like defensive backs have to respect his ability over the top. So that can open things up for him, underneath and on the boundary as well. And yeah, I mean, I just think of this
This
wide
ought to help the
receiver
other
room.
dude an awful lot. I mean, he can control the middle of the field now. He doesn't have to worry about going post routes. He can work that middle, 15, 20-yard area, sit in zones, make some easy catch and throws, play a lot of catchy catch this summer.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think of, it's not just Cam Coleman, right? You look at the entire Texas wide receiver room. I mean, Ryan Wingo, again, frustrating at times because of the drops, but he was still a second team all SEC player in 2025. Right. Emmett Mosley, knock on wood, he could stay healthy for an entire year, but he looked very impressive in his first season on the 40 acres. Like that top three is as good as anybody in college football.
Yes, for sure.
So,
that's the best. That's the best wide receiver room in football right now.
Right. Now you've got a true number one with Cam Coleman. You've got a number two who would be a number one on a lot of teams in Ryan Wingo.
Yes.
And you've got Emmett Mosley going into his third year of college ball with two pretty productive seasons under his belt, one at Stanford and one at Texas. And then you've got some young guys waiting in the wings too, which is great. Hopefully Khalil Lockett sticks around and Dalen McCutcheon sticks around. You've got a 5-star Jermaine Bishop coming in. But like just that top three, your starting crop of wideouts can rival anybody in the sport.
Yeah, I think Sark's going to have about 5 guys this year he can count on. In
terms of receivers?
Yeah, where they're playing a lot.
Yeah, I hope. I mean, they don't rotate guys there that often. That's well documented. But look, 12-game season, you only have one bye in 2026. You've got 9 conference games. You've got Ohio State in week 2. Like, you're going to need your depth to be there. So it's imperative that those younger guys are ready to go when their numbers are called upon. But yeah, I mean, I hope so. Look, I mean, Khalil Lockett played pretty well in the bowl game. Dalen McCutcheon did not, but he did enough to impress the coaching staff to where he was on the field week 1 against Ohio State in his first collegiate game. I love Jermaine Bishop's tape. Like, there's clearly talent in that room. Chris Jackson obviously back coaching him up. It should be, I mean, when Phil Steele's new magazine comes out, he does those position unit rankings every
that'll be
year.
number 1.
I'd be, Ohio State's always in the mix. We'll see what they have. Jeremiah Smith is coming back. That guy's the best receiver in America, so that helps. And they always have some dudes. But Texas will be right there. I mean, at worst, Texas is number 2, I think, in that department. So,
no doubt.
Great. It's going all in for your quarterback, Arch Manning. For sure.
Some offensive linemen.
Now you need some offense. Yeah, you're spending all this money on star power, which is great. You need those guys too. But now you got to make sure you have enough time to, get them the football.
Well, that, and you still want to make your running game where there's actual holes.
Yep.
Like you saw against Michigan, where there were guys can run through a hole that's made by the offensive line.
For sure. For sure. And that's, I mean, now Texas has 2 top 5 portal running backs, Buck. I didn't think this was a possibility. Like, I thought, okay, Raleek Brown's the guy. Fine. That's a very good pickup. And, you've got him and Christian Clark and Derek Cooper, and maybe you'll add somebody else from the portal just for some competition and whatever. But they go and get the number 2 back from the portal who was already committed to Alabama, and they convince him to flip.
And that's crazy because Alabama needed a running back in a bad way.
Right. And they've got money and resources and pedigree and tradition too. And I didn't think there was any chance. I didn't think Texas had a shot with Hollywood Smothers even before he committed to Bama, right? It's not like he visited last weekend and then decided to commit to Bama. Like, he didn't even visit.
That's a pretty good combination because Smothers got a little bit more power than the other kid.
He does. Yeah. 5'11", 195, still, not huge for a running back, but he does.
He runs big for a little guy.
Yeah, breaks some tackles, has a little bit more power than Raleek Brown. I mean, it's not your stereotypical thunder and lightning thing.
No, he's not a 220 guy, no, and he won't be probably.
But it's, I mean, if it's lightning and lightning, I don't give a shit. It's 2 great running backs.
No kidding.
Like, that's the one position. And look, I think wide receiver is another one. I think there's a couple of others that you could make this case for, but there is no position that is turned around more from 25 to 26 than running back.
For sure.
And Sark, I mean, it was a talking point on this show and on every show that covers Texas football and at every water cooler. and every office that contains people who support Texas football. The Longhorn running game was not good enough.
No,
And they knew it. What do you say, Buck? You knew it. I knew it. The American people knew it.
Everybody knew it.
And they weren't just happy with one top 5 running back. They got 2.
Yeah, that's a great combination of what those two bring too.
Yeah, and they're both first-team all-conference guys this year.
Lots of experience. They'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, Malik Brown, 1,100 yards at Arizona State, first-team All-Big 12, and then Hollywood Smothers. What a great name that is. They got to sell jerseys, but just with Hollywood on the back, not with Smothers.
Yeah.
Not that Smothers is a bad last name. Like that's a good one too for a football player, but Hollywood's what you're looking for.
Yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. That's gonna be a fun group to watch.
Yeah, 939 rushing yards, 6 yards a carry. Also had 37 catches.
You watch the screen game become really big in this offense.
Yeah,
you thought it would not. You thought the quick screen. What do you see the running back screens that they're going to come up with?
right. That's it, and that was missing with Texas in 2025.
You are missing hammer hands, though.
I'm not. I mean, yeah, I guess technically we're missing him because he's not going to be here.
Yes.
Hammer hands, by the way, committed to Bill Belichick in North Carolina over the weekend.
Good place to go to die.
Well, he's like a 19-year-old kid. You're putting him in the ground?
Well, career-wise.
Oh, for his career to die. All right. Yeah, that was not a
college
great
career. That thing ain't going to get any better.
That was not a great first year for Chapel Bill, was it?
No, it was not.
No, but I'm telling you, Jordan Hudson's going to take over, and things are going to look up for them.
He's going to get more involved this year, you mean?
I hope. I'm telling you, man, my conspiracy is she was wearing a headset all last year too, but I hope she's like calling plays for them.
She's going to do a better job, or she's going to be out.
They're all going to be out.
Yes, they're trying. I think they've been trying to get that thing out.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. The running back screen game, you're right. You're right. I mean, it was a weapon. Trey Wisner and Jaden Blue both had 40-plus catches when Texas, won 2 playoff games and played for the SEC title in 2024. And this year, Trey Wisner led the Texas backfield with 22 catches. So half of that, just one guy got over 20 catches.
Yeah, and they're willing guys on pass routes and stuff. They like to catch. They like obviously when you see them play, you watch film of them, they're the guys that they love to get linebackers, the one-on-one where they go against a linebacker and the linebacker has to play catch up once they catch the ball, because those two guys, I know the one guy from Arizona State that he makes you miss if you're a linebacker. You're chasing him.
They can go.
Yeah.
They can go. And that was the fear. Like a lot of Texas fans, I think, were a bit nervous after Hollywood Smothers committed yesterday. It's like, well, what about Malik Brown? Like, is he going to be okay with being here with another top 5 transfer running back? And right away, reports came out that said, nope, he's fine. He's locked in. He's coming. It's all good.
Yeah, he's trying to set himself up to have a career in the NFL as a specialist, as a guy that, third down can come in and make plays against linebackers. He knows gets in this offense, he's going to get some great opportunities to do that. The screen game, show his skills in the screen game. He knows this is good for him. He may not get as many carries, but he's sure going to get a variety of things that'll make him a better NFL player.
For sure. And I think he'll have a big role in this offense. I think both of those guys will have a big role in this offense because at its core, I mean, Steve Sarkisian wants the strength of his offense to be running the football.
Yes.
That's what he's always been about. And he's clearly not happy with the way his run game performed this past season. And honestly, it's been on a bit of a downward trend as a whole the last couple of years compared to what it was in the first 3 years of the Steve Sarkisian era. So he wants to go back to his identity. And obviously bringing in 2 proven.
Yeah, it seems like he brought in 2 guys that really fit what he wants to do, too.
Yeah.
Not just bringing in just not number 1 portal guys, but for a reason that fit exactly what he's trying to do offensively and with his quarterback.
Yeah, what a pivot for Texas, too. After missing out on Jaden Ball, he was obviously their top target. Ball never entered the portal, stayed at Florida. People were wondering, myself included, where Texas was going to go at running back, and pretty nice pivot, bringing in 2
absolutely
of the top 5. And Texas hasn't had a 1-2 punch at running back like this since Bijan and Rojo. Now, neither of these guys are Bijan. I don't know if anybody in the world is Bijan, but you haven't had a 1-2 punch like this in a while. And now you just have to get some big uglies up front to block
You
for.
still have to do that. You can't just get anybody. I know they're going to try the best they can, but they've talked, the running backs and the wide receiver, they're going to have to get a big old kid that they can talk into it, a really good player out of some of these teams. Obviously they have guys on their list. They're going to have to get number 1, number 2, or number 3. They can't settle just for a big body because they're a big body. They got to get a player.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they still need 2 at minimum offensive linemen. I hope it's 3. If it's 4, I wouldn't be too upset either, but they've got to add more to that room. Did get some good news yesterday. We'll talk more about this in a moment, but Trevor Goosby officially announced that he is returning.
That's awesome.
Also, Connor Robertson will be returning for 2026 as well. So we'll talk about those bits of news, more on Texas's top-ranked portal class, and more on what is still to come for the Longhorns. But before we dive back in, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
If you're seeking out specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, love those dudes. We're dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Love Texas Orthopedics. Also, a shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. I saw my guy Adam a couple of times this weekend. It's a good dude. Big Longhorn fan, big TSU supporter. You see the Buck rocking a TSU lid this morning. All of our merch, our hats, our shirts, our stickers, our signs, everything that we have to rep our brand was made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Local company based right here in South Austin. They can get you whatever you need, and they can get it to you very quickly. So if you have a business that needs stuff, if you have a big event coming up that needs stuff, reach out to Adam, 512-300-9641. You can shoot him a DM on Instagram at Waterloo Printing.
Boy, oh boy, I'm glad the Aggies didn't get any of these dudes.
Yeah, well, they're still bringing in some dudes, but thankfully they did not get the dude.
Now, out of their 2 receivers, are both of them gone? They're both goners, aren't they?
No.
Oh, Craven's
and also
back.
they just added Zay Horton from Alabama, who was a top receiver for the Crimson Tide this past season. He entered the portal, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, that means Cam Coleman's coming to Alabama." And no, he's just out. And after the Aggies missed out on Cam Coleman, they pivoted to Isaiah Horton. So,
who's their quarterback going to get decapitated? Cravers is back again, right?
I believe Craver is back again. Yes. I think Concepcion is off to the NFL. Got to double check that. But
it makes sense for him to be gone anyway. He doesn't need to do anything more with his numbers anyway.
Right. I mean, Craver was only a sophomore this year, so he can't go to the NFL. Yeah. So the Aggies are going to have good receivers, but they don't have the number 1 receiver in the portal. That guy was their top target too, and he chose Texas over Texas A&M. But yeah, the Aggies didn't waste much time after missing out on their top target. They bring in Isaiah Horton, who is, again, pretty talented as well. So the game between the Longhorns and Aggies is always fun. It will be very fun this year.
Just another win, that's all.
Just another win. It's what it is every season, isn't it?
Just another win.
Just another win. Hey, centextickets.com if you want to go to that game. I know it's
yes, sir.
A long ways away. Hey, Texas and Texas A&M basketball are playing this weekend here. That works. In Austin, Saturday night. Also, Texas basketball is playing Vanderbilt on Wednesday. 2 home games for the Longhorns as they return following that big win at Alabama. If you want to be at either of those games or any game all season, men's or women's basketball, Centex Tickets has you covered. Plus concert tickets, festival tickets, comedy shows, Broadway shows, you name it. Any event coming to our city or anywhere in the great state of Texas, there's only one place you need to look to find your seats. That is centextickets.com. And do not forget to use the promo code CENTEX10. You type that in at checkout, you will get 10% off of any ticket purchase at any time from our friends at centextickets.com.
Love it.
All right. So mentioned it a moment ago, Buck. Trevor Goosby officially announcing that he is returning to the Longhorns for the 2026 season. We've hinted towards that for a while. I think the writing's kind of been on the wall for a while, and the university has felt very good about this for a while, but it's nice that it is official. And I'm just thinking, Buck, Texas might have 4 first-rounders in the 2027 NFL draft. Right? Like, Trevor Goosby could have left now and potentially been a first rounder in 2026, but he's coming back with another great year. I think he's a lock to be a first round pick. Arch Manning at quarterback, another guy who could have left now. Thankfully, he's not, but even though it wasn't the most consistent year for Arch, he would still be a first round pick if he left. So I think he's a lock for 27. I think Colin Simmons is a lock.
No doubt.
And then Cam Coleman.
Oh, yeah, you've got 4. You're right.
That's 4 right there at minimum, maybe with a chance at 5 or 6.
Yeah, so I mean, you got to see how he ends up.
Right. I mean, Ryan Wingo potentially could get there. I think on the outside looking in for him right now. Jelani McDonald with the sensational year perhaps has a chance.
Yeah, they have those impact players now. I mean, those real impact players that are, first and second team dudes.
Yeah.
High draft choices. This is the kind of year that you want. Like I said, just get those offensive linemen and get yourself a linebacker. Find maybe another defensive back and go to town and let these other guys develop. Because if you don't get any impact offensive linemen from here on, if you just get a bunch of guys, it's going to make me think that the line coach has talked the head coach into something again for 2 straight years.
Right.
And you can't have that. You can't have this kind of offensive skill positions with that particular offensive line. I know folks are all excited about what happened in the Michigan game, and they did get better. I got you. But you're now trying to win a national championship. That's not a national championship offensive line. That's not going to do it.
No, 2 of those guys who played against Michigan are gone. So you're already a bit shorthanded because DJ Campbell and Cole Hudson are out of eligibility.
You'll be looking at the quarterback, blaming it on the quarterback when he's running for his life again.
Right. Yeah. And look, the good news is Texas doesn't need a left tackle. That's the most important position. That's the hardest position and the most expensive position to fill. So not having to go to the portal for a left tackle is massive for Texas.
Certainly is.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They still have work to do. They got the commitment from Dylan Sikorsky at Oregon State on Friday, but he's not a guaranteed plug-and-play starter. He's some nice depth. And he's a guy with 3 years of eligibility remaining, so hopefully a guy who can develop into a really good starter. But you need some guys that are going to be good enough to help your running backs and, most importantly, protect your quarterback.
For sure.
That was portal need number 1 for Texas.
Yes, it was.
They needed some other things that they filled, and they've upgraded, obviously, in some spots that upgrades are always acceptable. But the number 1 area that they need to address is the offensive line. That was the case from day 1, and it is still the case now.
It's still the case, yes. It is still, no matter what you've done. And great receivers, nice running backs, a nice linebacker. But the number 1 thing you needed to do this year was make sure you took care of the offensive line. You have to. Yeah,
and they will. They will. I mean, I think you have to give this coaching staff the benefit of the doubt with the way the last couple of days have gone, right? They missed out on those Michigan kids, which sucked. This whole narrative would be a lot different. All of last week would have been a lot different if they were able to get those 2 Michigan offensive linemen to come to Texas. It didn't happen. Both of those guys stayed home. It's tough to recruit against the school that they are just coming from because they have lives there. They have friends there. They are comfortable there. And, I mean, we're talking about Michigan. They've got money and pedigree and resources and all of those things. So, big bummer there. But there are still, again, other options who are already available in the portal and some guys who have yet to enter who I think will be instant upgrades for Texas there. So we'll see what happens. One name to know is Mikey Bennett. Talked about him a couple of times last week. Yale transfer, Buck.
Oh, got rid of Dartmouth.
Well, the offensive line, considering how many penalties they had, I'll take some smarts up there.
You need a Yaley, yeah. Why not?
This Yaley was honorable mention All-American at the FCS level.
There you go.
Last year, 2-time All-Ivy League.
Come on, Yaley.
I mean, he's on a visit to Oregon right now. So he's been to Texas, which is good, but Florida State's interested. Indiana's interested. Oregon is interested. I don't know if Florida State should be in this conversation, but obviously Indiana and Oregon are two very good teams that
he's already got his degree probably.
Yeah, Yaley right there.
Yeah, he's got his degree. He just
wanted
to make a little bit of coin here, Yale.
For sure. Absolutely. And he's a guy with a ton of experience, multi-year starter at Yale. Also did not have a penalty this year for the Bulldogs.
Wow.
You know how nice that sounds? An offensive lineman who's good.
We don't worry about that here. That's all going to change. Sark's going to be more involved now, remember? He's already got a defensive head coach, so now he's going to be involved in the day-to-day activities of the offensive line and penalties.
He didn't say that.
He didn't?
No.
It sounded like he should have.
He did say, hiring a defensive head coach is going to give him more time to focus on the offense, but I don't think he mentioned the word penalties. And
well, he probably should.
Probably should, because Texas has been way too penalized the last 3 years, honestly. I mean, people didn't talk about it that much because they made the playoff in 23 and 24, but they still
that's one of the things Sark won't be able to say. You know how he talks about, every game is a game unto itself. And we can always go, yeah, every game you have a bunch of freaking penalties. Every game, coach. You know
what I say to that? Every dumbass is a dumbass into itself.
There you go. If he gives you that one, every game is
there was some dumbassery on Texas with the penalties that they were.
There've been games where we only had 6 guys. Come on now. Or 5. And there's been games where we had 12 or 13.
It's got to change.
Every game is different.
It's got to change. I mean, Texas, again, it's not just a 2025 problem, although the Longhorns did finish the year second to last in the country in terms of penalties per game. But I think they were 99th in penalties per game in 2024, and they were in like the 70s or 80s in 2023. So it's a bad trend.
That's not a good stat to have. That's not good. That's not what you want to be known for.
No, it's not. And it hurts you against Ohio State. It hurts you against Florida. Hurts you against Georgia. Like, you lose these games, a lot of it has to do with you pointing the gun right at your own feet.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I would love for that to change. So, yeah, bringing in a Yaley,
very nice,
an Ivy League guy on the offensive line who, again, can play, but also doesn't commit a lot of penalties. That would be very nice. I would like that a lot. So that's one name to know. That's a guy who has visited Texas already. That's sort of
already been on campus.
Already been on campus, yeah. But again, he's not just coming to Austin, right? He's already been to Florida State and Indiana as well, and he, I think, is in Oregon today or is making his way to Eugene today.
He's probably here when the hot weather was here, because being from where he is in Yale, that's cold.
Right.
Is he from there? Is he from that area?
Let me look that up. I guess actually he can't visit today because you can't be visiting campuses today through Wednesday. So he'll go to Oregon later this week. He is from Atlanta.
Oh, so he's fine with the weather.
Yeah. Is it cold in Atlanta? I thought it was warm in Atlanta.
It gets cold there. They get some cold weather. This time of year, it's not, these games are in the dome there. They're not played outside, as you see.
That's true. It's a good point. Shout out to our guy Noe for the super chat this morning.
Noe.
Man, thank you, Noe. Appreciate the good vibes on a Monday. Connor Robertson, by the way, is coming back to Texas, which is good news. I would not be opposed to Texas finding an upgrade at center if he's out there, but Connor Robertson at minimum gives you some depth on the offensive line.
Yeah, and he knows this offense. And
he knows this offense.
Yes.
And he just raises the floor of Kyle Flood's group, I think, is a good way to describe him. And look, the Texas offensive line got significantly better when he was inserted into the starting lineup. And it allowed Cole Hudson to go back to left guard. I mean, that was a revolving door there before that move happened. So Connor Robertson was great and helped Texas field its best 5 up front every Saturday. But again, if you can find an upgrade, I would not be opposed. But happy that he's back. It's a very selfless decision.
Those last 3 or 4 games, the continuity of that offensive line got a little bit better. They still didn't move a lot of people. They didn't make a lot of holes for the run game, but they protected better. The communications got better.
Yeah, it all got better. It all got better, but that group was out there for the Georgia game, Buck.
Oh, I know. Oh,
And,
yeah.
and that was not good, right? They were great against A&M. They were great against Michigan. They were great against Arkansas, which,
They
I
were,
mean, look,
they were okay against Ohio State in the first game.
no, they were not. They were awful against Ohio State.
They kind of held their own. I thought
No,
they didn't get mauled.
it
They
wasn't
didn't
their
get
worst performance of the year.
Well, yeah, it was. Then they get it once again. When I say first game, that can go anyway.
Right.
You know,
Right. Now you're right. That wasn't their worst performance
they would
of
if
the
they would have
year.
played Ohio State, say game 3, it'd have been a little bit different with the way Ohio State was rolling. So, but yeah, they physically they didn't get tossed around, or they get except for Georgia, they get tossed and Florida.
Florida killed them.
Yes.
I mean, they got tossed around by a lot of teams this year.
Yeah, not even the good ones. They didn't make any holes. They didn't do anything for the running backs to puncture through.
Man,
Which makes the running backs look kind of subpar too.
Yeah, that's the point of this entire conversation is that there were too many moments this year where just Texas didn't get good protection up front for the run game, for the pass game, for any of it. So that's why finding upgrades is imperative. But I mean, I'll give Connor Robertson credit. Like, it's a selfless move by him. He's already graduated. I don't think Connor Robertson's an NFL guy. I don't think that's his plan. So he could have transferred somewhere else, maybe to try to play his final year of college football. I had heard he was considering transferring to LinkedIn, Buck, and applying for a job.
There you go.
He's already got a degree from the University of Texas. Super smart kid, well-connected, from Austin. So it's like they could make some good money in the workforce right out of school. And
they all want to give it a shot in the pros. So you got to have a good year. So he come back for another, see if he can get a good year in there.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. If he does have a great season, he I guess could. I don't think he's an NFL guy regardless of what he does, but maybe he's keeping the dream alive.
Hey, everybody could use a center.
Everybody could use a center, definitely. But yeah, that offensive line against Georgia, because that's the team that's obviously been killing you. I mean, so is Ohio State, but the team that you have to beat in your conference to win conference championships is Georgia. And the 5 guys you had with the revamped offensive line still weren't good enough to win the line of scrimmage against Georgia. So upgrades are necessary. And again, I think the coaching staff realizes that. I don't think they're trying to run it back with what they had. And now that is the number one focal point. Like, you direct pretty much all of your resources to getting that taken care of because you've been able to take care of so many other things in recent days.
It's always been your focal point. We knew that from the get last year. We'd been saying that. That's it. Just add to what you have. You got some good things going on right now. Don't take a back seat now. Just picking up a couple Yaleys and Dartmouths and Princeton dudes.
Job's not finished. This Yaley is good. I like this Yaley. I hope they pick up this Yaley.
Hey, the Dartmouth was good too.
Dartmouth was fine, but
he made a good decision getting the hell out of here.
Yeah, we upgraded from Dartmouth, so I'm okay with losing Dartmouth now. We still have to upgrade on the offensive line, For
sure.
It's got to happen. We'll see. Some other good news for Texas. We haven't spent too much time talking about Rasheem Biles, but Saturday night, Texas got some very good news in the portal. Rasheem Biles, the second-ranked linebacker in the portal, committed to Texas. Second team All-ACC in 2025. How about these numbers this past season, Buck? 101 tackles, 17 tackles for a loss, which was second in the ACC, 4.5 sacks. He had 2 pick sixes, a fumble return for a touchdown, 2 forced fumbles, and 4 PBUs.
Dude, that cost you some money to get him.
Well, we'll take it. They had some money to spend.
Yeah.
That's why you're freeing up. I mean, Texas has basically made the decision, we're going to let unproven walk for proven, and we're going to let good go for great.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the philosophy change that they have clearly made. And it's some tough decisions that they had to make, letting some guys go. And in a perfect world, you have your cake and you eat it too. You keep some guys and you still add the guys that you added. But that's not how this works anymore. So that's the decision they made. They totally revamped their philosophy. And, hey, they were okay letting Leonga Lafau go because they felt like they could upgrade there. And they did.
He's a bigger body too, isn't he?
Not really. 6'1", 220. Not a
Oh,
big
yeah, about
body.
the same, yeah.
Yeah, at linebacker. But again, a multi-year starter, second team all-conference this past year, and he's a rental, by the way, with 1 year of eligibility remaining. But Texas added another linebacker on Friday. We haven't even talked about this. They added a kid, Justin Cryer, from Florida State.
Yeah, that's right.
Who's from Texas, started 10 games for the Seminoles last year. Not as accomplished, not as many skins on the wall, but a guy who's played a lot of games in a Power 4 conference.
He's lost a lot of games.
He has lost a lot of games. Hopefully he doesn't bring that with him.
No, he's lost a lot of games.
Spending some time at Florida State the last couple of years, but he was there when they were undefeated in 2023.
There you go.
So he was a part of a winning team, and he did log some snaps that season. But Justin Cryer coming in from Katy, 6'1", 240, so a bit of a bigger body at linebacker.
Reed.
He's downhill. He's physical. He's violent. He's more of an early down guy. He's not your coverage in space guy. He is going to help, I think, with the run defense on first and second down. And, with Will Muschamp, you're looking for more physicality. You're looking for more violence. You're looking for more aggression.
Yeah, they need a little edge guy now. They need a couple guys off the edge.
I think so. I think they could use one more edge. They have Colin Simmons. They were able to talk Zena Umeozulu out of the portal. He's coming back to Texas, which is good. Younger guy who can develop. But they hosted Wendell Gregory. Speaking of Florida State, no, he didn't start at Florida State. Started at South Carolina and then transferred to Oklahoma State. Played with the Cowboys this past year.
He's lost a lot of games too.
He did lose a lot of games. Yeah, he did. Hey, South Carolina was really good the year he played 2 years ago.
Yeah, that's 2 years ago, right?
But he didn't play. He redshirted that year, didn't play much, but was a part of that team. Transferred to Okie Light this past season. And
learned how to lose.
Yeah, lost.
Now he's coming with a winner. Good.
Did lose a lot of games. But 12 TFLs and 4 sacks this past season as
they're going to need a blitzing guy who can just take off and go.
Well, they have Colin Simmons. They got one of the best pass rushers in America.
Yeah, they need somebody that's off the ball a little bit that can come and take care of running backs and get around those dudes and get to the quarterback too.
And that would help. And Justin Cryer might be that guy. Rasheem Biles might be that guy. I wouldn't be shocked if Texas added one more linebacker in the portal. They're still interested in Cal's Cade Uluave, who, is taking visits around the country. And
that's right. We talked about him on Friday.
Right. And people are wondering, could Texas get both? People assumed, whether it was Texas or somebody else, those top 2 linebackers available were going to end up at different schools. So I think a lot of people thought that, okay, Biles is here. That means Uluave is going somewhere else. But I don't know.
It's true. They're on a heater. They're on a heater right now.
They're on a heater. They just signed 2 top 5 running backs. Nobody thought they were going to do that. So maybe nothing's off the table for Texas. They have pushed their chips in to the center.
Go get a cornerback while you're at it.
They got Bo Masco. They got a corner.
Oh, that's right. We got Rutgers. We got Yale and Rutgers. Nice.
Yale and Rutgers, baby. Hey, look at where some of the guys who were about to win a national championship for Indiana played.
Oh, where they started their careers? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's Texas and a lot of teams are trying to mimic Indiana, which is the craziest thing ever.
They're coached extremely well. They don't have a lot of penalties.
No, they're coached extremely well, of course. The job Kurt Cignetti has done is second to none. I think it's the best turnaround in college football history. But they're not signing top 5 recruiting classes out of high school. They are letting guys get paid to develop elsewhere. And then, okay, hey, once you're proven, you're coming here and you're going to win.
Yeah, I love the way he said, you got to be proven. We don't just take anybody.
Yeah.
We're not looking for numbers.
It's a bunch of 21, 22, 23-year-olds on their roster. That helps. You've got mature guys who are developed, who already know what it's like to play college football. It's what's working. And again, that is the conscious change. This was no accident. Texas letting all of these younger guys go in the portal. Again, they would have loved to have kept him if they could, but they're not going to pay guys to sit on the bench. They were hamstrung in 2025 by paying so many guys in that number 1 recruiting class out of high school to not play. And they're basically saying, we made a mistake. This is not how college football works anymore. It used to be you want to throw all of your eggs into the high school basket.
Right.
But
Oh, yeah.
that's not how it works anymore. So I don't think you're going to see Texas bring in close to 30
And by the
top
way,
flight
it
high school
doesn't
kids.
work that way with linemen either. I thought maybe that was the one position that it may work out, offensive lineman. It's not going to work that way either.
No, you want adults.
Yes.
You want guys who can crack open a cold beer after practice legally.
Yes, you're right.
That's what I'm looking for. Have one with the coach after a game when you're watching film. Do you ever do that with anyone? Is that legal? It's probably not legal still, right?
They just won't do it. It's probably legal, but they won't do it.
And didn't some coach, the Ohio U coach, got fired for having booze in his desk at work?
Yeah, that was just him. He and the secretary probably having drinks.
Oh boy, a little Sharon Moore situation going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were doing more than just having drinks up there at Michigan.
Yes, they were.
They were doing a lot more than that.
I can't believe those guys wanted to stay at Michigan. Come on, guys.
Did you? I know, and that's
but they got a pretty good coach coming in. So
that's the thing. Like the Kyle Whittingham, I don't think it's a great hire, or at least as great of a hire as everybody else does. But when it comes to preventing a mass exodus, and keeping some BBs in the box.
Yeah, stability. Yeah, you're right.
Stability, that's the perfect word. Like, yeah, Kyle Whittingham was the right guy for that. So, yeah, it sucks. It sucks because if Texas had those two dudes in the fold, then I'd be kicking my feet up on this table saying, all right, we're good. We're good. We're set. Thank you very much. But still work to be done because they have only signed one portal offensive lineman. And, again, he's not a guaranteed starter. You need some guaranteed starters.
Well, tell me about that Indiana-Oregon game. Yowzer.
Yeah, you were right on that one, sir.
That thing is that group, as I said, Miami better look out because if it wasn't played at their home field, it'd be 10.5, 12-point favorite for Indiana.
Yeah, the Hoosiers
They're still liable to do it. They're still liable to beat them by that.
I'm telling you, the Hoosiers opened up as a 7.5-point favorite, and the line is still there here 1 week away from the national title game.
Not enough.
But, I mean, God, first play of the game was a pick six.
You know what? I missed that. I didn't even see that play. I saw the replay. I never saw that play. I didn't see the first play.
I think I was, like, taking a shower or something, like wrapping up a shower and, like, in the bathroom, and I just had the sound on in the other room, and I hear McDonough going nuts. I'm like, what? I thought the game just started. What happened? And I come back and I see the replay.
What is it?
Yeah, pick six. First play of the game, right? Oregon gets the ball, trying to set the tone, send a message, and literally the very first play of the game, the Indiana corner jumps a route. D'Angelo Pons, who's one of the best corners in America, house call. And then look, Oregon, to their credit, they responded. Long touchdown drive. They tied it at 7-7. So it's like, all right, here we go. Strap in, buckle up. We have a game. And then the lie detector test determined, Buck, that was a lie.
Man, oh, man.
We did not have a game because
it was not even as close as the final score.
Yeah, Indiana, I mean, they were up 35-7 at halftime, and they were up 42-7 after the first drive of the third quarter.
How about that opening drive coming out of the locker room? I'm like, is Oregon going to wake up and at least score, maybe 14 quick points and make this something? Nope. Indiana took that ball and took it right down the field.
And it took 6 minutes, too. So it was like, not only was it points, the game was over at that point, but not only was it points, it was long drive with points.
Oh, yeah, and they make you pay. They punish you with their drives. Yeah. They can score quick, but their run game and that offensive line just punishes your defensive line.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they don't have any mistakes. They don't have any flaws. They don't make any mistakes. They don't have any flaws. They don't have any weaknesses. They're really good. I'm still going to pick Miami to beat them because I'm not buying into Indiana as a football team. I never have. I never will.
No?
So, and I've been picking against them throughout this playoff. So every Indiana fan owes me. You should want me to pick against your team because I keep doing it and you guys keep winning. Tickets, by the way, for that game, Buck, to get in. This is not like 50-yard line seats. This is not first row seats. The get-in price for Indiana Miami, $3,000. Yeah.
Wow.
And you might think it's all Miami fans.
To get into the old Hard Rock, there's no corner seats.
No. You might think it's all Miami fans. People forget Indiana has the largest living alumni base of any university in the world.
Man.
That's a huge school. No one thinks of them as a football school. Why? Because they've always sucked at football, but they have so many people who root for them because they have had so many people who have gone to school there. So there are going to be so many, like that crowd in Atlanta, that was like 75-25, maybe 80-20 Indiana fans.
Yes.
So I know it's a closer trip for IU than it was for Oregon, but it's not like you could get in a car and drive from Bloomington to Atlanta. They flew and they came out in droves for that.
They'll be there next week too.
Yeah. So obviously Miami gets the advantage of playing at their home field. They're comfortable there. They get to sleep in their own beds. All good things for them. But this is not going to be a typical.
All that shit don't
Miami
matter when
crowd.
guys are punching you in your face over and over again in your own bed.
Right.
I mean,
what?
Offensive line. That offensive line for them is just fun to watch.
For Indiana,
when they get up on guys and they double team you and they knock the down lineman into the line. I mean, pretty good down lineman in Oregon. Knock them into the linebackers.
Yeah. Like that is a really good Oregon team. That, I mean, just shut out Texas Tech. Well, what does that say about Texas Tech, huh?
Oh, sorry about that, Big 12. Stay in the Big 12. Stay in your lane now.
I think there were, a bunch of Red Raider fans, obviously, who were upset that their team lost to Oregon. I think there were some that were pretty happy that they didn't have to watch their team take that assing on Friday night.
They would have scored 80 against Texas Tech.
I had a couple of Tech buddies who were like, at least this isn't us.
Oh, my God. They would have scored 80 against Tech.
And, watching this playoff, Buck, it's funny. I'm still not picking Indiana to win, but I'm about to say this. Like, I feel like Texas could hang with 11 of the 12 teams that made it. It's not to say Texas would have beaten 11 of the 12 teams that made it, but I feel like they could at least be competitive.
Yeah, I thought about 5 or 6 maybe.
They would have no chance against Indiana.
No, oh, my God, no.
Like, the group that played on Friday night would have mopped the floor with Texas. It feels like they're just on a different level right now.
Yeah, they would have scored in the 70s. It would have been one of those bad high school games where, where you watch it and you say, hey, where's the mercy rule in this? When did they would have to have a running clock against the Horns.
Yeah. I mean, they're on another level right now. So we'll see if Miami can find a way. Obviously, the U, an incredible story. The upset of A&M and College Station, the upset of Ohio State, the win over Ole Miss, they have earned their spot in this game, but they are going up against a wagon.
Yeah, and listening to the stories on Signetti and what he treats his staff, they go home. They don't stay late. He wants them to go home to their families. They're not sitting around there at 1 o'clock in the morning where they're pretending to do something when everybody's tired. It's like, no, I want you fresh. See you early in the morning. Get the hell out of here. Go to dinner. We'll have a quick meeting, and then we'll get out of here. The players don't do a lot of extra stuff. The players talk about how it's nice to, you spend time at the facility, but they don't expect you to live at the facility. They want you to be a college kid and go have some fun. But when it's time to practice, they don't have long practices, they said, but when they practice, it's intense.
We need to hire Connor Stallions and send them up to Indiana to just scope out what they do up there.
Oh, I mean, Signetti will have so many college coaches in the springtime coming to visit their spring practices. Yeah. He'll be saying, nope, you can't come. Nope, you can't come. No, Michigan, you can't come and watch our spring ball. No.
Right. And you definitely don't want Michigan.
Anything.
You don't want Michigan snooping around. You know what they're capable of. But, it's a great story. I mean, again, they don't even have to win next Monday for this to be the greatest turnaround in college football history. But obviously, if they cap it off with a natty, then it's unlike anything I've ever seen. And I think it's unlike anything the sport has ever seen. So
I mean, you can just tell the difference in competition when they step on the field, whether it's their offensive side or their defensive side. You can tell, with a couple snaps, this is not going to be fun for this other group on the other side. You can just tell.
They've played 2 playoff games, Buck. They've scored 94 points against Alabama and Oregon, teams loaded with talent.
Loaded with 5-star talent, yeah.
Yes, and portal talent too. And they just took their lunch money for the entire semester. Man. See you later. Crazy. All right, so we'll obviously talk more about Indiana and Miami throughout the week, and the game's next Monday, so plenty of time to break it all down. Plenty more to get to in hour two. Obviously, more Longhorn football discussion. We got to talk about Texas basketball's big win in Tuscaloosa. We obviously have to give our thoughts on the NFL playoffs. What a freaking wild card weekend it's been for the NFL. My gosh. Talk about some of those games, and we'll preview tonight's Texans-Steelers game. But before any more, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our friends over at Relax Back welcome you to their 2 locations. If you've got problems with your neck and your hips and your shoulders, you want to start the new year out not being in pain, please head on over to the Relax Back store. They've got everything that you're looking for: zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows, the Humann scale office chairs, desk, and all the accessories that will make you comfortable. I'm in my office desk. I actually moved the big desk, the chair BK. I moved it over and didn't sit in the big taco for a while, and sat in this chair, kicked my feet up, and boy, does my back feel good today. Going to get myself a little stretch at the stretch zone, and I'll start the week off the right way. But I started it the right way by having a weekend sitting in my relaxed back chair. They've got 2 great locations, folks, at the Hill Country Galleria right across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love Relax the Back. Also love audio-visual consultations. I mean, you did it. You moved your Relax the Back chair in front of your 85-inch AV Consultations TV. That's a perfect weekend right there, my friend.
Yes, it is.
AV Consultations. You talk about New Year's resolutions. How about upgrading your home TV setup? This is an easy one. This is a fun one. This isn't something you're going to hate. This is something you're going to love for the rest of your life. Make the call to audio-visual consultations and get hooked up with the TV setup of your dreams. Y'all see these 2 screens behind me? Installed professionally by AV Consultations. They look great. They're perfectly aligned. There's no wires sticking out. If you want multiple screens on one wall like I have, they can do it. If you want the 85-incher like the Buck, they can do it. How about a home theater room with the giant projection and surround sound speakers? Yeah, they have those awesome Sonos speakers, plus the sound bars for your big screen TV. My parents have one of those Sonos sound bars, dude. Oh, my God. Like, I need one of those so badly. I got to move so I can call.
You need the TV, just turn the music on and just listen.
I need to upgrade the speakers in the next crib. AV Consultations can do that. Plus whole home lighting, surveillance cameras to keep you and your loved ones safe. Heated floors for your bathroom. How nice would that be on a cold morning like this? AV Consultations, it's way more than TVs. All you have to do is call them at 512-255-8678, and Tom McKay and his crew will bring everything to you. avconsultations.com if you want to look at the gallery of projects they've done over the years. But again, most importantly, give them a call, 512-255-8678 for audio-visual consultations.
Can you see my eye now a little bit better?
I see both of your eyes.
See this black eye over the top, the eyelid filled with blood?
You would have run in with the black guy this weekend?
I'm going to run in with the dog, punching me right in the face.
Oh, you got cold cocked by the pup?
By the big dog, yes, with his claws and paws or whatever. Those are claws that he has.
What'd you do to him?
Just playing around with him. You know, I said I shouldn't be playing with him. Well, I did, and he decided to jump up, and he went whack.
Oh,
that thing is, look at it. Look at the disc. It's bad. It's like, I mean, it felt, I mean, and he didn't hit the eyeball. He hit over the top of it and scratched it, and the blood came down and through. And I'm such a wimp. Should have punched that dog out.
No, you shouldn't punch your dog.
No.
Sounds like it was pretty avoidable. Like you started it by trying to wrestle with him.
I was just playing.
And that guy weighs more than you.
He doesn't weigh more than the big guy. Big guy's been having some solid meals. Hey, 158. I'm still hovering in that 158. Feeling good, eating right, doing all the right things.
I don't know. You sure it wasn't a road rage incident? You've been talking about some of your troubles on the road lately.
No, I've been good. No, nobody's running. I chase after people now. Big man's getting big and getting bold.
Oh, okay. That's good.
The big and the bold. Very nice. Speaking of bold, our friends over at Sue Patrick, since 1975, an incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, accessories, and they've got tons of Texas-themed items, of course, wide variety of men's and women's clothes. They've got it all, man. I got a big shout-out a couple times. I walked with that big striped Longhorn shirt the other day, the little T-shirt. I walked around with that.
Yeah.
So 58 felt like 78 outside. Lots of thoughts. Where do you get that from? Where do you get these clothes? Where do you get all this Longhorn gear from? Well, I get it from Sue Patrick's because they've got it. 5222 Burnett Road, $59 online orders or more, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking space. Now, I didn't talk to the people on the street about the jelly cats, but I'm going to have to start talking to them about a New Year's. And I know they've got some wonderful jelly cats over there now. So get on by the store at 5222 Burnett Road or go to SuePatrick.com for more information. Get them online ordered and get them to you in a hurry.
Yes, indeed. Love Sue Patrick. All right, Buck, back into the Longhorn conversation for the morning. Texas added a couple of players from the portal yesterday, but they got some good news with Trevor Goosby announcing that he's returning, Connor Robertson announcing that he's returning, but also a couple of portal withdrawals as well. Edge rusher Zina Umeozulu, we talked about him a little bit. Just finished his redshirt freshman season, a couple of sacks here in 2025. He's coming back. And also Kobe Black, the corner, who had an interception against Texas A&M and played really well in that final game of the regular season. He is coming back to Texas for 2026.
So found some more money in the coffers, did they?
I guess so. We'll take it. Whatever the reason is.
Whatever the reason is. Yeah, I agree.
Obviously, the Longhorns have lost a lot of their depth because of the exports in the transfer portal. And again, this is something we talked about last week, right? It's a philosophy change in terms of how Texas is spending their money, but also in terms of how Texas is building their roster. The original thought and basically assumption was, okay, you're going from 85 scholarships to 105 scholarships. That means you're going to have more quality players on your roster. But it almost feels like Texas is like, now we're just going to spend our money on 50 to 60 really good players. So like an NFL size roster. So we've got starters and we've got twos and some threes.
Sure.
But instead of like paying for fours and fives to sit on the bench, we're going to have some of those guys, of course, but we're not going to spend our money there. We're going to pay for starters and immediate.
We need production. We need production from guys.
Right. So Texas has obviously lost a lot of their deeper bench guys. And, they were seemingly going to lose Kobe Black and Zina Umeozulu, who I think are rotational pieces. I don't think they're fourth team guys. I think those are guys who would be part of things in 2026. So I'm glad they were able to talk.
Those are players that you need. Those weren't guys that you could lose and say, oh, it's no big deal. Those were both big deals.
Yeah. I mean, as it stands, like, I don't think either of those guys are starters as things stand right now. But with Kobe Black at corner, I mean, he's maybe your number 3 corner.
Yeah, I mean, he's a dude that's just one ankle sprain away from being in there playing in games.
Right. And you rotate guys at that position anyways.
Sure.
But you're right. Like, he's, an ankle sprain away from being a starter for this team.
Right.
And then Zina, Colin Simmons and I think Lance Jackson are your starters at edge. I do feel like the Longhorns are in the market for another edge. But again, as it stands right now, Zina is like a number 2 edge rusher on your team.
Yeah, I mean, Kobe Black is going to battle to be the starter, period. Anyway, he's going to, if the other guy doesn't just absolutely just beat him out, he's going to be right in the thick of things all year long anyway.
It's a good point, because the two guys who I'm kind of placing ahead of Kobe Black right now, one of them's a transfer with Bo Masco.
Right.
I think he's very good.
You know what you're going to get from Rutgers.
A multi-year starter. I think he's very good. You don't, but I do. But he's still a transfer, so he's got to earn his respect in his spot here.
Yeah, he's got to know the defense and what they're doing. You're right.
Sure. And then the other guy is Cade Phillips, who just wrapped up his true freshman year, who is very good. I think he's the future of the cornerback spot at Texas, but we're still talking about a guy who didn't start most of this year and will be going into his second year of college football.
Sure.
So it's not like he's sitting behind, Manny Muhammad and Jahdae Barron in their senior years. It's a transfer and a rising true sophomore that he's competing with. So yeah, like he's got the shot to be a huge part of the Texas defensive backfield.
For sure.
I love it. By the way, because I know you're curious, some Texas exports have announced where they are going next year.
Oh, yeah.
CJ Baxter. You got a guess, Buck?
Duke is Duke.
Kentucky. You were trying to place him at, it was Jarrett Gibson. You were trying to place at FAMU.
Yeah, they're going to be disappointed in Kentucky. They're getting a plow horse.
That's your guy, Will Stein, former Lake Travis offensive coordinator, taking over.
Not good.
Okay, they've spent a lot in the portal. They are really trying to upgrade their roster. C.J. Baxter headed to Lexington. Also, Bo Barnes headed to Lexington, the Texas linebacker who hit the portal early last week. Then there were some reports midway through the week that said Will Muschamp was trying to talk him off the ledge. Didn't happen. Visits Kentucky. Commits to Kentucky. So there's 2 Longhorns who will be in Lexington this fall. Jamie French, the wide receiver, transferring to Michigan. If you can't beat them, take their players, I guess is what the Wolverines are trying to do.
Can we switch, give him and get an offensive lineman? Let's make a switch.
That would have been nice, but that was not the case. So Texas will see Jamie French as it stands in 2027. That's when the Wolverines will make their return trip in that home and home.
We're still playing those. Oh, we're still going to play that game, right?
As of now, still playing those games. Yep. And
we own them. We want to play that. What do you mean? We want those games.
Fine with me. I'll take Michigan. Ohio State this fall, though. Gotta find a way to beat them.
Can we be done with them for a while now?
Gotta find that might be
Can we beat them and then be done with them?
I would say that might be 1 versus 2, but Indiana might mess around and be preseason number 1 next year.
They could.
But yes, I would like to mess around and beat them finally. That'd be really nice. Get that game at home. You've got a loaded roster. And I think Texas will be favored in that game.
I don't care. They just win the game. I don't care. Just win the damn game. Them and Georgia, just win it. Win it by 1, please.
That would be
nice. Beat those 2 teams, period.
Jordan Washington, your guy, Hammerhands. We mentioned
Hammerhands
headed to North Carolina.
Yeah.
And who are we missing? Oh, Trey Owens, quarterback, going to Arkansas State.
Oh, he's going to the Fun Belt.
He's going to the Fun Belt. Yes.
Good for him.
So Trey Owens, we'll always have that 2024 orange-white scrimmage. That was special.
That was special. He was amazing. Thought he'd be the next guy up.
Makes me
obviously
tear up.
He was not.
Makes me tear up just thinking about it, Buck.
Yeah. Arkansas State, good. Go to the Fun Belt, have a good time.
Headed to the Fun Belt right there. So there's the latest on some of the departures and where they are ending up. I think
Gibson is going to Purdue.
Gibson going to Purdue. I think we talked about Leon Galafau going to Colorado on Friday.
He just wants to continue. He wants to lose. He wants to become a part of a losing regiment now.
Which guy?
LaFau. I mean, really?
Maybe Gibson, too. I guess he's going to Boiler Up.
Yeah, Boiler Up's going to get hammered.
They've lost a lot of games, so.
And they lose a lot of people when they lose. And then they start losing games. They start losing people there.
Yeah.
Remember, this is the first-year coach there, but they lost so many guys the year before. When their last dude got fired, everybody jumped ship there.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So there's the latest.
Texas had a defensive player, right? We had a defensive lineman from there.
Yeah, Cole Brevard had a great year at Texas. He was 1 and done. Now he's out of eligibility, so his Longhorn career is over. But, did his job. Very good interior defensive lineman, big body, 360 pounds.
So what he did was pretty good.
Yeah, in Texas, they added Ian Jaffrard, the transfer from Arkansas, who's going to kind of fill that role. And that guy's close to 390 pounds.
Oh, he's a big old dude.
Big dude. 6'5", I think listed at 389 this past season for the Hogs. Talk about a hog.
Yeah, he's a big one, man.
Yeah, so Texas realizing that, no, Cole Brevard filled a pretty important role. And that's something, Buck, we've talked about it so much on the show. You've been all over this for a long time. Well, the Longhorns have had an elite run defense.
Yes.
In each of the last 3 years. Obviously, the 2 playoff years, but they were top 10 against the run here in 2025 as well. So that's been a big part of their success. They don't want to lose that.
Oh, no, they don't want to lose that edge.
One of the first portal pickups that they had was going to get Ian Jaffrard to make sure he could plug up the inside and stop the between the tackles run game.
I mean, they've got guys. I mean, you've seen them on Sundays playing on the defensive line all over the NFL. This is the place, actually, you talk about Georgia. If it's not Georgia, Texas has got to be one of those places now that if you play on this defensive line and you're stopping the run, NFL teams seem to like those dudes.
100%. 100%. And look, Texas has had more NFL draft picks the last 2 years than anybody in college football.
Yes.
So guys are getting developed here. Obviously, Texas is bringing in a ton of talent, but they are developing that talent into draft picks.
Absolutely.
And, guys obviously want to make their money in college, but most of these guys have aspirations of playing on Sundays. Coming to Texas, not a bad plan if that's the plan. So I like that Ian Gerard pickup. And again, Texas going after another defensive lineman, an edge rusher with Wendell Gregory. They've already added a bunch. I mean, at this point, how can you not feel confident with what the Longhorns are going
for sure.
for? Number one portal class in the nation, and they are not done. So I feel like we're going to be very satisfied talking about this offensive line. And I feel like, there's going to be another reinforcement or two or three coming on the defensive side of the ball for Coach Boom as well.
Yeah, as you said, it's kind of that quiet time the next couple of days, but I think we'll pick up as you get closer to the national championship game next week. It'll start to heat up a little bit.
Yeah.
Because there'll be some guys that are just got beat in these other games that are like, I'm out of here. I'm not coming back.
And look, let's call a spade a spade. I mean, there's tampering going on all over the country right now.
Absolutely.
So there are players who aren't in the portal now who, their agents are having conversations and
with their teams and others.
Right. So it's like, how much money can you get my client? All right. Yeah, we're going to enter the portal now. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. So again, tons of names out there, but more to come before this thing.
Well, I just love this wide receiver get. I mean, I like it. I like it for Wingo. I think it takes a lot of pressure off of him. I don't know if he's a pressure guy, I think this takes a lot of pressure off of him.
Yeah, I
hope it doesn't take a lot of concentration off of him, just a lot of pressure.
He doesn't have to be the number one guy, which means he doesn't have to deal with the pressure, but also he doesn't have to go up against number one corners every week.
Right.
Like Cam Coleman is going to draw the most attention from defenses and defensive coordinators.
And and Wingo, if he comes in as a more consistent guy, wow.
Right.
What a duo that could be.
Exactly. And Emmett Mosley too. Don't sleep on him.
Oh, yeah. Because I'm still thinking he's going to catch a bunch of balls. He's going to be that, I need a hitch for a first down. Throw it to that dude. He's got that catch radius. He'll get it done.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the Texas weaponry on offense with those three receivers and also the two running backs that they've just brought into the fold. I mean, I don't think there's anybody in America who can boast.
Oh, no. Those are great gets.
And then, of course, you've got Arch Manning at quarterback who finished the year as hot or hotter than any other player at his position in the sport. And I think he's expected to be the best player at his position in the sport in 2026.
For sure.
That's a really good combination,
right? I think that's a legitimate thought now. Last year I thought was, of course, just who he was. The hype was going to be there for that just because of who he was and, his pedigree. But now the legitimate hype is there. You've seen him struggle. You've seen him mature. You see him grow up. And I've seen him have some success.
Yeah. I mean, he finished the year. Look, he was 7-1 in his last 8 games. And it wasn't like Texas was beating a bunch of slappies. They had 5 ranked wins and 3 top 10 wins in that stretch. And Arch Manning himself, 21 touchdowns to just 3 turnovers, 63% completion percentage, a bunch of yards through the air and on the ground. Like he clearly turned it around. He turned a corner and was a different player in the second half, almost like, it helps getting reps. And young quarterbacks in their first year, young guys at any position in their first year are going to have some bumps and bruises and growing pains. Arch just needed a little bit of time. And again, he did all of those things late. Texas still had its worst running game since World War II.
True.
They still had inconsistencies on the offensive line. Still had too many drops at wide receiver.
Too many penalties.
And the quarterback still did all of those great things that we just laid out. So now, hopefully with better talent around him, again, job's not finished. Got to get some big boys up front. But I expect it to be a better roster of guys around him. What can he do?
Couple more players, BK, in a spring game. It's all good.
I would love to see a spring game. Any word on whether or not we'll have one this year?
No, it's not. That's not happening.
You think it's done?
We're going to whatever Signetti's doing. He'll have a spring game, and it won't matter. That thing will have in their little stadium. They'll have 30,000, so it won't matter. But less practice. Everybody's going to see whatever he's doing there. Less practice, less time on the field. Everybody's going to go to that model.
Here's some good news, sir. Indiana football did, in fact, have a spring game in 2025.
Well, they have to. They got to try to collect some, and they probably make them pay. They got to get some money. They had to get some money in their program. They thought they're going to have that 1 year and done. They backed it up with 2 back-to-back years of great football. So we'll see if they have one this year.
You know who had a spring game last year? Ohio State. You know who had one the year before? Michigan. You know who had one the year before? Georgia. The year before? Georgia. You know, you can win a national championship and have a spring game. Just saying. Matter of fact, I don't know if there's ever been a team in the modern era of college football that has won one without having a spring game.
Let's bring it back. Let's go.
Let's spring it back.
Let's bring it back for sure.
Bring it back. Give me the orange-white scrimmage.
And you got to see some of these running backs run.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's no post-spring portal window. That was the biggest argument against it, is that there was a second transfer window after spring football concluded, and people were worried that they were going to have players negotiating for new contracts or obviously leaving via the portal. Now that can't happen.
Well, now you're putting your contract players on the field for a spring game. That's a little bit different when you're putting $1.5 million and $2 million guys on the field for 40 minutes of lookout.
They're not playing for 40 minutes in that game. You get them a couple of drives, couple of plays, and then we're moving on.
Oh my
Quarterbacks
God.
don't get hurt. Arch Manning's got the non-contact jersey on.
Wear and tear on the body. I'm like, I know it's the beginning and they've had time off. I don't like. I just watched yesterday. I watched George Kittle tear up his Achilles. That guy has been hurt all year. You know, he's never been healthy the whole season, and to go out there and do that yesterday, that was awful.
How does that apply here?
It just no. The less time on the field, the better. I don't need to see him in the spring game. I don't need it.
You've become a corporate shill. You've sold out. Is Sark paying you on the side to say this?
And I'm soft.
God, it's about the fans, sir.
Yes, it used to be about the fans and the ticket prices. No.
You're asking the fans for all this money. Can you give them a I don't want to wait until September to watch Arch Manning throw.
Hey, I'll give you a couple spring dates that you can come watch practice. How's that?
That's fine. That's fine. And I actually asked Chris Del Conte that question last year, because the thing that Texas said when they got rid of the spring game is, well, we're going to an NFL model. And obviously so much of college football is becoming an NFL model these days.
And they let people come to practice.
Training camp all the time. Yeah. I mean, Cowboys go to Oxnard. You can go out there for weeks.
They make their money. They got their gear out there, selling their gear.
When I covered the Texans, like, it wasn't just the media who could go. Fans would go.
Oh, yes.
Their training camp was right outside of NRG. It's right there. So if you're going to, hey, no spring game, that's fine. But how about you open up practice for the fans a little bit?
For spring, you can keep your fall camp shut down.
Give me some. Speaking for the fans here.
I'd be good with spring, watching them in the spring.
What happened to you being a man of the people? Do I need to carry that weight now?
I'm just softer now. I'm just a little softer.
I guess so. But
getting bigger, but starting to be softer. You know what I'm saying?
That's usually not how it works.
No, sorry.
Usually, when it's harder, it's bigger, right?
Yeah.
When you get harder, you get bigger.
Yeah, Viking guy.
Right, Viking guy. No one's ever called me that. I can tell you that much. All right, we'll take your thoughts. So there you go. Plenty of Texas football conversation this morning. What a weekend for the Longhorns. Texas fans on cloud nine. Again, on Friday morning when we did this show, Texas's portal class ranked outside of the top 40. Now, on a Monday show, it ranks number 1 in America.
It is in front of Indiana too, huh?
It's number 1 right now.
Oh.
Job's not finished, obviously. And look, those other schools can add too, but Texas still has work to do. But yeah, quite the turnaround. A total
keeping the tackle is like just getting a great player out of the portal.
You're right. That's as big or bigger than any other announcement that Texas has had so far. The biggest one was Arch Manning coming back, which we kind of knew that was happening, but most important thing. But yeah, Trevor Goosby announcing that he's sticking around. You love to see it. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line, 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We will go to some Texas basketball chatter. We will go to some NFL playoff chatter. We'll see if the Buck has a gold star lock for the Texans-Steelers game tonight. But before any of that, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, as the weather starts to change a little bit, make sure that you're prepared for any of these little slight freezes. I mean, it's been in the 30s the last couple of mornings, but make sure that if it gets in the 30s and stays in the 30s, that your heater is prepared. That Woods Comfort Systems, folks, they've been doing it for close to 70 years in Central Texas, making sure their mechanics get to you, whether it's plumbing, heating, or air conditioning. And yes, right now they do plumbing, and they do it pretty well. There's no doubt about that. But I know what they do when it comes to air conditioning systems. Mine has been it's a Woods Comfort Systems, and they've done this for the last 5 years at my home. They come out twice a year, and their technicians are unbelievable when it comes to getting everything ready to go. And that air conditioning can pop back on at any time too, because we get those days where all of a sudden the 65s become 75s out of nowhere, and you want your air conditioning working properly too. But don't take a chance on just getting anybody to do your plumbing. When it comes to your plumbing services, do check out the folks at Woods Comfort Systems. Folks, nobody does it better.
No, they do not. woodscomfortsystems.com, 512-842-5066, their phone number. Make sure you tell them you heard about them right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Also, a shout out to Altstadt Beer. I had more than a few Altstats over the weekend.
I bet you did.
It's down at the Oak Hill Lounge on Friday.
What?
It's pretty close to both of us.
You know what? All these years, I have never been in the Oak Hill Lounge. That's over there on the right side of if you're coming from town. Is that the one on the right side there?
It's like William Cannon and 71, basically right there.
I just have never felt, I always wanted to that was back in my drinking days even. Yeah. I said, you know what? I need to stop. If I was to stop at the Alligator Grill, I can't be worried about going to the Oak Hill Lounge. Just go in there and have one. I've never been in there. Is it okay?
Yeah, solid spot.
Do they serve food?
No.
Oh, we don't do food.
They serve popcorn. They give you free popcorn.
Oh, nice. They got a little popcorn machine.
And they're right next to a Via 313. So
that's true, right?
They let you order food and bring it in there, which is nice.
Nice.
Take that. But they also have Altstadt Beer, which is the nicest. Had a couple of Hefeweizens on Friday watching the Indiana-Oregon massacre, whatever that was. A few other Altstats over the weekend. Look, your football watching, if you've got a case of the Mondays and you need a cold beer to help get you through, whatever the occasion, Altstadt Beer is perfect for you. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg, available all across the Lone Star State. They've got a bunch of different brews. So if Hefeweizen's not your thing, they've got a great lager. They've got a great Kolsch. They've got a light beer if you're trying to cut down on the calories in the new year. Something for everybody. And every Altstadt is brewed without preservatives or additives or unnecessary sugar, so you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Yeah, it's also a good day for the big man to head on out there and get himself a burger at Hat Creek Burger. Today's a double day. It's Monday. Kids are back in school. You know, lunchtime is going to be a great time for me to go get myself a double with cheese. Pickles on the side, onions, mayo, mustard, and ketchup. I like it nasty. That's right. Slap it all on my burger. Get that lettuce on there. You know, they use iceberg lettuce. You know, iceberg lettuce doesn't have a lot of nutritional value. It's just water.
What do you mean? It's lettuce.
I know, but it has lettuce doesn't have really nutritional value. It's just stuff. But if there's iceberg lettuce in that, man, I'm going to have myself a double today. Big man needs to start off the week with something big, for sure. And they've got it. You know what? They have the strawberry shake with, put a little whipped cream on that with a cherry on the top. Sounds like a great day for me at lunchtime at Hat Creek Burger. Now, if you want to have a drink a little later on, get yourself a margarita there. They have that at a lot of their locations. They also serve breakfast at some of the locations starting at 7 a.m. Love Hat Creek Burger.
Yeah, they also have their Frito chili pie for a limited time.
Woo!
Which now that it's kind of cold, I might have to get by there this week and try me that.
You guys have screwed up my chili thing ever since you start telling me about bad things of Wendy's. I have not had a fast food chili since then, but I may have to try this Frito. Plus, I'm not a Frito pie guy. If I'm ever going to try one, this is the place.
Oh, if you're not a Frito pie guy, then stick to the burger. But if you are a good person and a real person who has taste, then you should go try the Frito pie at Hat Creek Burger Company, you know?
Thank you for that tip. I may do that.
No thumbs. Drew Gressett, former Texas basketball player, at Hat Creek. He is not going to chop off his thumb and put it in
Horns up, huh?
Your Hat Creek. Yeah, neither of those fingers either. He's out
Okay.
on that. Love Hat Creek Burger Company. Also love McCall Custom Homes. Our guy, Mike McCall, he's become a great friend of ours over the years. Like, this is a great dude, but okay, you care about the work that McCall Custom Homes does. That's fine. They do incredible work. Bucky has had work done at his place. He got that putting green in his backyard with
Yes.
the folks at McCall Custom Homes. Rodney had his master bathroom renovated by McCall Custom Homes. It's not just us. These guys are A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They have tons of 5-star reviews online. So if you want to upgrade, maybe you've been putting it off, how about a New Year's resolution to upgrade your space, new bathroom, new kitchen, new life to your outdoor space? Maybe you need to add on to your current place. Whatever it is, McCall Custom Homes can do it for you. It's a father-son team, tons of experience, and all of the experience has been right here in Central Texas, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Free estimates right now to TSU listeners, so head over there for more information, or you can reach out to our guy, Mike McCall, directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Somebody said, is that the old Detour Bar? Yes, it is.
Is that what it was? I know it has rebranded a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean, and it's that's called Off the Beaten Path right there.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, man, I love that.
Good little dive bar, man. Like, it's got.
I love those. I'm the king of dive bars back in the day.
Pool table, dartboard.
Oh yes, smoke fill.
Smoke.
Hate smoke, but I always ended up in those places.
Yeah, I think they've got a nice patio where people smoke. I was hoping they would let them smoke inside, but
well, it's good they don't have to have the dog pecker flies. Where some of the places we're allowed to bring the dogs, eat with the people.
Maybe you can on the patio. I don't know.
Every place can here.
Yeah, you're right. And I'm not looking at dogs peckers like you are.
No, can't help it when the flies are hanging around.
I don't think you have to look.
You can't miss it. You can hear them buzzing. It's like a beehive.
Yeah, and I keep my eyes up. I'm not looking at people's Johnsons, people's or dogs.
Or women, when you talk to them, you keep your eyes up.
Eyes up.
Eye level.
I
don't.
Eye level all the time. We're always eye level.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Hey.
Sorry about that. My head was getting a little heavy.
Yeah, you're right. I've had a long day. I'm tired, and all of a sudden you're just.
Yeah, of course.
Staring. Oh man. Hey, what a win for Texas basketball. How about as a 13.5-point underdog, the Longhorns go on the road and beat 13th ranked Alabama, 92-88, the final score.
I think you're gathered about 3 more fans too. You're almost close to a dozen now.
All right, we're up to double digits. Is that what you're telling me?
Easily. You got at least 11. You guys added 3 more.
I saw enough people tweeting and posting about the game on Saturday night.
Oh, they're in. Are they all in now?
Where I think we're at least at 20.
Come on, man.
Will you give me 20?
I'm going to give you a dozen. I'm going to give you a dozen. That's it.
It's a great bounce back for Texas. Obviously, starting 0-2 in conference play. Not a lot of reasons for optimism, especially after the Tennessee beatdown in the middle of last week. And look, with that road game at Alabama, again, 13.5-point dogs, we were staring an 0-3 start to SEC play right in the face. Not so fast, my friend. I mean, that's an Alabama team that made the Elite Eight last year. They made it to the Final Four 2 years ago, and they were the second highest ranked team in the SEC in the AP Top 25 last week. Like, that is a consistent program that has done a lot of winning under Nate Oates. And Texas went into their place. Not only did they win, Buck, they kind of controlled the game. Obviously, it ended close, but Texas led for 86% of the game. They pushed the lead to 13 a couple of times in the second half.
Yeah, it looked like a team with a purpose.
They did. The energy, the effort. Look, they got called out by their coach multiple times. But not only in the post-game press conference did they get called out. I mean, Sean Miller benched Jordan Pope, Dalen Swain, and Modest Vocatitis for like the last 15 minutes of that Tennessee game. He embarrassed those dudes by doing it. Like, that is embarrassing. When you get benched in a nationally televised game and your coach is talking about effort in the post-game press conference, that's not a good look.
No, he's talking about you. That's who he's talking about.
Right. And there were a lot of people, I think, who were a little worried that maybe Sean Miller had lost the locker room. he's saying stuff like this, and it's year one, and maybe guys are checked out and they don't care and whatever. Clearly, he still has those guys' attention with the way that they played on Saturday. Now, I'm not saying it's the start of some amazing turnaround and Texas is about to go on some crazy run, but you haven't lost the locker room if you're able to get that type of performance from your team. I could say that.
Well, the herky-jerky lefty looked good. I mean, he played with a purpose. He played with a lot of energy in that game. He looked like he forced a couple shots, but he took some shots where he went to the free throw line. I mean, he had guys trying to cover him as well as they could. He made some shots with guys on him tight and some mid-range shots that generally, he likes to get you up in the air and then go to the hoop. He was taking nice jumpers, I thought. Had nice rhythm going for himself.
I agree. I agree. The Herkoff, jerk-off lefty, as you call him, had a good game.
Jerky lefty.
18 points. Look, if you're going to beat a good team like that, especially on the road, you need your best players to be your best players. And Tremont Mark had 18. Dalen Swain had 18 and 8. And some key blocks on defense. And Jordan Pope had 0 points against Tennessee. And he only had 9 against Mississippi State on like a 3 for 14 shooting night. He had done nothing in the first 2 games in SEC play.
What is it that he did in that game? Because I didn't see the whole game. I just got bits and pieces of that game. How did he get off to a good start? Did he just hit some early jumpers? Did he take good shots, good quality shots? Is that what it was?
Well, he made 6 threes, and Alabama was going under screens on a lot to give him some good looks. But he also had a couple of mid-range buckets. Got to the foul line. Texas missed a bunch of free throws again as a team, but Jordan Pope was 6 of 6. Hit some big ones in the final minute to put the game on ice. And he was great defensively, too. You don't talk about Jordan Pope in defense. He had 6 deflections in that game, which is a stat that Sean Miller really cares about. He was really good.
Does Kyler Murray play for Alabama?
Did Kyler Murray play for Alabama?
I mean, did you say he had deflections?
Not shots blocked, like deflections of passes.
Oh, okay. He wasn't blocking anybody's shot.
No, he did not have 6 blocks in the
game. He wasn't D'ing them up that way.
No, well, he's not supposed to. That's not his job. It's like a 5'11" guy.
Well, yeah, but if he's covering another 5'11" guy, I hope he blocked 1 or 2 of them. But he got his hands. He was very active, huh?
Very active defensively. Yeah. Cool. And again, 0 points in the last game, sat out the last 14 minutes, got called out by his head coach, and he responded in a big, big way.
That's one of the better games he's had since he's been here.
Definitely. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. And yeah, I mean, obviously the game ended close, but again, Texas controlled it. They were up by 13 a couple of times in the second half. And every time Bama went on a run, I think so many Longhorn fans had the thought of, okay, here we go. Like, yeah, we played great for 25 minutes, 30 minutes, 35 minutes, but here's where it all starts to unravel. And the fans would get back into it. And, Nate Oates is pumping up the crowd in that weird-ass blazer that he was wearing because he always dresses with those hoity-toity, over-the-top blazers. And Texas responded. They got off the mat every time Bama threw a punch. Texas got up off the mat and punched right back. And, Dalen Swain, a huge block late, some big buckets late. They made enough free throws. It helped that Alabama also missed a bunch of free throws down the stretch. And they got to win.
Well, that's got to make the coach feel good.
Yeah, here was Sean Miller after the game. We got some video with this audio here. Miller after the game, his opening thoughts on the Horns win and the biggest win of Sean Miller's young Texas tenure.
Tonight was obviously a big win for us, getting off to a tough start at Tennessee, which I think is a very difficult game. And if you followed us, our opening game against Mississippi State was a great game. Really blew a late lead, and sometimes when you lose that first one at home, it can lead to some next games that maybe you're not quite off the mat, up to the challenge. You're still sticking with that first experience that didn't go your way. So coming here 0-2, and the respect that we have for Alabama, for Nate and his team is immense. We knew we were in for a great challenge, and I'm just really proud of our team that we were able to come in here. Thought it was an amazing atmosphere, crowd, and for us to leave with the win, I think it gives us a real shot of confidence and an understanding of how hard you have to compete to have a chance to win in the SEC. Tonight we competed at a higher level than we have recently.
There you go. Competing at a higher level. You have to.
He's right. They competed at an incredibly high level, and they didn't stop competing. And he's right. Like, if that's the message Miller has been preaching in practice, like, you've got to work that hard, and you have to be doing that for 40 minutes every time we take the floor to win games in this league, then, yeah, he got his proof, because Texas they were diving on the floor for loose balls. They were jumping in passing lanes. They were after it on Saturday. A very inspired performance after a lackluster one in that Tennessee game.
What did the big man end up with?
Vocatitis didn't have a great game. 8 points, 6 boards.
He had more than one board than he did against Tennessee, right?
Yeah, played 18 minutes. They were doing a lot of offense-defense subs with him and Traore down the stretch. Vocatitis doesn't give you a whole lot on defense, and he doesn't rebound all that well. But he came in, made some free throws, which helped. Texas, I mean, they got to work on their free throws, man. Like, they missed.
That's going to cause them to lose more games than they're going to win if they do that.
Well, they kind of lucked out. Like, the Longhorns went 22 of 32 at the free throw line, which is not good. That's 69%. No. That's a failing grade. Thankfully, Alabama was 70%. They were 19 of 27. Wow. So they missed a bunch late that could have made this game look very, very different. Yeah, the Longhorns have been just one of the worst free throw shooting teams in America all year long, and it's going to cost them. I mean, you could argue it did against Mississippi State. They already lost an overtime game. Yes. Or if they made a couple more freebies, they would have won. So the evidence is already right there. But a big win. Also, during the telecast, Buck, Sean Miller clearly trying to create a culture in his first year. They talked about Sean Miller telling a specific player. I got to go back and see if I could find it. I looked a little bit last night and couldn't. But apparently Sean Miller, during shoot-arounds before the game, told a player, quote, if playing for me is too hard for you, we can figure out a way for you to leave, end quote.
Ooh.
He said that during shoot-around on a game day. So the guy is not messing around. It's not just
giving them messages on game day, huh?
Giving them messages on game day. Like, this dude, played in the Big East Conference back in the 80s. He ain't soft. Never has been. Never will be. So he's got a lot to fix with this team, and he had a big undertaking with this job, and he's trying to do it the right way, and I respect that. And he's holding his guys accountable, and these dudes are professional athletes now. They should be held accountable.
Well, yeah. I mean, you shouldn't have to tell a guy he's got to hustle for 40 minutes. I mean, they should know that's what you got to do. That's what it takes to win games in the SEC. Can't play a half a game.
If playing for me is too hard for you, we can figure out a way for you to leave.
Yeah, there you go.
I love that. You don't hear too many stories like that in 2020.
Oh, no, he's been kind of great with his messaging.
As long as he stays consistent, I think that's what guys are looking for in that locker room. And again, clearly the team has not tuned him out. You don't tune out your coach and put on a performance like that on Saturday. So, look, a lot of work to do. Texas is still not a tournament team. They need to stack more quality wins to even get back in that conversation. Sure. They've got a big one on Wednesday. Vanderbilt, undefeated, top 10, the best team in the SEC right now, here in Austin on Wednesday. That's a big one. And obviously, if you win that one, all of a sudden the whole conversation starts to change with what this team can be.
Is that an SEC telecast game that's going to be played at like 8 at night or some weird time?
8 o'clock, Buck. Get you a nap on Wednesday.
Wow.
We're gonna need you on that wall of watching Texas.
That's good.
I'm hoping to be there. I got to find me a ticket for that game, and I'm hoping to be there on
tickets
Wednesday night. Yeah, Syntex tickets is where to go.
That's absolutely right.
So that'll be good.
That's great. So what happened to the ladies? Did they just run into a Hall of Famer?
I guess they did run into a Hall of Famer. Yep, the Texas women's basketball team suffered its first loss of the season yesterday in Baton Rouge. 70-65 the final. Ugly game, sloppy. Texas had 17 turnovers. LSU had 16. Yeah. I mean, both teams really struggled to get things going offensively.
They were trying to get that ball deep down in the post an awful lot, and there were a lot of hands around some of the passes I saw.
Yeah, Rory Harmon had a really rough day. She got benched for the entire fourth quarter. I mean, 2 points, 1 of 7 shooting, a few turnovers, just didn't have it. Texas didn't get enough from its role players. Bria Cunningham and Ashton Judd combined for 0 points on 0 of 9 shooting. Just wasn't Texas's day. And look, LSU's a really good team. It was a sellout crowd. They've got a Hall of Fame coach, and oh, look what Kim Mulkey was wearing.
I know. She's got her bell bottoms on too.
What is that? The gold dusted suit.
Oh yeah, that's that. She had it going yesterday
with the black undershirt. She's rocking the tiger print gold and black striped heels.
That's the one Jay likes right there.
No, it's not. There's nothing that Jay likes about that woman. But
there's a lot to like about that right there.
I was going to say, there's everything that you like about that woman.
Hey,
Look
Buck,
at that pose, dude. Like, that's right before the game.
Hey, Buck, come here. Come here. Take a seat beside me. Let me tell you what I'm expecting from you in our next rendezvous.
That's a power stance right there, isn't it?
All she has to do is pat the seat a couple times, and I'd have come out of the stands and sat right there.
Well, she'll be in town in a couple of weeks. Texas will be looking for some revenge, and you can get your opportunity to post up right next to Cruella de Mulkey.
Look at that look.
Look at that. Dude, once I saw that she was wearing that, I was like, uh-oh. We are in some trouble today.
Gold and black. She was in gold and black.
She was not messing around. And Vic Schaefer, I didn't cut this up. I might cut it up tomorrow. But Vic Schaefer is not happy with the SEC because Texas, I mean, they had to play at LSU. LSU is one of the best teams in the league. That's a tough game. The next game for the Longhorns is at South Carolina. Texas already beat South Carolina once this year, by the way, but it was a neutral site game very early. Now they've got to go on the road against that team with those dudes, as you like to say, Buck.
Oh my God, they got to go to those dudes' house.
And Vic Schaefer's like, look at everyone else's schedule. They don't have to play these two games back to back. Why did the SEC do this? And Texas haters are like, well, that's pretty soft. Like, whatever, it's the schedule. Go win. But I know, Vic Schaefer going viral a little bit yesterday for calling out the conference for like, you guys really couldn't separate these two games. You're going to give us this gauntlet back to back like that?
No, Coach, go win.
Yeah, I
go win.
I love Vic Schaefer. He's done a great job, but sometimes the schedule F's you over,
Yeah, so just go win.
So just go win. Go win the games. And look, they'll get another crack at LSU once again. It's a really good team. And Texas has already beaten South Carolina once, so hopefully they could find a way to do it again on Thursday.
Yeah, I just thought they were trying to get that ball in the post. Just so often they wanted to run it to the young lady in the middle, and there were just a lot of hands, a lot of deflections in that game. I thought LSU was pretty aggressive when it came to attacking, the post players.
Yeah, no, they played great defense. Give them credit. I mean, they forced a lot of Texas's mistakes, and it was a physical game. And just, LSU was a better team yesterday. So you tip the cap. They've got a great program and a great coach, and golly, the fit. I mean, what can you say? That is sparkly gold. There's gold, and then there's like sparkly gold. That she knew it was a nationally televised game.
Of course she did.
She brought her best, her Sunday best to the PMAC.
Yeah, she probably went to church. She probably went to church in that outfit.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
God, if Kim Mulkey showed up at your church, are you
like
sitting next to her, or are you sitting as far away from her as possible?
Oh, if nobody sits next to her, I'm going to sit right next to her.
What if you have your wife there with you? What if she's got two seats next to you? You're with your wife, but there's two seats next to.
Oh, no, I'm sitting beside Kim, and my wife can sit on the other side of me.
You're in the middle.
I'm the middle. Yes.
Yeah. Who are you talking to? Hey, wife, hang on. Let me have this conversation. I see you all the time. Like,
yeah, I just had that. I had to talk to Kim. I have to talk to her about the service. Do you come here often? What's the deal? When are you coming here next?
Do you come here often? Yeah. Just text me when you're coming here next, Just let me know.
Heck yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So you
need somebody to park your ride for you?
Oh yeah. Park your ride somewhere. Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Jay's liking that outfit. She's gonna come back here flashy too, believe me.
Oh, she will. There's no doubt. And that will be, I'm sure, a nationally televised game whenever it happens. February 5th is when it's going to happen. So yeah, she doesn't mess around with the big matchups. And she brought it yesterday. So there you go. Congrats to LSU. Hopefully Texas can bounce back. NFL playoffs, Buck. I mean, real quick, shout out to Hecht Law Firm. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, the best personal injury attorney in Central Texas. your go-to personal injury attorney in Texas. He texted me over the weekend that a TSU listener reached out. Need him for a case. We trust this guy. He's the best. He's been a friend of mine for over a decade. He fights for justice and big results. He's been doing that for more than a decade. And you are going to get to work with Hurricane Hecht. When you call the Hecht Law Firm, he's not going to pawn you off on somebody. You get to work with the guy whose name is on the firm. Those people you see on TV and billboards and buses, no, that's not the case. You don't work with them. They're too busy filming TV commercials and doing photo shoots and hosting podcasts with little girls. Weird. You don't get that with Hurricane Hecht. You're going to get to work with him. And he's going to fight to put every single dollar in your pocket that you deserve. Let him blow their case wide open and let him flood your pockets with cash. He's the best in the business. All you have to do is give him a call whenever you need him. 512-938-8929 or hechtlawfirm.com.
Sweet.
I don't even know where to begin with the NFL. It was so good. I guess we could just go in order. There were 5 games played on Saturday and Sunday. 4 of them were epic. Last night's Patriots-Chargers game, not great, but even that one was a one-score game in the fourth quarter, so it's not like it was a total blowout from start to finish. But, I mean, Saturday afternoon, Buck, we could start there. The Rams surviving, scoring a touchdown with 38 seconds left to beat the Carolina Panthers on the road. The Rams were 10.5-point favorites, and they needed all 60 minutes to escape.
Or did they ever, yes.
Carolina
their defense is going to have to play a little bit better than they played.
No doubt. Yeah, Panthers put up a great fight. Bryce Young had a really good game. Coker had a really good game on the outside. That was back and forth throughout.
Yeah, Carolina's defense is pretty good.
Yeah, well, they gave up that long touchdown drive.
Yeah.
Right? Carolina took a late lead in the fourth, and Rams got the ball down by 4, 2 minutes, 38 seconds left. Matt Stafford, who for my money is the MVP of the NFL this year. I know postseason games don't matter in that equation.
Oh, no, he's already got that, I believe.
But that was like an MVP kind of moment for him. 71-yard drive. He went 6 of 7 on that final possession. Obviously, the touchdown to Colby Parkinson.
Oh, that was a great pass, right where only his guy could get that ball.
Perfect ball. Yeah, great grab by Parkinson. Yeah, and the Rams finally got the stop that they needed in the final seconds. That was awesome. Then Saturday night, Bears-Packers, one of the best rivalries in the sport.
Bears are getting it done late, aren't they, in these games?
The Cardiac Bears is what they're calling them, and that's what they've been under Ben Johnson this year. And I still, 2 days later, Buck, I have no idea how Green Bay lost that game.
When it was 24-3, I got disinterested in the game. I started watching Westerns. I was like, but I had this feeling that they had so many opportunities to drive that into the 40s if they needed to. And they didn't do it. They had too many 3-and-outs. For the Packers. They just didn't sustain anything after they jumped with that big lead. I'm like, guys, you keep getting these 3-and-outs, they're going to catch you.
Right. They were up 21-3 at halftime. They were up 21-6 going into the fourth quarter. And the biggest comeback win in Bears playoff history, just a total choke job. The Packers offensively got cold. Obviously, it didn't help that their kicker missed a field goal and an extra point. In a game that they lost by 4, they could have used those 4 points.
Sure. And,
I mean, the Bears offense, 4 fourth-quarter drives, field goal, touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
Wow.
Caleb Williams looked in over his head. He looked like rookie year Caleb Williams in the first half, 2.5 quarters. And then he turned it on, and the Bears turned it on, and it was incredible. It was so fun to watch. I don't like the Bears at all, but I cannot stand the Green Bay Fudge Packers. That was so glorious to watch that implosion on national TV on Saturday night.
The guy that they wanted so bad, Micah Parsons, they miss him desperately.
They did.
When it comes to getting a pass rush.
Yeah, they couldn't get a pass rush, right, without Micah. And that shows how good he is because the Cowboys couldn't get a pass rush all year without him. And
yes,
once the Packers lost him, they couldn't get any pass rush. So, just total choke job by Green Bay. Now I'm not sure if Matt LaFleur is going to be back next year. He's apparently meeting with the GM and ownership today to figure out a future plan for them. I think he'll be back, but boy, they've had some tough playoff losses under his
yes, they have
tutelage, and that was the worst one.
Dude, that lead they had, they should have built on that lead. They didn't build on that whatsoever.
Oh, and to a rival too. Like that would have been bad to anybody, but to one of your biggest rivals to cough that up.
And their running back was healthy,
right.
And they still couldn't get it done when they had that lead.
No. And then on the Sunday, it was just as good yesterday. How about that Bills-Jags game? Thriller. Speaking of back and forth, you had 4 lead changes in the fourth quarter. And Josh Allen, the game-winning touchdown run on a quarterback sneak with just over a minute to go. I didn't think the Bills should have scored that quick, right? That's a conversation the TV broadcasters were having, and everyone on Twitter was like, what? Take a knee a couple of times and then QB sneak it in.
Yeah, they let them do that deal. Those guys just fell down.
Right. The Jags were trying to let him score, and Buffalo acquiesced. But Trevor Lawrence, thankfully, threw a pick on the first play of the Jags drive.
Oh, man.
What Trevor Lawrence does.
Now, was that a cover by Jacksonville?
No.
What?
You went 2-4 in your picks, but you did go up 50,000 units because your 2 biggest plays were Indiana and the Patriots. Those were the 2 you got right. You missed your other 4, but you got those 2 right.
Indiana, that was easy. That was easy.
Yeah.
I didn't get to my cousin on that one.
That's a mistake by you. And you also had the Eagles yesterday, and down goes Philly. The defending champs are out. We will have a new Super Bowl winner in the NFL. San Francisco, they are so banged up. And they lose George Kittle early in the game, and yet they go on the road as a nearly 6-point dog. Another great game. Couple lead changes in the fourth quarter there. How about the wide receiver reverse pass call for Kyle Shanahan? First play of the fourth quarter.
Awesome. Team
down, pulls that rabbit out of his hat. And then another big touchdown by San Francisco on a 3rd and goal. They get the turnover on downs on defense. A.J. Brown, who was complaining and yelling at Nick Sirianni, he drops a huge pass on that final drive. He dropped
like 3 balls in that game.
Rough game for him.
He won't be there with them next year.
Should have been.
They're going to part ways with that dude.
I'd be right. Should have been reading a book or something on the sideline like he did last year. Maybe that was his mistake. Yeah, if you're going to be all about you, it's okay. You just have to be good.
Yeah, I mean, those 3 of those balls were catchable balls, easy.
Yeah, some bad ones there. So big win for the Niners. I wanted both teams to lose, but I'll take San Francisco winning there.
Are the Patriots really that good?
No, I don't think so. And their defense looked really good last night, but Drake May had some first playoff game jitters. Now, second half, he got better. Great touchdown pass to Hunter Henry. That was a beautiful ball. But I don't think the Patriots are unbeatable. And they will get the winner of the Texans and the Steelers. So if the Texans take care of business tonight, they will be in New England next week. And I think that's a game the Texans could win.
Yeah, I don't know if the Texans – what is the line here tonight?
3.
They're favored still, right?
Yep. What you got? You got something for the people? You are you did gain 50,000 units this weekend, but you're still down 50,000 units on the season. So
I'll go even tonight and I'll take the Texans for 50,000 units.
What have Texans fans done to you?
Listen, you thought that Indiana-Oregon game was going to be close. That thing was like, I wish I'd have gone. I should have gone a boatload than that. I will for the national championship game. Miami won't. Miami will get beat by 2 touchdowns against that group.
Yeah, that's closer than what anybody else has done against Indiana in the playoff.
I know. How about that?
Amazing what they are doing. So you're going with the Texans tonight?
I want the Texans.
I'm going with the Texans as well. Aaron Rodgers against an elite defense. I don't trust him at this stage in his career. I think it'll be ugly. I think it'll be nasty. I think it'll be like 17-13, but I think Houston will tough it out and grind out a victory.
Yeah, they got to score some points tonight, Houston.
But Houston has never won a road playoff game, and the Steelers have won something like 22 straight home Monday night games.
Monday night game again.
Yeah, so it'll be cold, it will be loud, and it will be a tall task for Houston, but I think they are the better side. So I'm picking them.
Aaron Rodgers will not be holding on to that ball very long tonight. Plus, they'll have their receiver back.
Needs to be protecting his balls tonight with that Texans pass rush.
Sure.
Make sure he's got the cup locked up, ready to roll. All right, let's bring on the boys here. We got a video that Double R sent me last night that we might have to show here during a little crosstalk. It's Wags, it's Double R on location. Where are you this morning, Waldo?
Tulsa, Oklahoma, my man. I'm in enemy territory.
Yeah, we do hate the Golden Hurricane, that's for sure.
I tell him that's exactly who I'm talking about.
Did you lose a bet?
That is right, my friend.
Did you lose a bet or something?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. It's do it or else type of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bet with the boss.
Picking
bet
straws.
with the boss.
Pulling straws.
So if you guys,
it's cold over here, boys. It's cold. Cold.
What are we talking? It's cold here today.
Yeah. Oh, is it? It's 33 here. 33.
That's cold. That's cold.
Yeah.
Right.
Feels like 26, BK. It's one of those.
It was 38 when Buck and I started the show this morning. We're at 43 now, so a little warmer.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
Like 60.
Feels like, I don't know about that. How about a fight?
In the sun, it does. In the sun, it feels like 60.
Yeah.
Is that like a real stat, or are you guys just saying
That's a real
stuff?
stat. My skin just reported that.
Good job. There you go. Now we got a new reporter.
I got
your pores.
I got one of those rings on. One of those rings on.
Had
That
mood ring.
Skin
Aura.
They say it's a mood ring. It's something good for my mood, though.
Does it work?
Ooh,
I need to get one if it works.
nice.
It works. Oh, it works.
Yeah.
Nice.
This ain't a ring you put on your finger, Buck. Not sure if you're following. Quick video, guys, if you would like. Double R sent me this one, so thank you, Double R, citing my sources here.
Absolutely.
We go to one of my favorite places in the world for this clip. That is 6th Street, Austin, Texas, USA, America. One of the best places. Some have called it the 8th wonder of the world. I'm not some, but I don't disagree.
I actually think I sent this video to my son and said, "Why would anyone go here?"
Okay, well, let's check it out.
Yep,
Here is some footage on the sidewalk of 6th Street from the weekend. Gentlemen, we have ourselves a cat fight.
America's finest.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Couple of ladies. We got two sets of two ladies going after it here, wailing on each other.
Calzones.
A lot of hair
All right.
pulls going on. A lot of skin being shown.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of short shorts.
Lots of short shorts. We got some girl
Mace.
trying to
There's
break
the
it up.
mace.
Here comes
There
the
it
cop.
is.
He
and
just
the
ain't
maid.
he just ain't even putting up with the shit. He's just like, yeah, we're done.
And one of the
Yeah, but
girls,
he ain't spraying anybody. He's just spraying him on the back, just trying to cool him down.
Give him some back. He's just giving him some back shots, Buck.
Yeah, good job. Good job by him.
I think the cop might have liked to have done something like that. Here you go. We got the handcuffs. And the girl, it sucks for the girl in white. She was the one trying to break up the fight, and she's getting
Yeah.
cuffed.
And then
The ref.
this guy comes over. And now, how bad do you really want to get out of those handcuffs?
I mean, this is some good stuff here. This is not your typical cat fight just slapping.
Did we see the woman, the lady coming in after trying to get her 15 minutes or her little mug
Leopard
shot there?
underwear.
I see some pantalones.
Yeah. Calzones, man. Chones. I see some chones.
Wags, I cut that part out. There was like this video went on for another 30 seconds, but nothing really happened. It was just people getting arrested. But there was some girl who like got in front of the camera and just started
It's Michael Vick.
modeling and posing.
Of course.
For the
Oh, you're
frame.
right. All right. The girl in the white dress was just trying to break it up, and she's going to jail.
Yeah.
She's the first one.
There's
Oh, my
footage
goodness.
though. The footage is going to protect her, right? Like
Yeah.
once the cops get their hands on this, she's trying to
Look
say I
at her.
didn't do anything, and then it didn't matter.
The cops
It's
is
like
like,
in-
once I get a little feel here, I'll let you go.
Yeah.
It's like in football, guys. When you retaliate, you're the one that's going to get called. You're the one that's
Yeah.
going to get called.
It's
That's
always
what
the
happened
second
right
person.
there.
Yeah.
Always a
happened.
second person.
There you go. So, hey.
Why would anyone
Hey,
want to? put
Officer Jack
themselves in
Wagon
this
never treated me like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
there
didn't
it
try to
is.
cop a feel like the TSA agents do for you.
No,
You always
he
talk
was-
about the TSA agents like trying to
Oh.
cop a feel on you.
Oh,
They're
they're
just
always
trying to
trying-
make
they're
sure that
trying-
you're secure.
They're always getting a
That's all.
freebie. They're getting a freebie from me all the time. Like, hey, let me give you a little cup check. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, also you walk in there and say, I have a gun every time you walk through. So of course you're going to get felt up. Like you're trying, you're asking for it, huh?
No, I showed them my ticket that has my old man thing. I'm not supposed to be mugged here. Well, and then they tell you, the lady says, I have to have this other officer check you. I'm like, why? How did you get the job? Didn't you have to check up underneath that hood there yourself? Or you just
Yeah, be
taking
like, you check
taking
me.
tickets?
You
I'm like,
check.
I would rather have you do it. She goes, no, I have to call Sydney over there. Sydney Portier, and he needs to come over here and check you.
Oh, Sydney is a guy?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
You know who Sidney Portier is, don't you?
Yeah. Sydney,
I'm
yeah.
talking
yeah.
to BK. Buck, I know you do. I'm talking to
course I do.
BK. BK doesn't?
I don't know who that
He
is.
doesn't watch any movies. He's never seen Guess Who's Coming to Dinner.
That's a movie?
Yeah.
That's a classic. You need to see that. It's a classic.
I've never heard of that, gents.
Come on.
I know who Sidney Portier, however you say that name. I know who that is. I do know
In the
who
heat
that
of the
is.
night.
The last time you probably saw Sidney Portier in a movie was probably White Man's Burden. That was
You're
probably
talking
the
about
last movie
me?
that Sidney Portier. He was the
He's
rich
never
African
seen
American
him.
man.
He wouldn't see him. They all look alike to him.
Is this guy Asian or something?
No, he's a black dude, very black. Almost, he's so black, he's blue.
Oh, purple. Come on now.
He's an older black gentleman. Yes, he's an older
my
black gentleman.
He is he's dead. So
Yes, he's been dead for a while, has he not?
R.I.P.
2022,
R.I.P.
not too long.
Not too long ago.
What is he in his? Was he in his 80s, late 80s?
94.
Wow.
I didn't realize he made it that long. I honestly thought he was still with us.
Oh,
Guess who's
man,
coming
94. That's nice. That sounds like a
spirit.
nice right number for the Buck.
Guess who's
We're
coming?
gonna keep you going. You're gonna try and tap out, and we're just gonna keep you here, buddy.
No. If I keep getting beat up by the dog and falling down and hitting my face and things like that, no.
We're gonna put you next to Brenda and her family falling over that little statue and whatever, and you're gonna
oh, don't do that. Every time I see that, I think about me. That's how I go down now. I truly go down that way.
No,
There he goes. Look.
That's how I go. That's me now.
Brenda.
Oh no!
Joyce.
And the mom
Joyce
is
will help
laughing.
you out. Joyce is gonna be there to help you out. Joyce ain't gonna let you fall.
The grandma's like, damn, again. Here we go again.
Joyce is like, Joyce
Here we
is
go
just
again.
I get yelled at now. I don't get any sympathy.
She's like, don't even get up.
I don't know
Don't
if you
even
boys
get up,
can
Michael.
see. I don't know if you can see this.
God, Buck.
Can you see it?
What the hell?
You
Who did
can
this?
see it now.
Who did that, Joyce?
I saw a little bit of the squirrel kiss when you had the hat on there.
No, it's totally rimmed all the way around.
Jesus.
The dog
come on,
punched me in the
man.
face. The dog jumped up with his paws and went whack.
Little rim.
Perfect size to get in there too, right?
Oh, that big old 145-pounder got me across. And it didn't get my eyeball. It just got over the top and underneath. And the blood started to, whatever it does, filter through. But it didn't get into my eye. But it's
Yeah,
underneath
thank
my
God.
lid. And Joyce is like yelling at me. She goes, why are you playing with the dog? The kids play with the dog. You're a grown-up. Throw the dog a bone and run in the house or something. She goes, but don't play with him. He's bigger than you.
It keeps us young. It keeps us young.
Joyce is yelling at him after she punched him. I think she said, don't play with the dog. Then she punched him.
I like to get more sympathy as I get older. I'm getting less sympathy. It's now that I'm doing dumber things. I'm like, playing with the dog isn't all that dumb, is it?
I think that's great.
I don't know.
The dog's bigger than you, so
BK, think about these things before you do the deal. As time goes on, really think about how your independence has been so wonderful in your life.
Oh no!
Because with time, it doesn't get like better. It doesn't like you just get used to each other. As you get older, it seems like you do dumber things. I haven't done anything really dumb.
All right. Well, I have my excuse
I think you
now.
also get on the same page so much better that you communicate without even talking to each other. You just kind of look at each other and you're just communicating without even opening.
Just nod.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it all changes after a while. So it used to be like when I would get on the road, I would get like a phone call from my wife, at night. Hey, I'm going to bed. Good night. Love you, whatever. Now I just get a text. Going to bed. I'm like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. Things like that on Sundays at my house, because my wife is very religious. She's big in her Bible and stuff. If I don't talk to her on Sundays, because all she'll do is she'll point like, I'm listening to Jesus point 2 or something, yeah. And it's the whole day. It's like, I don't talk to her because I know that there's something and she points at herself. I've never seen anybody with the phone like this, like her. I thought I used to be on the phone a lot. She's
always one that's racking up that screen time. The last time that I deployed, right, when we went to Afghanistan for the last time, my wife didn't even get up. It was like 10 p.m. We were leaving on a red eye to get out of Hawaii, but we were getting ready to go down to the loading dock. And of course you get your call. You're just like, hey, you got to muster around 2,200 or something like that. So I'm just like, hey babe, I'm stepping off. I'll be back, be back when I'm back. Right. You never know if anything's going to happen. And she just didn't get up to give me a hug or kiss or nothing. She goes, hey, your Nalgene water bottle is in the fridge. Make sure you take it. That's it.
Don't worry about the bullets or anything else.
Hey, don't forget your water bottle. That's it.
Yeah, it's taking up space in my fridge, so get it out of here.
Yeah, get your stuff out of here. I got some yogurt to put in there. Come on.
And that was it. That was that. And you know, when you're over there, you kind of don't want to hear from anybody either. You know, you just kind of want to have stuff on your, stuff focused and locked in, man. You want to get positive points.
That's me when I'm here. Just leave me alone.
Your apartment living, BK. The apartment living is fabulous, BK. Don't ever think it's not.
No,
you're going to do fine.
We'll see. We will see. I don't know. After this conversation, might have a call I need to make after the show.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Somebody has to take care of your ass.
There's a lot of ass to take care of,
All right, boys.
See you guys tomorrow.
Stay safe, boys. Stay safe. There they go. Here we are. Myself and Tulsa Ronnie over there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Hey, welcome. How's your good weekend? I mean, you're a little frigid, a little cold, but good weekend.
Not too bad. It's going to be a busy week, but just kind of.
When are you back this way?
I'll be back Sunday. So you're gonna find me here.
But you're out for the week.
You're gonna find me in the cozy confines here of the Courtyard, Tulsa.
Are you in that same hotel all week long?
All week long, buddy.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks. It sucks because it would be all right for, I don't know. I say that, but I also like staying stationary in one spot, right? But I guess maybe like the excitement of going from hotel to hotel would kind of be intriguing, right? But also it's logistics is a pain in the ass. We all know that. Things. Yeah. Whenever I'm not settled in, it's usually not a good time. So
that is the thing. You get pretty hunkered down. I mean, that's the thing. Like when I know that I'm parked here for a week, I mean, I can bring like the mobile studio and like the last time when we had audio trouble, that was a real quick turnaround. So it's like, okay, here I know that I can actually put shit here that's not going to get moved, and we're all good. But
have you seen Sylvester Stallone there yet?
Is he from Tulsa?
He's like the fucking king of Tulsa.
Is he really? I didn't know that. No,
I
didn't know that.
King of Tulsa, or is he mayor of Tulsa or king of Tulsa? I think he's the king of Tulsa. Nice. You got to look it up.
And we've got somebody here that knows. Yes, I am here for the Chili Bowl, the biggest indoor short track race at the Tulsa Expo Center. Golden Driller is going to be handed out this weekend or this week. So Wags. Why those girls?
Is O'Reilly sponsoring that?
Yeah, it's one of our big events.
Oh, nice. Right on. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, that's one of our big events. Hey, you know why them girls are fighting on East 6th Street?
Future leaders, they want to show their leadership for the country.
Close. I did some in-depth reporting. They knew that Ronnie was there last Saturday on a ghost tour, and they were all there to see him. And when they found out Ronnie wasn't coming, that broke out. They were looking for me, buddy.
Top 20-second here. Timeout 20-second here.
Yeah.
There's a lot to kind of process and digest with that. But first and foremost, did you go on a ghost tour?
Yeah, I went on a ghost tour last week.
Okay. You didn't tell me about that. All right.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm into the supernatural. I'm into the supernatural a little bit.
Dude, you need to do this. Because, this is good for you being a transplant into Austin.
The tour is only as good as the host, dude. The tour is only as good as the person taking you around as the tour guide.
Oh, so here's what happened. So this was we were supposed to take one tour. I bought this for Tracy for Christmas, and then it didn't work out for whatever reason. So then they put me on another one, still a ghost tour. So it was Tracy and I and the tour guide. It was three of us. She was amazing. Her name is Anne. She's tremendous. I'll send you the link.
What buildings did you guys go? I mean, I've heard like the Driscoll haunted, or
that's
the hotel down there is haunted, isn't it?
We ended up at the Driscoll, which is right there where that fight was. So we were there. There's a couple of speakeasies there that are hidden, that are haunted.
Oh yeah. For sure. Yeah.
You know what other places haunted?
Speakeasies, are they public entrance, or do you have to have like a membership or a card?
One of them you can just go in. The other one, you have to have a secret code to get in there. But you know where else is haunted?
Hold on. Does the code change every week?
Every day. You know where else is haunted?
I'm guessing you're on a membership list and the code gets emailed to you or whatever every day.
Yeah. So remember,
that's pretty wild. That's
remember where we had that TSU gathering at the Moon? Moon? That place is haunted.
I don't remember the venue, but I remember the area where we were at. Yeah,
that place is haunted. That room that we were in, that's a haunted space.
Like the stone, like the little stones.
Yeah, with the stone floors. Yeah, they take you in there and they tell you that whole story. And I'm like, how did I not know this? I've been here all my fucking life. So
I always like me a good ghost story, man. Some of the best tours down on North Carolina, like the North Carolina, South Carolina shoreline there with all the pirate stories and Black Bart stories. Now I'm going to get real dorky, but that's the type of shit that I'm into, man. We went on this awesome tour down in Galveston. It was supposed to be kind of like a ghost tour. That's kind of how they sold it, but it ended up being like a gangster tour, honestly. They told you a little bit of ghost stories, but basically it was, how the gangsters were bootlegging. But anyways, it was still a fun tour, man. Galveston's a fun little place too, man. Yeah,
that's cool stuff to know. That's good.
Yeah. And that's tour, man. I'm always down for a good little ghost tour. So, okay, that was the first part of your thing. What was the second part that you were telling me about?
So we were literally standing right there where that was. Not this Saturday, obviously, but the Saturday before. Yeah. So it was like when I saw that, I'm like, oh, they thought I was coming back, So
they were upset. They were upset. They were upset that they didn't get to go on the ghost tour with you.
It's a misunderstanding. It was a misunderstanding.
Bill Collins misunderstanding. Absolutely. There it is. The first part. We got a lot to break down. We got some news coming inbound, huh? Everybody wearing the burnt orange here. Mr. Cam Coleman making the splash. Big wide receiver room for Arch Manning, who's already touted as the Heisman hopeful right now. So, my dude, what do you think, man? What's this dude? What's the spin for you? And also the running back room getting replenished here, my guy.
This is a guy in Cam Coleman where you bring him in.
Here's the guy.
Yeah. I feel like Chris Collinsworth here. This guy. I mean, this seriously is. And I am so glad. I was thinking about this last night where you look at now with everything that you have with the two running backs, now with the multitude of wide receivers.
If you consider Cooper coming in too. So
yeah. So you look at this.
I did see that Clark entered the portal. Is that
he's
correct?
In the portal, and I don't blame him. I mean, at this point, it's kind of like, okay, what's your role? Yeah, these guys are going to have to get beat up pretty good for you to get a little bit of game. But I mean, that's how he got game last year. The other two guys exited, but. It's like you think of what you've bolstered right here. Now that you have Arch Manning playing like Arch Manning, we knew that Arch Manning was going to be playing. That's where I think I go back and I look at this season and I'm like, okay, it really was a success. I know you didn't make the college football playoff, which is probably good because you're not going to beat Indiana anyway. But you've got Arch Manning playing at this level right now, and then you go out and you bring in these guys right now. You go out and you get Cam Coleman. You got a running back called Hollywood, for crying out loud. I mean, shit. You've got two backs there, and here this was the big thing yesterday. What a day in the portal for Texas. The big thing for me, Goosby's coming back. I know that's not a portal thing.
That was a huge sell too, right? Having Goosby coming back, being able to have. Yeah, I'll say it. Being able to have your anchor at on offensive line is something that you absolutely need going in the next. You have to have that answered going in the next season. You have to, have to know that answer going in the next season.
Right, and that's you've got that guy that's going to be protecting the backside of Arch Manning this year. So you've got that. But what a week! And just think about this to where we were. I mean, there was a lot of despair around here when guys started entering the portal to where it's like, oh my God, what a fail this has been. And remember, we talked about it. It's like, what's happening?
On guys, right? We were missing out on a lot of the miss on ball was. Hurt that one hurt, right? But then you're able to kind of correct it and get Brown, right? And then after this weekend and being able to get Simeon, I mean, I'm sorry,
Smothers.
Thank you, Smothers. I said Simeon. Smothers from NC State there. It still hurts to see Clark leave. I still wanted to keep some continuity there in the backfield, and it looked like Clark was taking a next step, especially in the Michigan game. So. It does suck whenever anybody loses, but also, like I've been saying, or we've been saying, with these people going outbound, new blood, or not even just new blood, better talent is potentially coming in instead of, what we were dealing with. So it sucks to see people go, but it also, I mean, it's a little bit of excitement because you have to be able to deduce that these people coming in are probably a little bit better. That's what's forcing these people out. So.
And that was where we had the conversation about Jaden Baugh, to where it's like you bring that dude in there, that's going to be your solidified number one guy. And then you've got Gibson, you've got these guys that are going to be there if needed. You're going to insert them into the offense and use them in different ways. But I mean, dude, I would take this 2 running back attack that you have right now over Baugh, to be honest with you. Baugh would be great to have, but now you've got 2 legitimate threats.
Do you think Brown wouldn't have been able to be landed if Ball would have been there, or do you think Texas would have just dropped the pursuit on Brown and kind of just that balls what we have, balls enough?
I think you would have gone Baugh, Gibson, and then the rest of the committee right there to kind of fit in with whoever was still going to be in the room. But I think once you landed Brown, and I got to tell you, man, the Smothers thing to me was the one that was most surprising, because I didn't even see that on the radar, for crying out loud. I mean, I thought that was done.
I think that was a shock for everybody, right? What is I don't have Smothers' size on me right now.
Smothers, I think, is a tad bit big.
Is he?
I think he's a little bit taller.
A little bit like Gibson, a little bit. He's more of a red zone running back.
He's a little taller than Brown, but they're about the same size.
Okay.
So when it comes to weight,
I've seen him at 201, 202. Okay.
Yeah. So I think weight's going to be very compatible. But I think what you get with this is you get. I keep going back to Jaden Blue.
I've seen up to 205. Now I see 190.
Yeah. I keep going back to Jaden Blue, to where I think that even though, Jaden Blue, whatever has happened in Dallas, but this offense really thrived with Jaden Blue. Both of these guys.
Blue's more of a comp to Brown, I would think, right?
Yeah,
Especially
but Smothers ain't that far
out
off.
of the backfield and being able to catch passes out of the backfield. I'd say Brown is kind of more of a Jaden Blue comp.
Yeah. You're not going to have a bruiser. This isn't going to be where you're swapping out and going to a fullback type either way. But
let's 20-second right here. You got a bruiser in the backfield. You don't want to utilize his legs that much. You kind of want to preserve him as much as possible. But if you do your
quarterback
push, if you're in a goal line situation and you can kind of get that tush push and protect Arch Manning, you do kind of have a little bit of a I'd say maybe a somewhat of a bruiser, right? You just don't want to get that dude all bruised and busted up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, what Manning's 240, some shit like that, 240 pounds, like 6'2", 240. He can get into the end zone.
And I think the other part of this that what makes it even bigger to me is that you add these 2 guys, and now the fact that you've got Michael Masunas that you added at tight end.
Nice
essentially, you've got
tight end too. Good blocking.
Yeah. So. You got 2 tight ends at this point. I mean, because you're adding to that room. This offense is going to be loaded, but you got to take care of the line. And I mean, having Goosby back, I think is a great get. Connor Robertson back at center, that's good experience. I think that's great. There's continuity there with Manning, but that's the next thing to go to work. I mean, go in there and get that offensive line. Yeah. Shored up, because you have to do that. I mean, we can talk about how great the running backs are.
We can talk about all the Joes that we want and all the the skill players, but if you ain't blocking up front for him, my guy, you guessed it. You hit it right on the head. That's
a whole thing. And if you're going to expect these running backs to make plays with subpar offensive line play, that you're going to get these dudes beat up, and that's what you can't do. So, but I mean, the way this lines up, I mean, it really, and the other part of it, Wags, I mean, you got a couple of linebackers this weekend too. I mean, so with Biles coming in from Pittsburgh, and then you got, Cryer that's coming in. Yeah. So I thought at the first part of the weekend, I'm like, okay, I don't know what's going to happen with Cam Coleman, but I thought, hey, maybe that's the big thing of the weekend. And then yesterday I'm just getting bombarded where it's like, seriously, the Hollywood, the Smothers thing, I did not see that coming. Absolutely didn't see it coming, especially with Brown. So, all right, here you go. Everything is lined up for you. How are you going? That's my question. With all these pieces that you have here, oh, by the way, you've got Ryan Wingo here. I mean, you've got some really good pieces here. How are you going to make all this work?
Now,
good problem to have. It's a good problem to have.
I'm sitting here. We're in honeymoon stage right now, right? So I'm probably going to give Coleman the one spot, and then I'll probably go with Mosley as my 2, honestly, as my, and then Wingo as my. Excuse me. Then Wingo as my 3. Excuse me. Sorry about that. But yeah, that's kind of how I rate my wide receivers right now. I'm thinking, Coleman's probably the best wide receiver in there. And then a lot of people there's so much love for Wingo. I get that. And I got love for Wingo too. But in the playmaking abilities that I've seen, or not so much the playmaking abilities, I'll say like consistency in clutch hands. Not that Mosley was ever that clutch, but I feel like Mosley made bigger grabs in more critical moments than Ryan Wingo did. Ryan Wingo had a lot more opportunities than Mosley did as well, but also like I feel like Mosley won over the trust of Arch Manning, right? With just Arch Manning being able to put a ball back behind the no zone there, and then Mosley being able to go get it instead of just giving up on the route. I saw a lot of that this season too with some of the receivers, not so much giving up on the route, but just not inserting their physicality to shield off a defender and protect Arch from a bad throw, or if he was throwing a bad throw. I think now, man, with this wide receiver room, with the running back room too, there's the talent is there, man. We gotta block it up.
Yeah. And I do think that for Ryan Wingo and for Emmett Mosley, that this is their chance, because just think of the attention that Cam Coleman is going to draw. And that's where I kind of go to reverting back to in the off season, as we start getting into the spring and all that, to where what's the problem that we kind of had a little bit there with Wingo? I mean, the dropsies, we kind of had some of that. I mean, you got to solidify that.
No, not some. There were a lot of drops.
There's a lot of it.
There were a lot of drops.
Yeah, that really was the problem. And that's where I go back to Mosley, where this really is an opportunity for him staying healthy, that because these guys are going to draw some really good matchups, because so much of that focus with Cam Coleman, he's going to draw that, as he should. I mean,
and you go ahead, double them all. I don't know how you're going to cover everybody, right? And then if you do find a way to kind of be able to get everybody covered up, how are you going to account for Brown leaking out of the backfield?
That's exactly right. I mean, because that's a dude where you can bubble screen him out. I mean, you can do all these different things with him, and it really is to where you think about this, to where let's say that you're trying to throw the ball or whatever, you're having trouble running the ball. Different things aren't working. Your last option of getting the ball outside the pocket is Arch Manning.
Right,
that's a pretty damn good last option.
Or you don't have to rely on bubble screens or quick screens to get to the edge either. Now you kind of got your whole playbook wide open. You don't have to rely on gimmick plays and gadget plays to get to the edge or any more like that. You can absolutely have some speed in the backfield and you got a tight end that can seal the edge too, right? So
yeah, two of them.
A lot has happened over the past 2 weeks, and with the portal closing here. I think it closes in a couple days here soon. So, really, really timely gets, man.
Sunday was just a crazy day when it comes to probably the best day in the portal for anybody, I would think, ever.
Frazier leaving Georgia as well. So
yeah. Hey, and then
look, man, it's not just Texas. There was we talked about now. Georgia did not have a mass exodus like a few other programs, but Texas had a mass exodus, of course. Penn State and Iowa State, we've talked about those, but also Ohio State lost a good chunk of players too. So a lot of people are kind of shuffling the roster up. Going into roster dives this week, I did discover something, and sure, this probably has a big reason, or it's probably correlated with why they're doing so well. Do you know the average age of Indiana's roster?
What are they, about 20, 23, 24 years
Boom.
old?
Fucking on the head, Michael Jordan. On the head. About 23 years old, right?
It shows.
It does. And who is the team that is really active in the portal this year again?
Active in the portal?
Who's active in the portal again? Who's having tremendous success in the portal right now?
Texas
right now, but Indiana's killing it.
Indiana. Yeah.
Indiana's still killing it, right? So remember how we were talking about not so much wasting time or wasting effort on on high schoolers, right? It's good to have an eye on high schoolers, right? But if you can find someone else's trash and turn it into your treasure and get into the portal like Cignetti has done. And another thing that I wanted to bring this up, is there a correlation here with Indiana's success and Clemson's downfall? I'm asking a question. I don't know if there is. I'm going to have to delve into this and find out, because it seems like the coaches that didn't address the portal allowed teams like Indiana to thrive and be vibrant in the portal, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's all Dabo's fault that Indiana is doing so well. But still, like, if you're not taking those opportunities, you're missing out on those opportunities, right?
Yeah.
It seems just like simple logic to me. Maybe it's too simple. I don't know.
It's a new way of doing business right now, to where and you know what, it totally makes sense where you talk about with the more relaxed practices, the shorter practices with Indiana. They always seem crisp. Why? Because they're older. I mean, they want to be playing. Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, Wags, you go into what Cignetti and Indiana's done so well is you look at a lot of dudes on that roster. They're not 5-star guys. I mean, you go out, and that is truly utilizing the portal, where you go out and all these splashes that Texas is making. That's great. That's the way of the portal right now. But the way that Indiana's utilized this is you go out
their rosters are answered already. They already know
find the gems. Yeah.
And that beatdown they put on Oregon, that was personal. Do you know why? Cignetti was
Oregon,
basically staring down Lanning on the other side of the sideline, saying the fucking portal was mine, bitch.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, you did see the news, Raiola to Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Oregon.
There you go. You got your guy. You got one of your guys there, Lanning.
Well, and I think it really, the timing of all of this is the way that Indiana has done this, where they have totally bucked this whole system that we're talking about going out and finding guys, the big splash, whatever. Curt Cignetti has sat here and built a program that has thrived on finding those hidden gems, building team correlation, fighting for your brother, all these different things. That is what he has done.
I don't know what he's selling to the players. But they are older, and I'm sure the bag, or maybe the marketing tactic that he's selling is, look, we don't know if you're going to go to the NFL, right? But we can get you here to where you're making some good plays, and we can get you some NIL money. Maybe that's the approach that Cignetti is doing. But he is building a winner, and it's not just here. We've talked about this, man. The dude has been building winners wherever he lands. He leads the program better.
Yeah. Yeah, he really does. And it's a cool story to watch, and I think the timing is unbelievable. Indiana's going to win the national championship. Look, man, there is no
say that, man, but look, there's been so many shocks this season already. And Miami is not to be counted out just yet. But
that's true.
I'm with you. I feel like Indiana is a very dominant team. Bear chiming in, producer Bear. Sorry, Chambliss. You can't play your 6th year of college football, denied. Yes, that was the news over the weekend. Chambliss is I guess it wasn't an appeal, because they're appealing now, but he put in something he put in a notion to go for a 6th year. He submitted a notion to go for a 6th year. That did get denied. They're going to officially appeal it, and they will have another chance to do this. So
going to court. And I think that's where, just kind of in the way that this is all falling out, is where if you start having this more, where you get the programs that are built the way Indiana has, and Jake's got it right there. The fact that he's gotten the losingest program in college football in history. And here they are playing for a national championship. I mean, and that's where, and I think the story's even greater, because just the following that Indiana has. I mean, the alumni base is the biggest. I mean, Indiana's that big, and these people are all dug in. And I just think the timing of what Indiana's doing to what everything. Look, it's been a great weekend in the portal for Texas, but the fact that Texas is now doing business this way, and everybody's doing business this way, and yet you've got probably going to be the national championship, a team that's built with a bunch of dudes that genuinely love playing with each other, and they're led by a coach that is just a bad son of a bitch. I mean, I think the timing
he is all business.
Incredible.
He is all business. Yeah. And they ain't going anywhere.
No, he's
they're
not.
going to be able to reload right after this.
No, I keep hearing, get the guy to move or whatever. This is a guy I think that is truly invested. He is going to stay with this program.
Have you seen what Indiana's doing in the portal? They are.
Yeah.
They're reloading. They have answers for everybody. They have answers for their succession plan. They're people that are going out there spelling them already.
They do it, and this is a coach to where you can talk about physical ability, and you can talk about stats, and you can talk about all these different things. I think a lot of what Curt Cignetti does is he's got his blueprint, he's got his program, and the way he wants his program to run, and he finds guys that are going to be able to pop into that system.
Yeah. Plug and play, absolutely.
Yeah, and elevate their play. That's the other part of it, where what Indiana's done so well, they have taken guys that, I mean, Fernando Mendoza, when he goes to Indiana, are we like blown off the map? No. And now look at him. I mean, he's a character guy. That's the biggest thing with this dude, where it's like you sit there and you listen to him, and it's like, God, that's just a good guy.
A little corny, right? But he's a brain, right? He's a brain. He's a brain that knows how to play ball, and the dude knows how to spin it better. Shit, man. I thought maybe we were all just kind of on the hype train with Mendoza and the Mendoza mania. Now, I don't know, if it'll translate and carry over into the pro ball, but I mean, I'm sure he's going to have his rookie struggles, especially if he goes to Vegas. He's going to struggle. But yeah, it seems like he's got it all figured out, and he's firing on all cylinders in that Indiana Hoosier offense, man. Leading that Indiana Hoosier offense. Hey, you know who else is going to lead you? He'll lead you in court. It's our guy, Ryan Hurricane Hecht. And when that storm hits, you got to give our guy Ryan Hurricane Hecht the call. That number, 512-938-8929. If you're injured in a car accident or any type of personal injury at all, just give our guy Ryan a call at that number. He's aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. He's Austin-based. He's Texas proud, wearing those Longhorn burnt orange suits into the courtroom for you, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you when you call him today. That number again, 512-938-8929. Email Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Hey, very well done. I like the rhyming right there. Covert Bee Cave, my friends, looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. There's one place to check. It's covertbeecave.com. Check out the full inventory there on the website today. Make that drive out there to beautiful Bee Cave. Find that car, truck, or SUV, and you might be one of these people.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
That's right. Nobody beats Coverdale. Not now, not ever. Check them out online today at covertbeecave.com. McCall Custom Homes, looking for that 2026 home renovation project or a new home. We're looking for a new home as well. They can take care of that for you, because for over 40 years, father-son team there with McCall Custom Homes, our man Mike McCall, they have been doing that for Central Texans, and I'm here to tell you I am a satisfied McCall Custom Homes and a renovation reconstruction of my primary bathroom is what they did, and it's an amazing space. They're ready to do that for you. You can check out the gallery of projects at McCall Custom Homes, atx.com. You got an outdoor space that you want to liven up a little bit as we start getting into the springtime. You're going to want to spend some time outside. You got a worn out patio space that needs some updating, or you want a patio space. They can do that for you, and all you have to do is make that phone call or text at 512-633-9580. Get that free estimate, but you have to mention TSU, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Be sure and let Mike know that you heard about him right here on this network, and he'll get out there and give you an idea of what you're looking for. If you have your thoughts, they'll work together with you and get that thing to reality. Check them out today, 512-633-9580, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. For over 40 years, man. Be a satisfied customer, just like Double R, just like Bucky Godbolt, and just like Central Texans aplenty. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes. Coda Text Line also says Mosley benefits the most with Coleman, and I truly do think that really is the one that can benefit the most, because you have to think with those coverages that Coleman, the attention that Coleman is going to attract, that there's just going to be a lot of open space. And what does that do? That opens up the running game. And that was the problem in the past, Wags, where I think that this year you couldn't really count on the running game to come to life. Again, you need some offensive line help, but you got a couple of dudes back there that are going to tote the rock, that are quick, that are elusive, that can get the ball down the field. Get ahead of the chains. Don't get into 3rd and 8, 3rd and 12. Don't get into that shit, because you become so much more predictable.
Pretty quick too. Like I feel like we went off the run when we didn't have to. If we would have just stuck with it, after you're gonna get losses every now and then with a run, right? You're gonna come up with some negative impacts, okay? But also you're gonna bust some 10-yard runs too, okay? I feel like sometimes we abandon the run a little bit too early.
And I will tell you one thing, that again, very early on, I mean, we're fresh off of these portal acquisitions. I'm curious to see, because we know that Steve Sarkisian has a very set way that he likes to call plays. I mean, now with this plethora,
you're right. It's scripted. It's high tempo. It feels like it's high tempo in the first half, and then it's lean on you and wear you out in the second half, right? With the rock. So
yeah. But you know, when you look at this, I mean, when you had Matthew Golden, you know, when you had that fleet,
how about Matthew Golden this weekend, huh? Getting himself into the end zone,
looking good, although in a losing effort.
Took him all season long, but I mean, hell, you got in there. Yeah, way to go.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think this is where I mean, you have receivers now that you haven't had, you know, in a couple of years. I mean, we sit here and talk like it hasn't been that it's been forever since you've had these, but it's how does that offensive play calling philosophy change? Because now there's a lot there. And honestly, I think that's where it's going to be even more imperative that he has somebody that, whether it's going to be an eye in the sky up in the booth or where it's going to be, that's going to have to help Steve do this, because
I think we've
simply that you have so much.
Like even if he wants to be the play caller, he's got to take everything else off his plate and just be the play caller, right? Which I don't know how that's going to happen. If you're the head coach, you're the fucking CEO, man. You have to have oversight on everything. So
yeah.
I think we continue to beat our head against the wall. Look at the stats that's out there right now. People that are winning is Cignetti calling his plays?
No.
Cignetti's not calling his plays. He's running the fucking team.
Yeah,
I love Sark, but that's my frustration with it, right? Like,
I know.
Man, swallow the pride, bro. Yeah, I was brought here to be a play caller. You were brought here to win a national championship, and with that does consist of you calling plays, but not if it takes back and puts a damper on you know, winning a national championship or bringing home a natty. Come on, man.
That's the number one goal right there. And the whole the thing with Cignetti, and that's where, like, right now, you know, that's the benchmark. It's become the benchmark here really, really fast. You look at what he's done. He's had the same coordinators, the same staff for 10 years, Wags, and he has drugged these guys, or they have stayed with him, and they started out at what, D2 level?
Guys, exactly. Like he's brought players from other programs to the portal. Like, no, this guy works well in my system. This is who I'm going with. I'm going with what I know.
Yeah. I seriously,
people. How about that? Coaching people up.
Bringing out. You know, I'm gonna start calling this dude Crocodile Dundee.
That's a novelty. Coaching people up. Where have I seen that before, Nick Saban?
I'm gonna start calling this dude Crocodile Dundee. Remember when he left Australia and came to the U.S. and he's still doing all the zany, stupid shit that he was doing down under, and people are looking at him like, "Hey, what?" But yet he was an amazing success when he came to the States.
He was walking around wearing alligator boots.
That's right. Coach Cignetti,
probably in that damn hat. Yeah, man, great weekend of football.
You call that a knife?
We haven't gotten into NFL football yet, but we would be remiss. We only got an hour, right? We don't have 2 hours, so we gotta back to crimp.
Yeah,
we were kind of in that 2 hour flow, right? But we're back to an hour now. Okay.
We were like this last week.
We're stretching out. We're We're flexing it a little bit, letting it breathe. Breathe a little bit there, man.
That's right. That's right.
Now we kind of got to get in and get out, right? Kind of like we're eating Russian duck. We're rushing in, we're ducking out. That's kind of what we used to say in the military. We're eating Russian duck today, boys. We're rushing in, we're ducking out.
Well, we still got a game tonight too.
Still got to, you know, seeing if Aaron Rodgers and company can take down the Texans. But yeah, I mean, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about basketball. Huh. Can we? How about that? Can we talk about basketball for 3 minutes here or 5 minutes? Can we just give the boys their play or their flowers just a minute? All right, we got Vandy coming up. Can we live on this Alabama win just for a minute? I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment. And again, I'm gonna sound like it, and I'm gonna sound like I'm sitting here chugging burnt orange Kool-Aid, and I know that I sound nuts after what I just said on Friday. Okay, but if the Longhorns can play like they did, if Pope can be aggressive like that and hit shots is the key. If Pope can do that, it opens up so much more. It allows Mark to get in his game, get in his bag, and allow him to kind of patrol, on the perimeter there and be the rope man. But also, it pulls the defense into where they gotta close out on the perimeter on Pope and allows Heidi to be able to hit and knock down. And then you got inside help with Vakatitis. It's all fluid. And it's rolling like that when you're able to, and when you're hitting from the free throw line too. Again, I know that's probably an anomaly of a night.
That needs to be more consistent. Speaking of hitting from the free throw line,
if you can find a way to consistently go out there and be aggressive in the half court set and attack like that, and be able to knock it down, shoot at that high of a percentage. That's the thing too, right? The shooting lows have been there, and Alabama lives and dies off the three, and they were dying off the three when we played them on Saturday there. So, look, man, fantastic weekend for basketball, for hoops there, and it might be false advertisement, rightfully so. It might be false advertisement, but damn, it felt good to get a win like that. And if they can win like that consistently, Double R, this might be.
No, don't say it.
I know.
This is where I was.
They could potentially get to the fucking tournament. Okay.
This is where I was saying.
But they got it. That has to be the standard moving out. All right. And that's probably going to be the ceiling. Let's be honest. That's probably going to be the biggest win of the Longhorns. Okay.
Yeah. Well, this is where I was saying that this team can sneak up on people, that it would be out. And, I was talking about Swain, with the shooter and all that. That dude with his defense on Saturday was more to me, but it was, when you have Pope going off for 28 and here, Wags, you just said it a while ago.
Also, like people weren't being able to slip into the lane, getting backdoor, getting easy bunnies too. There wasn't kind of what you just kind of said. There wasn't lethargic and lackadaisical defense there. People were on point, man. It was crisp, dude. They were taking turnovers and turning them into points. It was very fresh. It was refreshing basketball to see for the men being able to play.
And the best part about it, Wags, was this wasn't. You look at the score. You look at 92-88, and it's like, oh, Texas happened to beat Alabama. Texas beat Alabama that entire game. Texas, to me, was in command most of that game. But
they were.
A while ago,
Alabama was able to close it down and get back a little bit. They closed it to 1 within the half or at halftime. But then after that, Texas came out and took flight as soon as the second half came out. So great win, and I'm with you guys. I know that Texas won't be able to play this consistent. No, and this is probably the ceiling for Texas, right? But it shows you that Texas can beat a team like that. That's why I think that, if they can continue to win like this or beat teams like that in the SEC, we'll see how they do with Vandy, right? We'll see. Vandy's on one. Vandy's on one right now.
You need about 5 of these. You need about 5 of these.
Five's a definite, right? 5 will definitely get you in like that. But I would say three big wins off a program like Alabama, I think you got a chance to punch your ticket, and
then beat the ones you're supposed to beat
in the SEC tournament too. So
yeah, and then beat the ones you're supposed to beat.
Right. You got to take it. Yeah, exactly. You got to take
that's a select few because we've seen them not do that already.
Right. But, and also like that can be a buster too, right? Not being able to take care of the team that you're supposed to, allowing those teams to kind of come up and sneak up and beat you. So
but Wags, when you talked about coaching guys up and doing these different when Sean Miller sat those guys down against Tennessee, I think that's where maybe that's an eye-opening thing to where, look, you sit your ass down. You ain't playing. I mean, we may not win this game.
But, absolutely. Like if you're not, and he said it too, like we're paraphrasing, right? If this moment is too big for you, we will find a way to get you in a place that's going to be more suited for your stature. Okay. Meaning like meaning like get the hell out. If you can't pull it, you're going to get out. So,
and that's a hell of a lot more.
Buddy. And thank you so much for allowing us to
last thing on that. To me, that's a hell of a lot more impactful. When you put those dudes on the pine, that's a hell of a lot more impactful than going in front of a microphone and saying whatever about your team or saying whatever the case is.
Let them feel how warm that bench can get.
That's where they understand it. That's where they understand it.
Let them sit there and chomp it. Let them sit there and chew on their cheek a little bit and make them want to get in and make them get angry. Being like, Coach, I should be in there. No, you shouldn't.
Sit there and pout.
You're not performing.
Amen. Amen.
All right, NFL talk, amigo.
Dude,
probably the best wild card weekend I've seen in a minute. Right.
I was going to text you, man. I thought Carolina was going to beat the Rams. I was going to text you Saturday and be like, just like we said, the Panthers, man, God dang, man. But it didn't start that way. It started out like we thought it was going to start out.
It looked like the Rams were going to blow the doors off this thing pretty quick. And it was trending that way, right? And then credit to them, the Panthers had some fight, man. They came clawing back and made this thing a game. Dude, I thought they were going to steal it. I did. For a minute there, I thought they were going to steal it from the Rams.
Yeah. So the Rams.
Your opinion, what was your favorite? Not best game, but your favorite game that you saw?
I gotta say, I think it was probably the Green Bay Chicago game, simply for because of the fact that I love that rivalry, and the other part of me, the Philadelphia game, because they lost.
Seeing Philly get beat, that's always good, right?
Yeah, but I think with Chicago and Green Bay, and to see Green Bay go down that way, and now there's a question about Matt LaFleur. Is this guy going to be coaching this? Remember, I said McDermott, with Buffalo, it's like if that dude loses, he may be out on his ass. I don't know if Green Bay makes that move.
You think Green Bay moves on from LaFleur? Cram it up your cram, old LaFleur.
The bad thing about LaFleur is his losses have been like that, to where it's like it's not like Mike Tomlin where you're getting boat raced. You're losing really, really
close games.
You're losing games you shouldn't win or that you shouldn't lose. I don't know, but I would say that one. And for Caleb Williams, I don't know. At some point with Chicago, you're going to run into a Rams team. You're going to run into Seattle or somebody to where you can't fall behind like that and come back. Now, I don't think you're quite that good, but to see that one, that was just that's just good NFL football right there. Watching those two go at it, and I will tell you, the Patriots, they're pretty fucking good.
Yeah, they're Drake May, right? There was it wasn't even a play that Drake made with his arm yesterday that kind of sealed the deal for me. It was, and again, there was probably some reluctancy from the Chargers to not want to pick up a penalty or maybe get a late hit on May, but May's ability right before the first half to scramble, and I think it seemed like it was 80 yards. It seemed like the dude was running forever. But his ability to just be that sound, be that heady, and in playoff caliber moments be able to deliver like that, and honestly, like, and when the game was kind of inching along field goal to field goal, trying to that wasn't even field goal to field. They were fighting for field position. That's how close this game was at or it seemed to be in the first half. But May, realizing that, sensing that, says, hey, I'm going to take this opportunity, scrambles about 80 yards to get his team into position to kind of take the lead going into halftime there. That's the type of championship. Small plays like that, right? Like taking an anthill and turning it into a mountain of a play, right? Because that's kind of what it is. That small little scramble just for a first down, but ends up being, an 80-yard scamper and putting your team into field goal position. Because and they also took a couple of shots at the end zone there, if I recall. But before that, they were able, they chalked up 3 points there. But still, like, that's the type of stuff, the grittiness that you need to get your team into the Super Bowl, right? And Matt Stafford has always had that. And I think that's kind of why I was leaning on it, right? But I think now, like, there Drake May has solidified my pick, and not that I get a vote, but I think he's solidified my vote as MVP, NFL MVP.
Yeah. We can really dig in more.
The win period, the win in ugly fashion, and it's evident, right? Like LA's got better toys than New England. Yeah.
Well,
would you say Double R? Would you say Core? You got a nice little fresh back, in Corum to back up Williams there. There's some toys there. Devontae Adams, this guy named Puka Nacua, who seems to be pretty good at football. There's some toys that the Rams have. I would say that Drake May is doing more with less.
Yeah, no, and that's and just think about that. Just wait until he gets, wait until they put those pieces around him. Right now I'm sitting here thinking at the thought. I know that Houston has a game to play tonight, but I'm sitting here thinking, imagine, can we get a New England and Houston AFC championship? That right there is going to be that would be, man. That would be, you want to talk about some old school football, just salivating at the mouth, cockfighting, if you got those two going at each other. But and this now you go to the Buffalo. I'm glad that Buffalo.
Was probably my favorite. Buffalo and Jacksonville was probably my favorite game. It sucks for Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence seemed like he was finding his way out of it, and then another tipped ball, and again, like an interception for Trevor Lawrence on the last drive, but asterisk on that, another tipped ball. So, if it hits a wide receiver's hands, you got to come down with it. You got to be able to protect.
Got to come down with it
like that. Anything that goes up in the air, it's going to be a tip drill, and it should be an opposition. It should be a takeaway for the opposition. So, it just sucks that that's kind of how it's going to go down like that. But dude, Josh Allen in wild card games, like, why bet on him? Why bet against him rather? The dude's just going to prove you wrong. So he delivers in a wild card. He delivers, man. With no Chiefs in front of him this year, right? Only the Patriots. Then I say only the Patriots, dude. I'm already we're kind of selling out Denver here, right? Like,
yeah, they haven't even played yet.
Or kind of putting Denver on the shelf here. It's saying, what do you guys got? What do you guys got up there in the one seed, in the one position?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And I found this sound clip, and I want to get your opinion. So this was Liam Cohen. This was after the loss there for Jacksonville. This is a reporter talking to Liam Cohen.
I want to tell you, congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank
you. Hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank you.
And you did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you just hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and ladies and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all right?
You
keep it going. We got another season, okay?
I appreciate it.
Take care and much continued success to you and the entire team.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is that a reporter?
That's a reporter. That's a reporter talking to Liam Cohen, and there's a bunch of people saying that's not her place to be doing that.
Well, that's not her place to be doing. It's nice that she's doing that, but
yeah, that sounded like
my mom. That sounded like my grandma.
Yeah. So it's like and he's obviously
I got
very,
no problem with her doing that. That's shy. I don't really hear reporters doing that. Usually, you just get the questions. But
yeah, that's where I was like,
nice
a little
console, I guess, from someone.
Yeah. I sense an older lady kind of sitting there trying to console him a little bit. But there it is, right there.
I'm back on board, man.
And I think right there with Jacksonville, they're on the cusp of doing something. Look at the AFC, man. It is shifting right now.
Yeah,
and
Rob,
very weird.
It's not. It was just weird. It was kind of like, that's why it kind of made my eyebrow pop up a little bit there. That was from a reporter. That's weird. There was no question asked. It was hey, you're doing great. You know what I mean? It was pat yourself on the back. So
I like how he's like, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This is like he's being scolded. Like when you're in trouble. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But look, Jacksonville, I think that's something you're going to have to be dealing with here for a while. You mentioned Denver. Here we go. And tonight with the Steelers. I
don't feel like Denver's got a real defense, but I don't
know
if
man.
They're for real, right? And I say that, right? Look at there's been teams that have been led by defense, a la the New York Giants here, right? Like can Knicks make those third and holy shit Eli Manning throws?
I know.
Right? That's kind of what it's going to come down to. I don't know if I don't know if the Broncos have that solidified weapon. Sutton's a dog, right? Sutton's a dog. but I don't know if Nix has that solidified weapon that's going to be able to kind of break through some of these championship level defenses here that the AFC is rolling out right now.
Yeah,
and let me tell you something. The Pats are struggling. The Pats got some injuries right now on defense. And they're still playing to a championship caliber. All right, like to hold the Chargers are going to charge. That's that old adage, right? But still, like it's the Chargers are a high-powered offense, okay, or they have potential to be a high-powered offense. I'm going to sit there and go back on this. Like Herbert's still in big game. We talk about Sunshine not delivering, but Herbert in big games still he's struggling too. So, and we all used to think that it's just the Chiefs. It's the Chiefs factor. The Chiefs are in the way. Some of these quarterbacks just can't perform when the lights are on, or in playoff fashion here. But also, you can't take anything away from the Patriots defense being able to hold the Chargers to 3 points there and not allow them to get into the end zone. Patriots, in spite of their, I'd say, ailments on defense, are still playing championship ball, man.
It's a pretty well-rounded football team is what I'm beginning to realize there with them, watching them more and more. So it really is going to be fascinating, and that's where I say with Chicago on the NFC side, to where the manner that they're winning these games. And again, this is a Green Bay team that they had guys rested and they came in.
Can I ask you one more question real quick?
Yeah.
Sorry, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's just before I forget. Like, who's the better quarterback in your opinion, Drake May or Bo Nix? This is an easy question.
Oh, Drake May.
Drake May. The better quarterback play. And you could argue that the Patriots defense is right there on par with Denver, right? Denver's got a bang up defense, right? Texans, Denver, and Patriots. They're those three defenses in the AFC, probably the best in the AFC right now. Okay, that's no shock. All right, but I mean, my God, out of the quarterback play, you'd like to think that it's Drake May, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the progression, and look at his OC. I mean, and this is where we go back and we talk to that dude, where it's like, as a head coach, no way. But that is his spot.
But with the quarterback play in the championship caliber, I guess, potential defense that he's got with him, wouldn't you say that the Patriots are probably the favorite? And
they would have to be,
right? Okay.
I honestly,
I'm not crazy, right? I didn't want.
And that's where I go back to the Texans. To where it's like the Texans defense is one that I'd like to see take on this New England offense, because I think that would be a battle of, when we talk about trench warfare and all that. I think the Texans and the Patriots, you get them in a game, and it would be like which offense can scrounge up something and make a play, because those defenses are that damn good.
Josh McDaniels should never leave the Patriots organization ever.
No, stay there.
Right? And he should just stay an offense coordinator for the New England Patriots. That's it. What's your position in life? Offensive coordinator for the New England Patriots. That's all.
That's it.
Next head coach that comes in, guess who's your offense coordinator? It's Josh McDaniel. That's it.
Yeah. And this is a regime that, Lord forbid something happens to any of these people. This is a regime that's going to be in place for a while.
For sure. I mean, my point to that is there's nothing wrong with staying an offense coordinator. Look, man, you've tried to be a head coach, and in my opinion, it didn't work. All right. Some people are just suited best for a coordinator spot because that's where they thrive, man. They lock in, and that's their jam. That's their business, man. They hone in on that, and they make it flourish. They make it thrive. Some people aren't CEOs. Okay. Some people have a job to do and not oversight. All right. I don't think McDaniel is an oversight guy. I think he's a focused, lock-in type of dude. All right. Vrabel, you guys know this. I was lobbying for Vrabel to become a New York Giant for 2 years, man. He was clearly the only reason why the Tennessee Titans were struggling was because of Mike Vrabel. That's it.
Absolutely.
Patriots win the Super Bowl. Oh, and this guy, in spite of injuries and ailments, look at this dude with his crew, man, with the 49ers there. My God, they just still find a way to win. I don't get it. I don't know how they do it. Brock Purdy, I don't get it. Please, someone explain this madness.
I'll tell you, as a Cowboys fan this weekend, watching the Eagles, the 49ers, the Packers, I'm like, well, there you go.
At least the Packers and Eagles lost, At least
sir.
You have that.
At least
well done.
Yeah, 49ers made me a lot of money. So
fine, but Yeah,
That's
the Eagles losing makes hate watch complete.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Okay, guys, I got to get on the road. I'll see y'all in the morning.
Safe later, buddy. Be safe. Stay warm.
Yep. You betcha. I will. Oklahoma.
One of the more entertaining playoff weekends, though, if I should.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, beside like the booger of a game between New England and the Chargers. But I mean, still, you could also phrase that as like a defensive scrum if you wanted to do that. But also, I thought it was underperformance by, again, Justin Herbert underperforming in playoffs.
I saw this stat during the Niners and Eagles game yesterday. We've already had more fourth quarter lead changes than in any postseason in NFL history.
That's
and
awesome.
We still have one more game of wild card weekend to go. Like that is insane. We've had such a great first weekend.
Yeah, Monday Night Football tonight too to top it off with Steelers and Texans. How was y'all's weekend, man? Good. Jordan, you look great. Hadn't seen you in a week. Nick, hadn't seen you in a week either, my guy. What's up?
Appreciate you holding it down, Jordan.
Yeah, thanks for filling in for us for a week. We appreciate
it. That's what I do. I always fill it in.
Pause.
Okay. Yeah, I was in San Antonio.
It's been a week. I got to let it all out. I got to get it out.
I was in San Antonio for the last week at the All-American Bowl. So going to be talking about that, the transfer portal, obviously college football playoffs, NFL playoffs, some other things. But yeah, it's the real
me. Niners?
Feeling good. I mean, I talked about it at the beginning of the year when they started going down with injuries. I was like, shoot, man, just tank. Let's get a high draft pick. But they kept on winning.
Torn Achilles for down the middle kill, though. But Tonga is able to come in and kind of spell that. You think everything's going to be all right? I mean, shit. I mean, why you don't have anything else any other reason not to think that. And in spite of all their battle with attrition, they seem to be able to prevail. So,
yeah, we'll see. We'll see how they hold up. They played in Seattle the final week of the regular season and got their ass kicked. So that's going to be a rough place to go back to play. Obviously more on the line now, though. So, we'll see if there's a different outcome. But not feeling great about going to Seattle. So.
I wouldn't either, buddy. Your all's favorite game. Last one I'll ask you. Your all's favorite game of the weekend, and then I'll get out of here.
Ooh, probably Niners Eagles, just because it was back and forth the entire fourth quarter.
And the Eagles lost. Yeah. Packers Bears was a great experience too. I love Bills Jags was fun.
Bills Jags. It was just a great weekend.
Yeah, we really not a bad answer there, right?
Yeah.
All right, boys.
Not to be slept on, Illinois State and Montana State in the FCS championship
was an absolute banger. What a great one. Coming down to a blocked extra point, man.
It was an absolute banger. I hated it for Illinois State. Amazing Cinderella story fell just short. But
yeah, their second time winning Montana, right? And then or Montana State was, and then Illinois State, was their first appearance there, right? So
yeah.
Good little man. We've been blessed. I don't know what we did to the gridiron gods, but our offering has made them happy. That's for sure.
And hey, Texas hoops beat Alabama. So
I know, dude. Everybody's going to call me a crazy person for saying this, but if they can continue to play like this, and I said this before, guys, I think we saw the ceiling of Texas basketball, right? Being able to beat a program like Alabama. We'll see how they can continue this success going up against Vandy. But if they continue to be that aggressive and consistent, then sure, I'm going to sit here and say it. I'm going to whisper it in. I'm going to say it, tournament team. But honestly, if they can play like that, sure. If they can get three or four more wins of those programs like that, then sure they can get in. But they also can't lose to the bunnies either. They have to be able to beat the cupcakes.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, I'm gonna leave lots of exciting news to get to. I will leave you to it. You all have a great show, man.
See you, Wags.
Well, hey, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook for the first time in 10 days. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris. I almost said I'm Nick Harris. It's been a while. But hey, welcome in. Gonna be talking some portal stuff, some stuff from the All-American Bowl, NFL college playoffs, like I said. What's up, Zay? Good meeting you this weekend as well. Hope the move-in went well at Texas yesterday. But going to start it off. There's been a few incoming transfers. Damn. He's over here playing with the door thing. My puppy is. Stop. Sorry. All right. So they picked up 13 portal commitments. Some of these guys have signed, if not all of them. I'm just going to hit on each one because I don't think there were any whenever we did our last show since it was the first day of the portal. But Justin Cryer, he's the younger brother of LJ Cryer, former Houston Baylor guard. Went to Katie Morton Ranch for 2 years, then transferred into Brookshire Royal for his final 2 years of high school.
That's how I know this kid. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember the name sounded super familiar. It was a Brookshire Royal kid.
Yeah, he originally signed with Northwestern, moved in June, and then less than a month after he moved in, Pat Fitzgerald got fired for the hazing stuff that he later proved to be innocent on. But he went in the portal after they fired Fitzgerald, ended up at Florida State, spent the last 3 years there. Played all 3 years. I believe he had like 26 game appearances and 8 or 10 starts. Best case scenario for Texas, he's a depth guy. I'll get to him in a sec. Rasheem Biles is going to start, or at the bare minimum will be in the 2D playing starting level snaps. Cryer isn't quite the prospect as Biles, and he will be coming off the bench or rotating in. And then Zion Williams, folks might remember him. Texas finished second at a high school for him. He ended up choosing LSU. He's out of Lufkin in East Texas. His finalists for UT, A&M, LSU, and TCU. He was never going to TCU, but their D-line coach, Jamarcus McFarland, is kind of a family friend. They're both from Lufkin and was going to end up at Texas. And then LSU hired Bo Davis. The Tigers swung it. He ended up in Baton Rouge. Part of that, too, his girlfriend in the same grade as him was attending LSU and decided that before he made his college decision. So are they still together? Or is she even at LSU? I don't know the answers to that, but I do know he's at Texas now. So
Zion Williams was dating Haley Van Lith. That's crazy.
Yeah. How do you know? No. But with Zion, he's notable because he's an A-gapper. Texas needed those. The only one they returned on this year's roster is Josiah Sharma. They also picked up an A-gapper at Ian Jaffrard, who I'll talk about in a sec. Who will probably be the starting nose tackle or A-gap or whatever you want to call him. But Zion Williams, he's the future of the position with Sharma. He has 4 years of eligibility left, redshirted his lone year in Baton Rouge, and is a guy that they're very high on out of high school. So I know it says 86 3-star for the portal ranking. He should be rated or ranked higher because he has legitimate NFL draft potential, whereas some of these guys like Cryer do not. And then Raleek Brown, a lot of folks remember him out of high school. He was either like the number 1, 2, or 3 running back out of modern day. Is originally from Stockton, California, on the east side of California. And he was actually an OU commit at one point, flipped from OU to USC whenever USC hired Lincoln Riley, spent 2 years there, then went in the portal. His first time in the portal, Texas showed some interest, but wasn't, I guess, interested enough to get him to campus. He ended up at Arizona State. Spent 2 years there, and then declared for the draft. It would have been a day 3 pick towards the back end of day 3. But Texas, got him on campus, got him signed, and he's in the boat. Mac Chimento, not much to mention here. He's a transfer.
On Raleek Brown, I covered him quite a bit when he was in high school. Fans are going to love him. He's all-time energy guy, all-time vibes guy. And talking about the draft specifically, he was getting round 3, round 4 buzz in a running back class, specifically with his gadget ability, and in a running back class that's obviously more down than last year's class that was super loaded, but is a little bit lower than usual. I think Raleek would have ended up 3rd or 4th round, but that playmaking ability that he has, and I'm sure we'll get into it whenever we talk about the other running back take that Texas took in Hollywood Smothers. But he's going to have such a unique role that it's going to carve out so many possibilities for this offense. It's going to be a lot of fun seeing how Sark utilizes Raleek Brown.
Yeah, and I'm curious what you'll say about this because I know you're the leader of this fan club, but kind of some Reuben Owens to him. Unorthodox running back build, kind of a high runner, make you miss guy more than a run through your chest guy.
Maybe as a ball carrier, sure, but as like an overall game standpoint, I think he's super unique. His overall game reminds me more of like a Deuce Vaughn than it would a Reuben Owens because they're going to split him out in the slot. They're going to split him out wide. They're going to have him do some gadget things. He's going to be a Swiss Army knife of a weapon for any offense that has him. I've always been a huge Willie Brown fan, and I'm glad that his career is finally taken off at Arizona State and hopefully here in Austin too.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, portal punter Mac Chiamento, not much to mention here, came from Florida State and is expected to start day one in Austin. Rasheem Biles, kind of the belle of the ball. He's the portal's number 2 ranked linebacker out of Pitt. And Texas beat out a lot of schools for him. Michigan, Ohio State. He took like 4 more visits as well. Was one of the most coveted players in the portal, and Texas got him to sign before he left campus. Is a much better run defender than pass defender at this stage. He does have 2 years of eligibility left and will be a redshirt junior in the fall. So a lot to like there. He's either going to start right away from day one, or he's going to be the first linebacker off the bench that pretty much ends up with starting level snaps. So huge get there. And if I'm not mistaken, he either had like the highest PFF like run defensive grade or like he led the ACC in tackles or something. He led the ACC in something. I need to figure this out. But yeah, and in case anyone missed it, Sam Leavitt has committed to LSU. So Lane Kiffin and the Tigers have their quarterback, the portal's number 1 ranked player. Another top ranked player in the portal, the real belle of the ball, this Cam Coleman cat. Ever heard of him? Transfer portal's number 1 ranked receiver, number 4 overall prospect, future first-round draft pick next April. Spent 2 years in Auburn. It didn't ever produce a ton, but to be fair, he had, Ashton Daniels and Jackson Arnold throwing him the ball and for a team coached by Hugh Freeze. So for what the context was, I think had some, 2 pretty good seasons. A lot more talented than his production will show. And is immediately receiver 1. I know Ryan Wingo's back in Austin, but I do think at the end of the season, Cam Coleman will have a larger share of targets, receptions, and yards. But I mean, a tremendous addition for Texas. Truly, I can't say enough good things. Not only does he make life easier for Arch Manning, by having another NFL player out wide, he makes it easier for everyone else in the offense. For Ryan Wingo, for 12 personnel, the run game, the pass game, like adding him helps everything. And now, the one thing on offense, now that they have receiver, in the boat, running back in the boat, it's all on the offensive line. Because until they fix the offensive line or land some difference makers, which I expect them to, it's going to continue to be the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Penei Sewell meme where Nick, do you know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Where it's if you draft Penei Sewell, it's Joe Burrows all day and can't find any receivers open. And then if you draft Jamar Chase, he's wide open, but Joe Burrow sacked. So that is kind of the Cam Coleman situation right now, or at least how I look at it comically. But Michael Masunis, this is a guy that –
One note.
Go ahead.
I'm curious. I want to do an exercise with you really here real quick. So take what Xavier Worthy did in his final season at Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Take what Matthew Golden did in his final season at Texas. And take what A.D. Mitchell did in his last season at Texas. Now, compare that with your expectations for Cam Coleman in 2026. How would you rank all 4 of those?
This is a great question. So,
because I think people are overhyping Cam just a little bit. He's a great player. Don't get me wrong. I watched every Auburn game. I had a reason to this last year. It was brutal. Cam is a great player. Do not get me wrong. And he did not have good quarterbacks the entire time he was in Auburn. There were sometimes, though, you're like, Cam, what the hell are you doing? And it reminded me, this past season from Cam Coleman reminded me of that sophomore season from Xavier Worthy, where it's like he apparently played with a broken hand and was dropping things left and right and running wrong routes. And it's just like, how are we doing this? You're 2 years into this thing. It's not the same, but it's similar. But Go ahead. Give me your 4.
I don't know how to rank the other 3. Like, we're doing this off the season they had, not the expectations I had going into the season they had.
Correct.
Okay. it's hard not to go Golden 1. Like by game 6, it's like, hey, if Matthew Golden isn't on the bus, we're fucked. Like that was Quinn Ewers in Texas every week. If he's not on the bus, we're screwed and are losing. So it's hard not to go Matt Golden 1. I'd go Worthy 2, 80, Mitchell 3. So then it goes, where does Cam Coleman fit in? What do I expect him to have? Probably around 80 Mitchell, either just before or behind him. Yeah. I think it'll be kind of – I'm going to contradict what I said earlier. I probably shouldn't have said it'll be receiver 1 because I do think it'll probably end up being pretty even. But, like, Worthy was technically receiver 1 whenever 80 Mitchell was around. He led in targets, yards after catch, touchdowns over 80 Mitchell. But when they were in the red zone and it's 3rd and 8, the ball was going to 80 Mitchell. When it was a big third down or any big play, the ball was going to 80 Mitchell. So I think it could be a similar, situation set up with Worthy, Mitchell, with Coleman, Wingo, where Coleman's AD, he's the guy to have a guy, and then Wingo is the guy that'll have more yards, more production. Because Coleman is more of a – this is to really, dumb it down, but more of a, possession, go up and get a receiver. He's obviously dynamic and athletic after the catch, but he's not the, 6'2", 200-plus pound speedster that Ryan Wingo is. So Wingo is probably going to have more yards after catch and, more yards per route run, yards per reception than Coleman is. But I do think Coleman is going to be the guy defenses are more worried about. How would you rank those?
I would rank them very similar to how you had it. I would go Golden, Worthy, Cam Coleman, 80 Mitchell. And I think Cam Coleman's closer to 80 Mitchell than he would be to Worthy. Pull up this comment here from Sticky12. Maybe he was checked out since they were getting bitch slapped every week. They had 7 losses. 6 of them were by 1 possession. They were in just about every game. And in the Iron Bowl, Auburn driving down to tie the game, less than a minute to go, and Cam Coleman coughs up the ball at the 20-yard line and they lose. So it's just little things like that. I'm not saying hey, Cam Coleman's not what you should expect, but I am saying temper your expectations with Cam Coleman. He is not the savior of this entire world. Truthfully, honestly, if the reported or rumored number out there of what Texas paid him is true, I wouldn't have paid him that, but I understand wanting to go get a premier receiver talent if you're in a position like Texas where you have a quarterback like Arch Manning. He did not have enough playmakers last year, and you want to be able to maximize his last season. I get that. This is the time you maybe would overpay, but, man, they better hope he works out.
All right, so you said you don't think it's worth it. What number are you going off of for that?
What was it, 4? Wasn't it like he got $4 million or something like that?
I haven't heard of the number for what him in Texas the deal is on, but I talked to several agents, including one who is low-key running the running back market. He has multiple dudes in the top 10 portal rankings for running backs, but he's a really good read on the portal, what these top-tier elite premium players are going for. And when I spoke with him a few days after Coleman went in the portal, he said he thinks 2.5 is the floor for negotiations and that he's going to end up getting north of $3 million. Wow. And for those that are interested, Jeremiah Smith made between 3.7 and 4.5 this year. Jeremiah Smith is obviously Jeremiah Smith. He's better than Cam Coleman. But just, to give a read on what the market kind of looks like for those premium receivers. Look, is paying $3 million to Cam Coleman worth it? Probably not, but that is the cost of business to get the top-tier elite players, and Texas was going to go get the top-tier elite player. He was the best one available. And, Nick, the question I ask you, if you don't want to pay for him and think it's over, what would you have done differently if you're Texas?
Yeah.
You needed to upgrade at receiver.
100%.
The only guys that come to mind as clear upgrades over what Texas had is Cam Coleman, and he just signed to Florida. Eric Singleton, who was at Georgia Tech for 2 years, Auburn 1 year, and then 1 year at he'll be at Florida for 1 year. So, and Zay, if you're getting this off on 3, that's not accurate. It's from a computer-generated algorithm. I know numbers of some guys Texas has signed that are getting a mil flat, and the NIL number on 3 says $400K or vice versa. That's generated from an algorithm. unless someone actually reported that it is 2.5. But it ain't my money. It ain't any of y'all's money.
Jake Bayless brings up a great point. What's the point of having FU money if you don't use it? I get it.
Exactly. So
you can overpay when you're in a situation like Texas. You can overpay and live with it, and you can live with the potential consequences of that, especially in a year like I said where you're trying to maximize Arch Manning. I get it.
I'll go back to these portal players here in a sec, but I have a question for folks, and I'm going to ask y'all this question at the end of the 2026 season. So all throughout the end of last season, me and Hudson Standish, who is on the scouting team, you know, he went to Texas. We both cover and watch Texas extensively. I asked him, I'm like, hey, if you had to do cap cuts in the receiver room, who would you do? A cap casualty, which means cutting them to free up the money. I said, DeAndre Moore, Parker Livingston can go, Wingo, Mosley can stay. That's exactly what happened. I then asked Hudson, would you be cool with losing DeAndre Moore and Livingston for Cam Coleman? He said, no question. I said the same thing. That's exactly what happened. Yeah. And whenever they went in the portal, Texas fans got upset, and I get it. Trust me, I get it. But how do y'all feel now? Do you think you won the trade? Won Cam Coleman for a DeAndre Moore, Parker Livingston? What do you think?
Yeah, and Leonga Lafau and
well, we're talking about receivers. We'll get to that in a sec.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a clear upgrade, no doubt.
Because, like, yeah, Moore and Livingston, they're good. They had experience, starting experience. That's important, and they did mean a lot to that room. But I think Khalil Lockett's more talented than either of those two guys. I think Khalil Lockett has a higher ceiling than either of those two guys. Now, he's young, but he has to play to get better, and he can't play if he's behind those two guys. So I think it's fine. Jamie French, I don't really care for that one. I've had that story wrote in our back end since early November. So whenever he went in the portal on in whatever day it was, it took 10 seconds to post it. But I don't know. I love the ad with Cam Coleman. And I was asking people in San Antonio, or telling people, people I work with, they're asking me, how do you feel about Cam Coleman? I'm like, man, I have absolutely no intel, just like the rest of this industry, but I do think Texas is going to get him. And they're like, why? What do you mean? I was like, well, in high school recruiting, whenever Texas has multiple whiffs in a row, multiple losses, they will pay up and get a perception win. Now, most of the time, that perception win is a top-ranked player who also feels a need at a position of need. But perception wins are very, very important. I know this sounds so stupid, but this is something every school in America does. Texas whiffed on everyone in the month of July in what would have been 2024. Well, guess who they got in August? Jonah Williams, Khalil Lockett, and Jamie French. At the end of that cycle in November and December, they were trying like hell to flip Michael Fasusi and several other players. They didn't get any of them. But guess who they got the final day of the early signing period? Justice Terry, who took one entire visit to Texas in 5 years. So with that in the back of my mind, I said, I think they're getting Cam Coleman, because not only do they need him, it's a perception win thing. That is very real. And I know, again, it sounds incredibly stupid, but perception and everything, that gets thought about from these coaches, these staffs, these recruiting staffs, and it is important. So I do think that factored into it a little bit. But back to the rest of these portal editions, and then we're going to hit on these questions here.
Hey, hit on these next three. I got to grab my computer charger really quick.
No worries. Michael Masunis, a name that most people won't know. I mean, I don't think many Texas fans were watching Michigan State this year, but a really, really good inline blocker, and that's what they needed. I've been begging for this for several months. Spencer Shannon was in year 3 this year and couldn't successfully block even half the time. Will Randall is in year 3 and is never really going to ever play at Texas. Jordan Washington went in the portal, horrible blocker. He's now at North Carolina, I think. Oh, great. And then who else is on the team? Injuries to the NFL. And then Townsend and Imari Winston are never going to be like block first tight ends either. So they needed an inline blocker and needed an upgrade over Spencer Shannon. That's what Masunis is. He'll be a 4th or 5th year player next year. Will either be in his final year of eligibility or second to last year of eligibility. Can't remember off the top of my head. But 6'5", 260, and I mean, this is going to improve Texas's ability to run the ball, especially in 12 personnel. And the thing about him, too, that's likable, besides just being a better blocker than Spencer Shannon, he's a much better receiving threat. Like Spencer Shannon can't really consistently catch the ball unless he's running in routes right on the line of scrimmage and you throw it to his chest. And he offers no yards after the catch value either. Absolutely none. Masunas can do that, and he can actually run a few routes as well. So I love this get. I think it's one of the more underrated gets in the portal for Texas and will end up being one of the most important puzzle pieces to the Texas offense this fall, because this was the very first season Steve Sarkisian in Texas couldn't consistently run 12 personnel successfully, and it took them like 8 or 9 games to figure that it's probably best to just spread the defense out and go, 4 wide, 5 wide, whatever it is. So big addition there from Masunas. Trey DeBook, Gianni Spedic, portal long snapper and kicker edition, both should start. Pretty big deal. Spedic is on Scully. I'm told DeBook is a walk-on, which is kind of interesting because now they have 105 scholarships. But nonetheless, he's not on Scully. Talked about him earlier, Ian Gerard, 6'5", 387 pounds, a big boy. Huh?
387. Oof.
Yeah. He's not Devondre Sweat, but the size comparisons are there for sure. Originally from Georgia, I believe small town Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, and originally went to Arkansas to play offensive line. They moved him to the D-line. In all 2 years he spent in Fayetteville, he played in every single game, had a few starts this year, and is the top-ranked nose tackle / A-gapper in the portal. And this guy is going to start from day one as kind of the Cole Brevard, Travis Shaw, because the only other A-gappers on the roster now are Zion Williams and Josiah Sharma, who will both be in year 2 and have a combined 40 career snaps. So Gerard is going to be leaned on. He got paid the big bucks. Texas beat out SMU, Missouri, and I think Miami for him. He only ended up visiting SMU and Texas only, but this was another big win. It got done early in the portal, so a lot of people have forgotten about it, but Ian Gerard, a great D-line addition. And Texas signed a really good D-line class last year. Hero Canoe, Levon Johnson was in there, Travis Shaw, Cole Brevard, Murad Watson. I'd put Gerard up there in the same tier as Hero Canoe, Murad Watson. He's up there with the best, if not the best, interior D lineman Texas has landed in the portal under Steve Sarkisian. So, yeah, and excuse me, Dylan Sikorsky, he's a guard from Oregon State. He's actually never given up a sack in his career, which is pretty impressive. He either has 2 or 3 years of eligibility left, could end up as a starter or depth. It's going to depend on who else they get. I see AJ XOXO asking about offensive line. Texas is going to get more offensive linemen, this month. Some guys still need to enter the portal. That kind of points you in the direction of where it's going. Some guys still need to enter the portal. So just be patient. Texas, they need at least 3 of them. They know that. With how much they needed running backs and a dynamic receiver and, interior D linemen, linebackers, they've hit those positions really hard. And they've got great players at it. And they've cleared some good players from the roster to make room for these guys. They're going to do the exact same thing on the offensive line, which is an even bigger need. They're going to figure it out. Just be patient. Sikorsky is going to be one of 3 or 4 offensive linemen they get from the portal. But his role in 2026 gets decided by who else they get from the portal. Hollywood Smothers, the most recent addition.
Question: is Sikorsky just left guard or right guard? Does he have center flexibility, tackle flexibility?
I'm not sure on tackle or guard or tackle or center. He's going to be a guard at Texas though, and especially because yesterday Connor Robertson announced he was coming back for his 5th and final year of eligibility. So
that's a lifer right there.
Huh?
That's a lifer right there. Could barely sniff the weight room for 3 years, and he finally gets his opportunity this past season. He's like, you know what? I'm coming back.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We'll talk about Connor Robertson in a sec because there is some interesting things there. But Hollywood Smothers, the most recent addition, the second running back take, RB1, A, B, whatever you want to call him, and Raleek Brown. It's funny because Raleek's nickname is Hollywood too, so they now have 2 Hollywoods in their running back room. But with Smothers, originally started his career at Oklahoma, transferred out after 1 year. He's from Charlotte, went back home to North Carolina, was at NC State for 2 seasons, and has a career yards per carry of 6.2, which is pretty nutty. You know, I did honestly think Texas was going to try to aim for two different types of running backs because him and Smothers and Brown have some similarities. You know, you thought like a Raleek Brown and a Jaden Ball, kind of a true thunder and lightning type of duo. That's not what this is. It's kind of lightning and lightning. So that'll be interesting. Maybe Derek Cooper becomes, you know, the big back, bruiser back. Jet Walker should be able to do it too, but in year one, I don't think so, especially since Cooper can do so much of the same thing. So, but nonetheless, great running back, highest ranked running back Texas has ever landed in the portal, number 34 overall prospect, and number 2 running back in the portal. And then last but certainly not least, Bo Masco.
Let me add on Hollywood Smothers. I can guarantee you that Texas ponied up a pretty penny to get him because he was probably going to go round 2 or round 3 in the draft. Draft experts and scouts really liked Hollywood Smothers.
He committed to Alabama and actually enrolled in the university, but he never signed his financial paperwork, and that's why Texas was able to flip him.
Wow. That's pretty.
Yeah, and the same day, Texas flipped Hollywood Smothers from Bama and got Cam Coleman from Auburn.
Damn.
So it's taking it to the Yellowhammer State.
We've come so far from Steve Sarkisian's win in the state of Alabama being Justice Finkley.
Yeah, and like Ajay Hall and Jaleel Billingsley. Yes. Yeah, hopefully Hollywood Smothers doesn't leave the Texas staff afraid to be in a room alone with him, like Mr. Hall did. But with Bo Masco, spent 3 years at Rutgers, redshirted year 1. Originally committed to and signed to play for Mark Orphy, who's now at Texas. Played for Orphy for 2 years in New Jersey, and then went in the portal. He also took a visit to Ohio State. I believe he took 1 or 2 other trips, but ended up in Austin. Someone who should start from day one. Obviously, you have Cade Phillips coming back, Grayson Littleton coming back in the nickel. Littleton can play safety, nickel, or corner. A lot of versatility there. So with Masco, he'll either be competing with Kobe Black for the 3rd corner spot, with the other 2 spots belonging to Littleton and Phillips, or they'll move Littleton to safety, maybe a traditional corner, and then Masco will be a permanent starting corner. We'll see. How they frame this is going to be important because Kobe Black did enter the portal the day after Texas got Bo Masco. Kobe Black's now coming back. That's final. He's withdrawn his name from the portal, or will if he hasn't already. So very curious to see what the snap count looks like for those 4 guys: Littleton, Phillips, Black, and Masco. Because you do also have some older guys like Warren Roberson still in the room, who is the most veteran guy in the room along with Masco. They're both redshirt juniors, or will be this fall. So, yeah, and then just going to speed through here. Outgoing transfers: Christian Clark ended the
As you go through these, I'd be curious to know your perspective on
what happened. Not
necessarily what happened, but attrition, or hey, this one really does suck. They got to replace him.
Yeah, I got you. You're going to hear full honesty from me. I'm not carrying anyone's water. But Christian Clark, look, it is what it is. I get it. He was leaning towards coming back and said, hey, even if you go get a 2nd running back, I'll still come back. Him and Texas agreed, had a handshake. They liked the number, but he did not sign. So whenever Texas landed Smothers yesterday, about an hour after, Hank South, shout out to him, broke that Christian Clark would be entering the portal. So not sure where he'll end up. I assume somewhere back on the West Coast, but he does have a pretty solid agent. So if he ends up somewhere random with a bag after going for 100+ in the Citrus Bowl, shout out to him. Jamie French to Michigan. I don't think this is that big of a loss. They're paying him a lot of money. He didn't play it all year 1. I know you could say the same thing about like a Khalil Lockett, but I think Khalil Lockett has higher potential than French does. And also, this is not trying to put French down. There are several Jamie Frenches each cycle. There's fewer Khalil Lockett types each cycle. Yeah. Just a body type, athleticism. It's a rare combo. Jordan Washington, Texas pretty much pushed him out.
Okay.
They said, hey, we're going to have a deal for you. We're going to send it soon. And then that went on for like 3 or 4 weeks, and eventually they got the memo and just went in the portal. So that is a version of Texas pushing him out. But to North Carolina, shout out to him. Hopefully, Chapel Bill figures it out. Bo Barnes. Now, this one is total horse shit, in my opinion. There are 2 scholarship linebackers coming back from this year's team. Anthony Smith and Brad Spence. Brad Spence played edge rusher the entire year. And Bo Barnes is supposed to be the future. Borderline 5-star. Super talented, great kid. In fact, such a good kid that to commit to Texas, instead of doing it over the phone, him and his dad drove after school down to campus just to commit to the staff in person, because that's what it meant to him and his family.
Wow.
He had 3 different former Longhorns coaching him at Skyline. It's well documented. Peter Jenkins, the linebackers coach, that was his position coach, former Texas linebacker. So many connections going for Texas. And this kid would have gone to Texas if I was the linebackers coach. He always wanted to be there. And signs a 2-year deal. After 1 year, they cut it almost in half, say we're only going to pay you about this much for year 2. And then he goes in the portal and people act surprised and take it out on him. It's not his fault. It's Texas's fault. They tried to pull a fast one on him. And it's bullshit. It's total bullshit. A guy like him should not be at Kentucky. Shout out to Will Stein, by the way, at Kentucky. He's doing a damn good job. They've had some really good portal additions. Bo Barnes, one of them. I think this is total horseshit. I think it's something that will be regretted. And it is another red flag on Johnny Nanson's profile as a recruiter. Seriously, we're going to go through all the recruitments Johnny Nanson has had. Tyler Atkinson, total money recruitment. It was always going to be who paid him the most. Guess what? Texas paid him the most. Sark was pretty much his primary recruiter as well. All right, so second highest ranked guy, Bo Barnes. Just said it. He would have came to Texas if I was there. And then Kosi Okpala. Texas was his second offer. He told me the week after they offered him, before Nanson was even hired, I'm going to Texas. So two more gimmies. Rocky Cummings, pretty good eval identification. I don't know if that was Nanson that did it himself or the scouting team, but they did flip him from a Cal team that just fired Justin Wilcox, who he obviously wasn't going to sign to. And then Jonathan Cunningham, who chose Texas over TCU and Utah and can't even play linebacker because he can't put on weight. He's Mo Blackwell. So where has he done the best job?
Yeah.
Anthony Smith. He's done a good job working with him, developing him, but I also saw Anthony Smith in high school more than anyone else. He was always going to be a good player. So who's his best example of development? Which recruitments has he won by himself for Texas? None. So he's Sark's best friend. He's going to be loyal to him to the end. I think that can end up being a mistake down the line. Right now, we'll see what it is. But, yeah, I have some strong opinions on the Bo Barnes situation, how that was handled. I think it was horseshit. Obviously, part of that was Brandon Harris, part of it Nanson. But, yeah, wish him the best at his next stop. And I bet the next time Texas plays Kentucky, they will probably be regretting getting rid of him that way. Daniel Cruz, this one has been in the works for a while. I mean, Jackson Christian can play center. So can Nicholas Robertson. Connor Robertson was coming back. That meant that Daniel Cruz wouldn't have had a shot to start until what would have been year 4 for him. So I get him wanting to leave. I think it was a mutual parting ways. Because if he did stay till year 4 to try and start, he probably would have been, replaced by Jackson Christian, who would be in year 3, or Nick Robertson in year 2. Nate Kibble, kind of the same deal. He was just going to be a permanent backup, and he's going to Baylor. Same with Caleb Chester. With all due respect to Caleb Chester, I did always kind of question why Texas is taking him. Not a bad player, just not quite a Texas level guy. When you've done this long enough, there are like 5 guys in every recruiting class where like there's no way this dude isn't eventually in the portal. Chester had the highest odds out of all those guys in the 25 class. Nato Umeozulu, y'all know the story here. Just stupid by Texas. I do think there's stubbornness there at some point in the year when Nick Brooks was that bad, when Connor Stroh was that bad. They were playing those guys over trying Nato, and I do think part of it is because if Nato went in there and played well, it would have made them look pretty stupid. I do think it's part of it.
And Nato is the newest member of the Fighting North Texas Mean Green. So
you're lying. He just committed to UNT?
He committed to UNT.
Wow, shout out to him. For those curious, Zena was going in the portal, but he's now coming back to Austin or Texas, however you want to call it. Levon Johnson is going to Maryland. I don't have much to say on here. Antoine, you're right. I'll say you're right. He is Tia Sabea or Trill Carter. I do think he's more talented than both those guys, but yes, you are right. Parker Livingston to OU. It hurts. Hate the way it went down. But Texas got Cam Coleman. How much can you complain? Going to be very interesting, Texas versus OU next year. Very interesting. I've seen fans be like, first play, I don't care if it's targeting, knock his helmet off. And I'm just like, well, you know.
I don't blame the kid here at all.
Yeah, I don't either. I really don't. Trey Wisner to Florida State. Boy, are Florida State fans in for a surprise. I'm curious what they paid him. I don't think it's the $1 million he was asking for, though. DeAndre Moore, that looks to be Kentucky or Colorado. He's also visited, I think, Ohio State and a few other schools. But I read either this morning or yesterday he's expected to commit to Kentucky or Colorado at some point soon. Ricky Stewart Jr., I don't know if he's even going to be playing football anymore. If he is, it might be a JUCO. Yeah, Leonga Lafau. Shout out Colorado. He was originally going to go play at BYU. They dropped a big number. I guess they either pulled that number back or Colorado exceeded it. Nonetheless, he's going to Boulder. Connor Stroh is going from Texas to Kansas.
Quick question about Leonga. Is that a push out or is that Leonga going and getting a bag somewhere else? Like that one hurts too. That one hurts.
Yeah. He started like 28 games in a row.
Yeah.
And has played in every game Texas has played since 2023. But with Leonga, to my understanding, BYU reached out to his agent or him, whatever, said, hey, we'll pay you this amount, a lot more than Texas was offering. He went to Texas and said, hey, this school said they'll pay me this amount. Can y'all do that or anything close? They said, no, that's way too much. He said, see, I'm going in the portal. And they said, best of luck.
Gotcha.
And that's how it happened. And that's where I was told BYU that was the school that gave him the number. So when he committed to Colorado, it was kind of surprising. Connor Stroh from Texas to Kansas, they're paying him over $500,000, believe it or not.
Good for him.
Yeah, shit. He made less than I did this year at Texas, according to several sources.
Good for
him. I don't make jack shit. So shout out to him. He like 100x what his yearly salary was almost. Santana Wilson to Louisville. That one's an interesting pickup. Aaron Butler, we need to update this. He either committed to or signed with Oregon State. Same with Melvin Hills. We need to update this. He's going to UConn. How about that? Another Texas-Kentucky Wildcat, CJ Baxter. And then Trey Owens going to Arkansas State. Will Stone to UCF in the bounce house. And then Jarrett Gibson to Purdue. You know what fit I actually like a lot?
Trey Owens at Arkansas State. You're just a big Red Wolves fan.
Hell no. Well, they also got Drew Dickey, my dog from Regents.
That's true.
Who spent 4 years sitting on the bench at Vanderbilt. Arkansas State screwed him. They told him he was the guy, and then a week later got Trey Owens. But
Drew Dickey is something that you do on your middle school desk.
So. Okay. That is pretty good, though. But Jarrett Gibson, I think, is a good fit at Purdue. I think he can be something there under Odom and that crew. Yeah. All right, we're going to hit on some of these comments. Let's see. Yeah, Nick, did you see this? Some A&M fan photoshopped a board post of mine to make it say that Arch Manning was going in the portal because Sark was going to the NFL.
Yeah. We're getting out of hand with this Twitter BS these days.
It happened during Combine check-in day. My phone was in – I was away from my phone for like 20 minutes. And I come back and I have like missed calls and all these texts. I'm like, what the fuck? And I look on Twitter and it's this edited board post. I'm like, oh, God, they're still mad at me because of what I reported on Marcel Reed from people inside the A&M building. Nonetheless, had to go on Twitter.
Do you want your platform for that, by the way? Do you want to explain it? Do we need to explain that one away, the Marcel Reed one?
Yeah.
Stand your ground. Stand your ground. What happened here?
Okay. Marcel's camp in October, November-ish reached out to, one, Marcel's from Nashville. I'll give you that. They reached out to an SEC program about next year, asking for $4 million. That SEC program said, no, we're good because we're about to get a 2026 5-star and flip them from another SEC school. Yeah, right. So someone hears about that, calls A&M. A&M says, $4 million, that's an Elko decision. Some time passes. Agent, not Marcel's agent, calls A&M back. Hey, is he still asking for $4 million? Yeah, and we're not going to pay it. And A&M told him, like, hey, we want you back, but we can't pay $4 million. We're not paying $4 million to Marcel Reed. And then I'm not going to say the name, but they had a backup option if things wouldn't work and Marcel wouldn't take less money and ended up going in the portal. A&M had an option lined up with a quarterback who's currently in the portal and is committed to his school. And I would say that player is an upgrade over Marcel Reed. And I don't think Marcel Reed is a bad player, but probably not a top 5, top 10 quarterback in college football. If he is, he's on the cusp. Still a good player, though. And, of course, a day or two after I report this, after Texags has been telling me to kill myself for however long, he re-signs with A&M, and they're all putting it in my face. And I was like, congrats. They're not paying him $4 million, though. There's no way it's over 3 because he made about 1.1 to 1.3 in 2025. You don't make 4X that next year.
Yeah.
At most 3. But I can't imagine he's making anywhere over $3 million. So that's where that came from. It is not directly from Marcel's agent, but an agent who is close with the A&M front office and has several players on the A&M roster. And I also confirmed that with a source at A&M, who people who follow the show will probably know exactly who I'm talking about. That was real. And it was funny, too, because my Twitter's blown up from all this. You want to hear a text I got from a former A&M player who took a screenshot that was on Twitter and sent it to me. It said, please tell me you're right. I explained what I just explained. He's asked for $4 million. He's out his damn mind. I want an upgrade for sure.
Yeah.
This is a former A&M player. So while all the A&M fans are yelling at me because I said, I didn't even say Marcel was leaving. I said they might have a new quarterback. And they all took it as me saying, oh, he's gone. I said they might, give myself some leeway there. But that's the situation. And it went on for about a week and a half where A&M fans were still mad at me for that. I don't know what they wanted me to say or do. And then they made the fake board post, and then I had to come say it's fake. So, yeah, shout out to the Aggies. Let's see.
Hey, fuck A&M fans. How about that? Let's just put it right there.
No comment. All right, Jake Bayless asked, are we still in on I don't know how to say this guy's name. Ulave? We'll say Ulave for now. He's the Cal linebacker in the portal. He's currently the transfer portal's #1 ranked player and number 57 overall prospect. Sorry, I just got a text. But yeah, Texas, they're still in on him. It's going to be Texas or Michigan most likely. Michigan is kind of believed to be the favorite, but a lot of that thinking comes from the fact that no one really expects Texas to pay up for the top 2 ranked linebackers in the portal. They already have Rasheem Biles, who's the #2 ranked backer. Ulave is the #1. We'll see if they can make it happen. I know Texas wants to, but right now the kind of belief is that he'll end up at Michigan. But that is the main name to know regarding players in the portal right now that Texas is interested in. And as Magic Man says, Michael Bennett to Oregon. He's the Yale offensive lineman that Texas brought in on a visit. I forget the third school that was in the running, but chose Oregon over Texas. Texas was a big fan of him. Sadir Mitchell to Wake Forest. I wonder if before he hopped in the portal and heard from them, if he even knew where Wake Forest was.
Hey, it's a good degree.
What's the Cardell Jones tweet? We ain't there to play school. But Patrick, I've been banging on the table for your Alvarado cat for a while. And
his house burned down?
Yeah,
Come on.
Sorry about his house burning down.
Damn.
But yeah.
I feel like we have to go to an Alvarado game next year just to do it.
Well, I think he's a senior. That kid is.
Oh, is he? Damn.
Yeah.
Is he going anywhere, Patrick? Has he got anything going on?
Yeah, Patrick. Is he going anywhere? Sticky said, "Nice to have you back. Nice to be back." Same with Nick. Sorry, catching up on these comments. Antoine said Brian Carrington's still using his H-Town connections to get Caleb Chester. Yes, but with all due respect to – oh, wow, I didn't know Jaden Sanders was even in the portal. Committed to Notre Dame. But with all due respect to Brian Carrington and Caleb Chester, I don't know how many Power 4 schools wanted Caleb Chester in the portal. And he committed pretty quickly, too, to Arizona State. Yes, Junior Day is next Saturday on the 17th. Hey, Nick, by the way, did you see Brandon Harris sneak this in James Blanchard on the timeline?
I did not see this.
You didn't? Okay, we'll pull it up. Have
you seen that Ty Simpson is apparently getting an offer of $6.5 million from Miami?
Me when I'm lying. Yeah, no shade. Kind of like the Quinn reports from last year.
Agents are working double time out here. It's crazy.
All right, so James Blanchard, who's the GM at everyone's favorite program, Texas Tech, tweeted, I emoji. I wouldn't bet against the Red Raiders. .. Hashtag true story. He tweeted this either the morning Cam Coleman left his visit or the morning of the final day of his visit to Lubbock. This is 2 minutes before Cam Coleman commits to Texas. Brandon Harris says, gorilla emoji. I wouldn't bet against the Texas Longhorns. Hashtag real story. Hashtag all in, stock up emoji. Hashtag back at it. How about that? Brandon Harris talking some shit. Love to see it. Any thoughts on this?
I love both of these guys. I can't decide. Both of them were always great to me when I was in the recruiting world. So I hope that this is friendly fire or like a friendly jab, back and forth, but probably not.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, hey, Brandon,
I'm Switzerland.
Make sure he's signed before they offer him $10 million or something. Watch Cade Ulave text about offer something nuts. But I don't know. I don't know how much you want to poke the bear with unlimited money. But it is a choice, and I'm all for the pettiness. So love that. Let's see. Sticky said I would have offered Malachi Toney a damn bag. Well, he's from Miami, and for him to be in the portal, he would have had to enter the portal before the national championship, which was never happening. Let's see. Yeah, I'm with you, Jake Bayless. Khalil Clockett and Jermaine Bishop should contribute. Greetings from New York City. What borough are you in, Salvatore? CB said, what did French do with that Texas piece and chain he wore when he committed? Probably sold it for like half the price to Derek Cooper or someone else from Florida that likes some bling. I don't know.
It's in the same pawn shop on Riverside that I used to go to a lot to sell some random shit so I could eat food in college.
Next to Jamon Tapp's Hook'em chain.
Yes.
I'm playing. Woodcrest said, is Texas still drastically behind in the 2027 recruiting cycle? For some guys, yes. For some, no. I'll talk more 27 tomorrow because I did talk to a fair amount of their top 2027 targets this week because juniors can now play in All-American games. So, yeah. Let's see. Antoine said, how are Lockett and Bishop going to see snaps with the three in front of them? Well, these are the starters. Ryan Wingo and Cam Coleman out wide. Emmett Mosley should be in the slot. Didn't play it a ton this year, but he played like over 90% of his freshman year snaps in the slot. In his freshman years when he led Stanford in every single receiving statistic and had like, I think, 800 or 900 yards. So he can play in the slot. Their backups, Khalil Clockett, I think, will play Cam Coleman's backup position at like Z or X or whatnot. I just think we'll rotate in for Cam Coleman. And then McCutcheon, Jermaine Bishop should be Jermaine Bishop, I think, can really only play slot or should really only play slot. So he'll be the slot number 2 or 3. Dalen McCutcheon can be slot number 2 or 3, but he can also play outside. So that's how I'd split it up. Chris Stewart, Cohen Brown, how much are they going to play as freshmen? I don't know. Unless they're on special teams, I do think they're redshirting. Chris Stewart only played in like 3 or 4 games as a senior because he sprained his AC joint, and it just kept nagging throughout the year. So he also might need some time just to get his body right. But I do think Khalil Lockett is probably going to be the leader in snap count amongst guys who come off the bench after the 3 starters in Wingo, Coleman, and Mosley. So that's how I break it down. Let's see. David Keith Williams said, I've asked this question to insiders before, but what is your view of John Meredith running a 4.29 40-yard dash? I saw a recent report stating that. I did not think he was that fast. I don't know about 4.29, but I do know he's gone sub 4.5. He went sub 4.5 at Under Armour Dallas. And I think he still has that post up on his Twitter. I think he hit low 4.4s or high 4.3s. I don't know about 4.29 though. Yeah. Did you see this, Nick? Ajay Hall declared for the NFL draft.
Yeah, that's insane. That's crazy to me. That is
my
crazy.
thing is like, what agency brought him on? And 2, what agency has enough power to get that many reporters to report that Ajay Hall is declaring for the draft?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Let's see.
Did you see Brendan Thompson declared for the draft, which I found a little interesting? I thought he'd maybe go back for 1 more year, but
I think he was out of eligibility.
I think did his first season at Texas not count as a red shirt?
Let me see. I have PFF pulled up from this morning. I saw his mom and Anwar were going at it.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. That was an interesting one.
An interesting one. Let's see. He played in Texas sincerely fucked him. He played in 8 games at Texas, but in 6 of these games, he played 7 snaps or less, including 2 with only 1 snap and 2 with 5 snaps. So, yeah, he's done. He's out of eligibility.
Wow.
Let's see. Yeah, right. Sorry, still catching up. Yeah, Sam Levin to LSU in case anyone missed it. Is Zeke Umeozulu coming back to UT next year? That is a great question. I assume so. He is a walk-on, though, so it probably won't matter much one way or another.
What does he play, corner?
Safety.
Okay. he plays water boy.
Be nice. Dude, I will say, though.
You went.
This is all on the Umeozulus. Dude, none of us knew Zena had a twin.
Wow.
None of us knew that.
Wow.
And we only found out because he's part of like I think it was True Buzz who did this. You know, he's part of like a developmental organization, whatnot. He commits to Texas going into his senior year, like a week before school starts that year. True Buzz is doing like a media day thing with all their guys across DFW. And like they all have their own table and like a bunch of media's there. We interview them. It's all like 24/7 Rivals guys. I'm not there, but I see Jason Howell, who works for TexAgs, post a photo like Zeke Umeozulu starting to pick up interest. I was like, who is this? I've never seen this kid or heard about him at Allen games, and I went and saw Zena. And I figured out they were twins that day. But I seriously didn't know he existed until after Zena committed to Texas. I don't think many people did. But, yeah, he's a walk-on defensive back. He wore number 41 this year. Let's see. Yeah. Marcel. It's always a good one. Yeah. Well, not exactly. Speak on Corey Daly and Jamarian Carlton on the All-Star game. Might need to change my pants talking on Corey Daly. That's my nephew. You see, by far and away, best quarterback performance of the game, of the week. Absolutely love this kid. 6'6.5", near 200 pounds, 4-year starter at Seguin High School. Nick, listen to this. He was either all district or the district MVP in football, basketball, baseball, and track.
Wow.
Yeah. Hasn't run track since his freshman year, hasn't played baseball since his sophomore year, but he averaged over 20 points a game and I think north of like 13 rebounds a game in basketball as a junior. His dad is the head coach at Seguin. used to be the head coach at Clear Springs and actually, believe it or not, hired Blake Baker on to be his linebackers coach way back in the day. And he won a state championship as a QB's coach at Katy whenever they beat Lake Travis in 2016. So really, really good kid. I'm so happy for him. I'm happy for Pitt. I couldn't tell you how many people I reached out to, DM'd, called about him early on because QBs get recruited so early, and no one wanted to even invite him to camp. And Pitt is still the only Power 4 school that offered him. He committed there, signed there. Is their first, I believe, All-American quarterback or QB to play in an All-American game. And, I mean, just a great story. Great kid, great story. I think if he was in 2027, he'd be the perfect commit for Texas, following up Diabell. He's a kind of a low floor, low floor, but super high ceiling, has a lot of upside. Just a great player. Jamarian Carlton, on the other hand, freak show. I can't say enough good things about him either. Nick, Jamarian Carlton at this event last year was 232 pounds. Guess what he weighed in at on check-in day this week or last week?
262.
275.
Hell yeah. That's awesome.
So he's put on 33 pounds in about a year, all while playing football, basketball, and running track in between. So super impressive. Very little bad weight on him. A lot of it's muscle. And I can't wait to see what he looks like 3 to 4 years down the line after he's been in a college strength and conditioning program. Didn't have a super crazy week, wasn't super splashy, but it was consistent throughout the week in practice, in the game, had a tackle for loss, several pressures. Last year, I don't want to say he didn't look like he didn't belong, because he did belong, but physically what he looked like as a 6'4.5", 230-pounder next to a kid who's a year older that's a 6'7", 350-pound, 5-star offensive tackle, it looks different, right? Now he belongs, I mean, he's always belonged, like I said, but he blends in perfectly well. I think he's going to, have a great career at Texas, has a bright future, and I do think the only thing that's going to prevent him from getting to the NFL is injuries, because he's got the right mindset. He's a smart kid, proud to be the first person in his family to ever attend college, blue-collar kid from Temple, and a great story. So, again, I do think the only thing that could limit him from being an NFL draft pick one day is injuries, because he has all the traits, God-given tools, and everything between the ears. So, yeah, hey, did you see this rail to Oregon?
Yes.
It's hilarious. When he first went in the portal, they were trying to hit up Oregon and, be interested. And Oregon, responded was we're not interested. And they reached out to a ton of reporters because they all reported Oregon was not going to be in the running for Raiola at the exact same time within an hour of Raiola actually being in the portal. So I don't know who they missed on, who they had in front of him to make him the guy, but they swung and missed on several players before they got to Raiola, because when he first went in the portal, they put the bat signal out there. They weren't interested. So let's see. Okay, nice. This is on our boy at Alvarado, Nick. Let's see. Yeah, hey, imagine, Nick. Imagine. Hank and I were talking about that. Let's see. He was balling. All right. Nick, if you got to run too, you can. I'm just going to finish up on these questions. I know we're already running late.
But everyone have a good week. See you all on Friday.
Peace. All right. So I'm just going to speed through these. Said, although losing and gaining players from the transfer portal is not final, if you had to give a grade to Brandon Harris for creating a championship level roster, what would it be? All right, instead of doing A+ or B- or C+, that type of grading scale, I'm just going to I'll do 0 through 100. 100, obviously. 100 out of 100, great. 0 is obviously 0. Right now, I'd put it somewhere between 83 and 87. It's going to depend on these O-linemen, who they get. And honestly, I'd be cool with between 75 and 80. Because, I mean, hey, you can get all these great skill players. That shit's not going to matter if they don't figure out the O-line. They have one guy in, they need 2 to 3 more. And that is the main priority going forward with the rest of the portal, is figuring out the O-line. So somewhere between 75 and 85 out of 100. is how I'd grade him. Let's see. Yeah, Antoine. Yeah. It's also funny whenever it's like guys that are so obviously not going to be drafted that declare. And it's like, dude, just you probably would have been better off, dropping the link to your LinkedIn or something. But yeah, man, Sticky. Jai Hall's not getting drafted. He could run a 4.1. He is not getting drafted. And if he is, it's like Mr. Irrelevant. That dude is a flight risk. Like, quite literally, he's a flight risk. He brought like 4 pounds to the airport. So, yeah, David Keith Williams. This is also what we always said about the Xena. Nathaniel Loper said, any insight on any portal offensive lineman Texas is looking at or should go after? Yeah, he is currently on another team. A few of them are the main targets. So they're waiting on those guys to go in the portal. And it has been essentially impossible to get names of offensive linemen that they have interest in the cycle. They're trying to keep it quiet on purpose. Sure, they'd like to help us out with our jobs, but the second they tell me, yeah, John Smith is our top offensive tackle target, and I go and report that, it's going to run up his price because his agent's going to take the number and send it to other schools and say, hey, Texas will offer this. This is how much they value him. And then Texas has to pay $500 more K per year for the player because the source was nice enough to give me some scoop and I reported it. So we're getting very little intel. I completely understand it. I would be doing the same thing if I was in Texas's shoes. So outside of saying names on other teams' rosters, which I won't, that's pretty much the answer. So, yeah. Yeah, David Keith Williams. I actually counted. They had 4 total commit/signees in the Under Armour All-American game and the Navy All-American Bowl. Only 1 in the All-American Bowl. That was Jermarian Carlton. And then the 3 in the Under Armour game. Mikey Bukauskas, the punter from Prosper. Nick Robertson, the center/guard signee from Klein High in Houston. And then Easton Royal, the 5-star receiver commit in 2027 from New Orleans. So those are the only 4. And I thought about doing Under Armour this year, but once I saw those were the only 3 guys going, I was like, this is a waste of time. So, yeah, and I'm not going to drive to Orlando. I can drive to San Antonio. That's no problem. So, yeah. Do I think there will be any ranking adjustments prior to the final 26 class rankings being released? The final rankings will come out at the end of January or early February. Guys for Texas that can move up. Let me pull up this class. I'm just going to run through each player. Jermaine Bishop is going to stay a 5-star. Diabell is probably going to drop out of the top 32 or being a 5-star, just letting you know. Tyler Atkinson is probably going to stay put just outside a 5-star range at 38. Kosiak Paulo, Richard Wesley, Samari Matthews will all stay put. Derek Cooper should stay put at 156. Jermarian Carlton is probably going to be back in the top 100. Probably not top 50, but somewhere between 50 and 100 after this week at the All-American Bowl. James Johnson, John Turntine, they're going to stay put. Hayward Howard would stay put. Torrey Davis, if he gets a bump, he'll be a nationally unranked 4-star. Chris Stewart will stay put. Rocky Cummings might get a 4-star bump. Nick Robertson is an 87 3-star. He might get bumped to an 88 or 89, doubtful for a 4th star. And then pretty much everyone else, Cohen Brown, Jet Walker, Miami Riley, Charlie Gillick, Caden Scherer, the 3 specialists, they're all going to stay put too. So not a ton of movement for Texas. Woodcrest, I'm with you. It kind of is it for Sark. If he goes 9-3 and misses the playoffs, I don't know if he's back in 2027. Those are the standards at Texas. Missing the playoffs back-to-back years. The 2 years you have Arch Manning as your starter. And the pressure on him getting to the playoffs and the pressure on him if he misses the playoffs is going to be amplified if Texas is left out of the dance with A&M and Tech in it again for 2 years in a row. So very big season for Texas. I don't want to call it make or break for Sark, but it's pretty damn close to it. Like you said, no excuses not to make the Natty. I don't know about the Natty. They have no excuse to not be in the playoff, regardless of what the schedule is. They have to be in the playoffs. So, yeah. David Keith Williams, this will be the last one I answer. Said, who are your most important offensive and defensive recruits for Texas to get in the 27 recruiting cycle? For 2027, hard to not pick Easton Royal. He's really good. I think he's better than anything that Texas has ever landed at receiver out of high school. I don't know about like the Corey and Moore level special, but pretty close to it. I like him more than I like Khalid Lockett or Jamie French or Jonte Cook or, name whomever. I'm not throwing Worthy into that category. Easton Royal. I wouldn't hate Ismail Kamara from Gilmer. I really love the story. He's from France originally. Was in Florida, then ended up in Gilmer, probably going to end up at UT or A&M, could be a tackle or guard, really anything, could be an interior D lineman as well. Probably Easton Royal or Kamara. I get what you're saying with Kennedy Brown, but his injuries are kind of scaring me. And great length, but he is also 6'4". So we'll see about, him and tackle. Now on defense, I want to say Cooper Witten, but Oklahoma just hired his dad. He ain't going to Texas. But on defense, they need to figure out linebacker. I know they have Atkinson coming in. Someone else like that would be terrific. I love Jaquan Snell, the A&M safety commit. There's kind of some overshown to his game. I think you're actually who brought that up the first time. But I don't know. I'll go John Meredith. He's the best corner I've seen at the high school level, not named Devin Sanchez. They're very close, but I think Devin is better. I think he has a better mental eval. But that doesn't mean John Meredith won't play in the NFL for a long time, because he will if he stays healthy. So that's who I'd go with. Easton Royal, Ismail Kamara, and then John Meredith on defense. So, I lied. This will be the last one. Any of these local Weiss kids good enough? Maybe Fields from Hutto. Fields should have an offer. It's total bullshit. And then at Weiss, Trey Moore has an offer. The other guys right now, I don't think really should be getting one. Besides Tylen Henderson, the 2028 linebacker. He has Miami, A&M, Ohio State, I think USC now, Alabama, but not Texas. What a coincidence. So that's where I'd go. Tylen Henderson definitely deserves one, and Jaden Fields, in my opinion. But we're getting out of here. Up next, Fanatic Perspective recaps the big weekend for Texas football, including the additions of Cam Coleman and Hollywood Smothers. It's great being back. Today was our first show in 10 days. I'll be back on tomorrow, likely with Wags. Got to double check that with him. But nonetheless, appreciate everyone who tuned in today. And appreciate No Hinojosa for the donation of $20. We appreciate that. Y'all have a great one. Stephen Delgado, David Keith Williams, Woodcrest, Noah Hinojosa. Hopefully I'm saying that correct. Zay Capel out of course, Nathaniel Loper, Sticky, Antoine, Johnny Jackson, the Emperor, the whole crew. CB, of course. We appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great Monday, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.